Good morning.
Yeah, all right, we're just looking for all of our supervisors here. Got fabulous. We found Supervisor Alejo. He was missing in our list of names here. All right, welcome everyone. It is Tuesday, it's not February anymore. It is Tuesday, April 27th, 2001, and we are going to call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors at 9 a.m. Could we get a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors, with the exception of Supervisor Lopez, who will be appearing at 10:30, are present. Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, and Adams are appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew is appearing in person.
Wonderful. Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections for closed session today?
There are none, Chair.
All right. Well, we have closed session items number 1A through F as listed on the agenda. Is there any public comment on closed session items? We have one public comment here in the chambers, and I'll just state that public comment is limited to no more than 3 minutes per person, and California's open meeting laws require elected bodies to conduct our business in open public meetings, but it does limit our discussion items to things posted on today's agenda. So that means we may not be able to respond directly to your comments. But yeah, please approach the microphone, make sure you've got it right there, and we'll have a timer up. Thank you for joining us today.
Madam Chair, we cannot hear the
We
mic.
can't hear anything.
Can we do a mic check real quick? Thank you for alerting us to that.
I don't know if I need to start over, but I'll.
Is that a little better?
Is that
Yeah,
better?
we can hear now.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll restart the timer, and if you could begin again, that would be
Yeah,
fabulous.
yeah.
We want everyone to hear your comment. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning again. My name is James Shaw, MD. I'm a licensed California physician, and we had a family member by the name of Jennifer Carol Johnson, a disabled 47-year-old, young, high-functioning lady that ended up having an issue at one of the local health facilities. And we have been in the process of trying to find out what happened. And like I said, I'm a physician of over 30 years. My background goes to Stanford and the Mayo Clinic. Not that that means anything, but I have kind of a wide background. I'm particularly concerned about what I would call potential irregular care and treatment of her. And I have done everything I can to try to obtain discovery. To this date, that has not happened. Full discovery has not happened. And I happen to be looking, and I'm asking friends, different parts of the country, from Seattle to Texas to all kinds of places, any resources I have to try to help me on what to do. So we've tried to go to different venues and approach people and so forth, but we have yet to obtain that discovery. And I just happen to be looking over the agenda, and on page 7 on the bottom, on 1D, there's a particular matter. That particular matter mentioned potentially could be Jennifer Carol Johnson. That's all I'd say. My goal here, it would be to find out to the Board of Supervisors, I don't need an answer back, the family would like discovery. The family is simply asking for the medical records of what happened. We're asking for a disk thumb drive with an audit trail. We want to know exactly what happened. There is some type of problem here, and that's all I would say. And I think we as a family are entitled to that. Whether this is the correct venue, whether it's not, that's another story. I don't need an answer back. That was my purpose, but thank you very much for your time. May have nothing to do with it, but we will, I think, in time, locate and find what we need. But it certainly would help if the Board of Supervisors had any understanding about what I know now. But we'll leave it at that. This isn't the time or the place or really it's appropriate, because in order to criticize, in order to be unhappy about something, you need to have full disclosure, full discovery on something. You shouldn't be having a medical record, an electronic medical record, where you hide parts of the record or omit it, so forth and so forth. The family is entitled to discovery. But thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments,
Yeah.
and thank you for
Thank you.
joining us today. All right. With that, is there any public comment online? No hands raised on Zoom right now, so we'll go ahead and close public comment, and we will recess for closed session agenda items for the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. We'll be back here at 10:30 for the continuation of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Thank you.
Diego, hi, it's Valerie.
Good morning, Valerie. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, good.
Okay, Tess is here too, and she'll put you into the interpreter queue.
Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you.
Perdón. Testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2.
Maybe. I'm wondering if he accepted.
Diego,
Yes, go ahead.
Tess sent you the invite for the Spanish queue?
Oh, let me check my email.
Oh, no, it's not email. It'll just be on the meeting.
It would be on the meeting,
Just a window that pops up.
a window that pops up.
No, I don't see the interpreter box.
Okay, so let me try again.
There you are. Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you, Diego.
Don, you're making a lot of noise. You might want to.
Like shuffling papers.
I was on the bench too long. Got to shuffle the papers in.
We will be getting started in just a moment. All right, just doing a quick check. We've got Garland Thompson on the line. Is your camera working? Oh, good, I see you. Thank you for joining us. All right, we'll be started here in just a moment. We're just waiting for the rest of our staff to be ready to go. All right, welcome. It is Tuesday, April 27th. We are reconvening from closed session. We would like to call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Could we get a roll call, please?
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Fabulous. Thank you, Valerie. For anyone who is joining us on Zoom, via live stream on Facebook or YouTube, you're also welcome to join us live on Zoom at webinar ID number 224-397-747. Thank you for joining us, Omar. Thank you. Could we get an announcement of our Spanish interpretation services today?
Hola, mi nombre es Omar. Yo seré el intérprete de español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita los servicios del intérprete, por favor ven a verme ahora para que pueda explicarle el proceso. Gracias.
Thank you so much. Today we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Garland Thompson, who's joining us. Garland is an award-winning poet, an actor, a playwright, a sound and video designer, a filmmaker, a producer, and a director. And I'm so pleased to have you with us today to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance in honor of National Poetry Month. We should have been reciting poetry while we waited to get the meeting started, but here we are now. So we'll pass the microphone over to you, Garland. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate that very much. It is an honor to be here to open up National Poetry Month for you, the supervisors and the county, and all of our citizens. Thank you. Now, the allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us and for all the work that you do in our community, Garland. It's nice to have you here. Next up, we are going to call for any general public comment. This is general public comment in regards to the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. For anyone who's on the line, you'll need to raise your hand on Zoom. We do not have anyone in the audience, so I'm going to close public comment. We'll bring it back to the board. Are there any additions or corrections on the Water Resources Agency agenda today?
There are no additions and corrections.
All right, we have one item on our consent calendar, approved granting a 10-foot wide drainage easement for the construction of a stormwater overflow drain into Bryant Canyon Drainage Canal. Is there any questions or comments? Anyone want to pull that item from consent for discussion? Anyone in the public have public comment on the consent calendar for Water Resources Agency?
For consent.
Second.
Okay, I'll close public comment. We have a motion and a second. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. The motion carries. We will now adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, moving right along to reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for our public agenda. Could we get a roll call by the clerk, please?
Yes, let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person.
Thank you. Are there any additions or corrections on our public agenda?
There is, and that is to add to the adjournment, and that is to adjourn in memory of Jim Alabanasi. Sorry.
Okay, thank you for that addition. Ceremonial resolutions today. We have ceremonial resolution, just one item, number 1.1. And we do have about 5 minutes dedicated to this item. I'd like to thank Supervisor Alejo and Lopez for bringing this forward, and I'll pass the microphone over to Supervisor Luis Alejo to present the item.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the time to put this on the agenda. As we know, a decision is imminent. Supervisor Lopez and I have brought this resolution forward in recognition that there is a humanitarian crisis happening at our southern border between the United States and Mexico, and that there's currently thousands of unaccompanied minors from Central America and Mexico primarily that are seeking refugee or asylum status. Last month alone, there was almost 19,000 unaccompanied children at our border. And so at this point in time, President Joe Biden and the Department of Health and Human Services is considering establishing a shelter for these children at Camp Roberts in Monterey County and in San Luis Obispo County. Originally, the numbers were estimated that perhaps 2,000 unaccompanied minors might be coming to Camp Roberts. Now the number might be larger than that, maybe up to 5,000. So as we know, the unaccompanied children program, it's managed by the Office of Refugee Resettlement, which is under the Health and Human Services. And just looking at last year, 72% of all the children referred to this program were 14 and over, 68% were boys, and primarily 46% were from Guatemala, 14% from El Salvador, 25% from Honduras, and 8% other. But we know that with opening a shelter, there's a lot of critical services that are needed to be provided. Also at Camp Roberts, there's old and dilapidated buildings. With this resolution, we're also weighing in and asking and ensuring that the children will be kept in the more modern facilities that are safe and are adequate for the needs of minors. But also we know that without legal services, a large portion of unaccompanied minors do not make it through their immigration proceedings. In 2014, only 12% of those unaccompanied minors represented by attorney were deported, as compared to 80% without an attorney. So in this resolution, there's 5 asks at the end. One is just, first of all, trying to send a message that we welcome unaccompanied minors to Monterey County. Number 2, we're asking for their protection, the wraparound services, that they be kept in humane conditions and adequate facilities, and that they be unified with their family or friend sponsors no longer than 2 weeks. And also the provision asking that they be provided legal representation for their pending immigration court hearings. And the third paragraph, it just also is asking for transparency, that the administration and health HHS also provide regular information and data on the number of unaccompanied minors at Camp Roberts, the length of time they're staying there, services being provided, reports of any abuse, contractors engaging within the site, and plans to prolong the use of this facility. And lastly, it's also just asking that that Monterey County officials and trusted community-based organizations be allowed to conduct site visits. So these are all reasonable requests. The decision is ultimately going to be a federal one, but we're hoping that we could do some advocacy in this opportunity before a decision is made to actually open the base of expectations we see and that we advocate for the children that will be housed temporarily here in Monterey County. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Just wanted to make a few brief comments and share with the community. We're very, very, very aware of the fact that the decision is not ours in terms of placing these children here in Monterey County, but we know that if it's going to happen, we want it to be done right. And so that's what this resolution does, is it makes sure that we make the right asks as a community in terms of how we can play a role. And we want to be clear with every single person who might be watching today that Monterey County does everything above standard. And that's what we're asking for with this resolution, is to do it right. And so I just want to thank everybody who's had a role in this. I know this particular base sits in my district. It splits my district actually and Supervisor Prashang's district down in San Luis Obispo County. And so communication is going to be key and critical as we move forward in the coming months, but just appreciate sending the right message early in terms of who we are as a county and the fact that we need to take care of one another as people in this world. Thank you so much, Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. We'll do some board comments and then we'll go to public comment. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the resolution per se. I question the wisdom of transporting these kids who are traumatized anyway, probably 400 miles up there. But that's with as big as the issue is becoming, that probably every county is going to be impacted with some of these people staying. I think the county that's going to be impacted the most, obviously, is going to be the San Luis Obispo County, since we're close to 100 miles away from Camp Roberts, and San Miguel's 2 miles away, and Paso Robles is 10 or 11 miles away. But as was mentioned by Supervisor Alejo, I was stationed at Camp Roberts in 1965, and it was a long, hot summer, and the conditions there were not good. So maybe they've been improved a lot since then, but there needs to be some investment in the infrastructure, temporary or otherwise, unless things have changed a lot since '65. So thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other supervisors' hands raised, so we'll go out to the public. We have a couple of public comments. We do have a very packed agenda today with a special meeting, joint meeting that starts at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So I will limit comments to 1:30 today, as we have been. Priya Murthy, thank you for joining us. So we've got you permission to speak, and we appreciate your comments.
Thank you so much. Priya Murthy with Siren Services Immigrant Rights and Education Network. First off, very much want to express appreciation to Supervisor Alejo and his leadership on this resolution. For us, we're an immigrant rights organization that serves the Bay Area and the Central Valley, including the Central Coast. First off, we've been doing a lot of work around what's been happening with holding children and youth in different facilities across the state and across the country. When it comes to the use of Camp Roberts, just right at the outset, our organization and many others that serve immigrants and immigrant youth in particular are very concerned and quite frankly oppose the use of Camp Roberts, particularly because it's a military base and is going to be considered what's called an influx facility, which traditionally has had very little oversight in terms of taking care of children who are held in these types of in these types of facilities. Having said that, we do appreciate what is in the resolution about making sure that there is transparency and that there are oversight mechanisms and that there is data that is being reported out so that elected officials like you all, advocates like our organizations and others, and child welfare experts and the like are able to see how exactly it would be used if it were to be used. So again, while we strongly oppose the use of Camp Roberts to hold children who are coming here, we do appreciate the oversight aspects in the resolution today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please do stay in touch with us. We are always available via cob@co.monterey.ca.us. Thank you for your comments. Cesar Laura, we've given you permission to share your thoughts as well.
Yeah, good morning, members of the Board of Supervisors. Cesar Lara with the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council and also with MILPA, and I'll keep this short. I think my colleague that spoke before me said it correctly. We don't think the Camp Roberts should be used, but if it is used, I think it's within the Monterey County Board of Supervisors domain to set standards. And I think this goes a long ways, and I'll talk to my counterparts in San Luis Obispo to try and have that county do the same. So thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you. I don't see any other public comments, so we'll go ahead and close public comment. Thank you all for joining us in this conversation today. I'd be happy to move approval of this resolution. I do think it is a very important statement for Monterey County to make, and that we are welcoming these children into our community. and looking to provide oversight and support in whatever ways we can to ensure that the health and safety and just long-term success of every child who seeks refuge in the United States. So with that, I'll make a motion of approval.
I'll second that, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to add, though, that I thank my colleagues for their support of this. The cities of San Diego and Long Beach recently approved an agreement, but that's because they had to use their city conference convention centers for a similar shelter, although that was an intake versus an influx center. But like I said, this is a federal decision, but we certainly can weigh in. And I want to let the community know that all the services for these children will all be done on the base. So I just don't want any misperceptions being out there that the commitment is that all services will happen on the base for the kids. And this is not anything new. In 2014, when there was an influx of unaccompanied minors, and I was in the legislature, me and several state legislators went to visit Port Hueneme, which is a naval base, secure naval base. And that was also similarly conducted. And the children were unified with family members, sponsors, or friends within 2 weeks, because there needed to be some time to find a sponsor, but also do the necessary criminal and sexual offender checks to make sure we're not putting children in harm's way once they are placed. So for many different reasons, it needs to be a thoughtful process, but children should not be kept at these locations for very long. And I look forward to working with Siren and the Labor Council to make sure that we're trying to provide as much advocacy and oversight of Camp Roberts when it opens. Thank you.
All right, with that, we have a motion and a second. Can we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. With that, the motion carries, and we are moving on to appointments. We have appointments on our agenda, items number 2 through 6 today. Is there anyone who'd like to pull or comment on an appointment today? Seeing no board hands raised, I'll go to the public. Any public members have appointments to pull or comment on today? Bringing it back to the board, I'd be happy to entertain a motion.
Lopez moves approval.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Supervisor Lopez, a second from Supervisor Adams. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. All right. Thank you to all of our volunteers who have taken it upon themselves to volunteer in service to the county on a county board and commission. We do value and appreciate your service. Next up, we have our consent calendar, which is items number 14 through 34. Colleagues, would anyone like to pull an item for question or comment from the consent calendar today? Supervisor Adams.
Yes, I'd like to pull 30 and 34 just for comments.
Supervisor Alejo.
I'd like to pull 23 on the Bay Area Community Services, number 25 for questions on the translation services, and then I believe 31, which is our recall ordinance, needs to be continued. If I'm not, I think our county council needs to make that clarification.
Yep, thank you. It does. Les?
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. Yes, I was going to ask to pull 31 to be continued to next week. Unfortunately, despite staff's best efforts, the newspaper was unable to publish in a timely fashion for the item to be adopted today. It was published last week on Friday, so we can adopt next week. So I would ask the board to, with a motion, continue this item to May 4th for adoption.
Okay, thank you. And then I would like to just pull for comment item number 28. So let's work our way through these. So Supervisor Adams, 30 and 34, did you have comments?
I do, thank you. 30 pertains to no parking enforcement on Scenic Road in Carmel. And I just want to thank County Council and Public Works for the urgency ordinance in response to my referral. I made it after discussions with the sheriffs, with the Public Works, the California Highway Patrol, Public Works, the City of Carmel, the mayor, Public Works, and police staff. This is not establishing a new no parking area. It's already no parking, but there isn't enough road for safe parking along the bluff. But it is consistently ignored, and people parking here create a real public safety issue. So this urgency ordinance will help with the enforcement of what is already in place. It also will enable the City of Carmel Police to help the county address the issue. And I think this is the kind of interagency coordination that we need to do with limited CHP and sheriff resources to provide the needed patrol coverage throughout the county. And when appropriate, then I'll move that we adopt the urgency ordinance. So if we're going to take it separately, or you want to take it all at the end?
I think we can take it all together unless it requires a separate vote. Okay.
No,
Yeah. Do you want to continue with 34?
Yeah, thank you very much. I just again want to thank the Public Works Facilities and Parks Department. This is an item that is going to be naming two trails in Jacks Peak County Park after Margaret Bates and Talcott Bates. And I think it's really important to honor the legacy of the Talcott Bates family that is responsible for our having Jacks Peak Park. And it is not just because of their that, but because of their lifelong approach to helping other people, whether it was through education or healthcare. Dr. Bates has took care of more children in Monterey County than anyone else, and Wendy, you're probably one of them. But at any rate, the work that they've done throughout their lives has really been significant, and I think this is a wonderful way to honor their legacy and for the entire family, including their children. So thank you for that as well.
Thank you, Mary, and I couldn't agree more. Thank you for your comments. I think they are worthy of recognition and appreciation. Okay, Supervisor Alejo, you had two items. Did they require separate vote, or are you able to comment on them?
I think 23 might require a separate vote because it's a BAC's contract, and I respect the decision that was made. But I had questions from our Department of Social Services staff and maybe Anastasia, because this contract is different than the contract that we previously had with Community Homeless Solutions, which was to run a shelter. This contract should have had different types of provisions because it's running a navigation center, which is a different model, a different concept, and should be providing more comprehensive services. But when I read through, well, first of all, what surprised me was that it's almost $500,000 with the potential to add even another 10%, which is, it's 442,000 plus another 44,000 for a period of only 2 months and 4 days. And the shelter's not even scheduled to open until the end of May. So here we are paying for 2 months for such a large sum. The memo didn't even indicate what are we getting for $500,000 for such a large amount. Number two, what was glaring is that there's no rapid rehousing goals. And as you remember, one of the controversies was in the contracts that other Bay Area cities had with BACs. They actually had benchmarks and provisions stating the goals that they would want to see a certain percentage of residents experiencing homelessness that were staying at the shelter. They actually put benchmarks about what percentage they needed to have housed by a certain time. None of that, no provision. It just has that rehousing staff are going to be hired, but no benchmarks whatsoever about what are their goals, what are they supposed to accomplish in 3 months, 6 months, a year, and what reports are going to be provided to the Board of Supervisors and the Salinas City Council. The other glaring part was just the more comprehensive services, like almost no mention of coordination of other services. As I said, it's a navigation center, not just a shelter where they would just stay the night, but any services about behavioral health, adult education. As we know, Salinas Union High School District even offered to partner with us, mobile health clinics, and even the shower services, right? At our current shelter, when we added the showers on the outside of the building, we had a specific contract with Community Homeless Solutions about oversight, protection, security measures, towel services, soap, and hygiene necessities. All that was included in that agreement. Here, absolutely no mention of any of those things. So I'm hoping that staff could enlighten me. Why are we giving such a skeletal agreement when this should have been a game-changing agreement and re-envisioning about how we really wanted to see this new share shelter or navigation center function from when it opens and into the future?
Thank you for your questions. I don't see Anastasia on the call right now. Is someone else from staff able to respond to? Oh, Lauren. Hi, Lauren. Thank you for joining us. Lauren Suwan-Supa from Social Services. Are you able to answer some of those questions for us?
Yes, sure. So first off, the agreement is a short-term agreement to get things rolling and get things launched. So it is very, very short so that we can get on track with getting their staff implemented and opened. One of the pieces that we are working to is, because this is a collaboration with the city of Salinas, we are working for a shared piece as soon as the start of the new year. So starting in July, a new contract will come forward that will cover more of these items. There are service goals that are implemented in this first agreement. So we do have pieces that are just very specific about rapid rehousing, about having the clients exit into permanent housing destinations, the reporting requirements. We do have monthly narrative reporting requirements, things that are tied to HMIS data, and that meet a lot of the requirements for coordination with our local continuum of care. A lot of this initial agreement really is just infrastructure and getting them wrapped up. A big piece of the start for services that will launch have to do with making sure that we're supporting transition of the closure of the warming shelter so that those guests have a place to go, make sure that it is up and running, and that more of those pieces will be in development. Some of those other services like the showers and components and things like that are tied into the operations of the facility, since the showers are within the actual facility.
Yeah, but
Great. Thank you, Lauren, for the additional information. It sounds
Lauren,
like yep, go ahead, Supervisor.
Yeah, no, but I was just going to say though, but we're really letting them off the hook. All the other Bay Area cities that have obviously put goals and measurements in their, I mean, it's outlined clearly in an agreement, as well as the other services. We could say it's expected, they got to report it, but nothing tells them what they really have to do, even though we've outlined that in previous contracts with the previous provider. And I still don't see what is the community getting for $500,000 for 2 months of service when the shelter itself is not even opening. The functioning of the current shelter is with the previous contract with Community Homeless Solutions. So I just don't see what the community is getting for $500,000 contract here.
Lauren, if I may, is this a timely issue? Do you need this approval today, or would this be something that maybe the Health and Human Services?
It is a timely issue. If you'd like the facility to be able to open, we are facing the deadline of ensuring that we're able to have guests enter the shelter in order to make our HEAP deadline, which at the current contracts that we put into place allow for at least 1 full month of guests to be into the shelter. And then moving forward, a lot of the other additional reporting issues and ensuring target and benchmarks can be made in collaboration with the city of Salinas once their agreements come forward as well.
Madam
Charles.
Yeah, thank you. So perhaps with that need for urgency to get this contract going, we can ask the board to approve it, but also with a request to come back with some deliverables in the amendment of the contract that will obviously need to happen in the near future.
Supervisor Alejo, would that be sufficient for your comfort level today?
Yeah, we could just do a separate vote. I won't be able to support it in the format that it's in today, but I get
okay,
it.
So we'll have a separate vote on this item.
No.
Okay, wonderful. And then Supervisor Alejo, you also had comments on item number 25.
Oh, and just on 25 was just a clarification. It's a TMD contract, and it was just to clarify because it's just a flat out $10,000 fee for translation services. But I just wanted to clarify that's only on an on-need basis, that we're not just going to pay them and then it's going to just take it whether they use it or not, right?
Yep, it's a great question, and we've got Nick Chulos here to answer it for us.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and Supervisor Alejo, that is correct. It will be used as needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully we'll have our new media specialist, language specialist up and running sooner rather than later, who can take on that responsibility.
As a matter of fact, we are working with HR now. They've assigned an analyst, and we've got that going as rapidly as we can.
Wonderful, and that's thanks to the board's action last week to approve that new media specialist position.
Thank you.
To ensure we have internal translation capacity, which I think is will be much appreciated by our community. I had asked to just comment on item number 28. Item number 28 is a contract coming out of Laguna Seca. And I would just like to ask, make a request that in future board reports for items related to events at Laguna Seca, if we could include a statement about how they play into the number of noise day limitations related to the venue. It's a question we get every single time an event approval comes for Laguna Seca. So if it could just be a statement about, this is day number 7 or this is day number 5, this uses up however many days we have left, that would be just make my life a lot easier and help the public, I think, understand which events are contribute to the noise days and that they are within the limitations allowed. So that would be my request for item number 28. Okay, so we have any members of the public wanted to pull a consent item today for comment or question. I don't see any hands raised online. We don't have anyone here in the audience with us today. So I'll bring it back to the board, and it sounds like we have pulled item number 31, so I'd be happy, and we're going to, there's a request to vote separately on item number 23. So I'd be happy to entertain a motion for the remainder of the consent items.
So moved
Move consent.
Second.
Okay, I think I heard Supervisor Adams with a motion and Supervisor Alejo with a second, and that is items number, consent items number, what are our numbers? Oh, 14 through 34, excluding item 31 and 23. Could we get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Wu Askew.
Aye. So item number 31 is our right to recall ordinance that will be returning to us next week for a vote. And then item number 23, I'd be happy to entertain a motion on item number 23.
So moved.
Second.
And I'll second that. Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Phillips, a second from Askew, and we'll take a roll call vote. Thank you.
Supervisor Alejo?
No.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Wu Askew.
Aye. Thank you. And do look forward to some additional work and information coming back on that item that we just voted on. Okay, other board matters. Item number 7, we will start with board comments. Supervisor Alejo, would you like to start us off today?
Yes, ma'am. First of all, I just wanted to report that I was invited for another policy committee hearing on the $10 million broadband bond last Thursday in the Assembly Privacy and Consumer Protection Committee, and the bill moved forward to the next step to Appropriations Committee with the 9-2 vote. Thank you to the authors for allowing me to be a main witness for that. Also, our farm worker vaccination clinic this Saturday, I was going to be asking for volunteers, but it looks like we're taking one Saturday off. And we will be back vaccinating folks. So if there's any volunteers, we'll be back on May 8th at the Salinas Rodeo grounds. And so would encourage you to help us 2 weeks from this, two Saturdays from now. Last two things I wanted to mention was last Tuesday, as we were meeting, the decision on the tragic killing of George Floyd made news. And I just wanted to make sure we commented and recognized the justice done in that particular case, being held accountable for all 3 charges by the jury, and in a way, it doesn't bring George Floyd back or take away the pain from his family, but nonetheless, I think communities all across our nation were watching that, and we were all hoping that the jury would have done the right thing, and it did, and I hope that it not only results for the justice and closure in some way to in this case, but that it actually result in systemic reforms nationally to prevent these types of cases from occurring in the first place. So it's more of a call that we hope and envision better changes in our police practices in these types of cases. On a lighter note, I just wanted to acknowledge 2 of our local youth, some that were my young assembly members, Eileen Castellanos, who was called me last Friday, contacted me last Friday to let me know she was accepted to UC Berkeley. And then another young man, Jose Ansaldo, who grew up in East Salinas, but now lives in Supervisor Askew's district near Old Town, was provided a second scholarship that would give him a full ride to UC Berkeley as well. So we got two of our youth who got accepted to become Cal Bears. And so I just wanted to thank them and their families for all their sacrifice to get these young people into some great universities. Thank you.
That's fabulous report. We're reporting today, Supervisor Alejo. Supervisor Phillips. Oh, we've got you muted.
Supervisor.
We'll get you started again. Hit that unmute button first. Thank you.
Am I unmuted now? Okay.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Said go Bears for keep Supervisor Alejo happy. I wanted to, couple things I wanted to mention. One of our local restaurants in Prunedale, Stevie's Restaurant, has installed an air ventilation filtration system that's pretty interesting, and it reduces the risk of indoor dining to make it compatible and comparable to outdoor dining. And the system was installed and provided by Bill Hayward, and that's part of what was done. The Community Foundation of Monterey County, I know, provided the funding to bring out the University of Colorado professor, Dr. Mark Hernandez, one of the leading experts on COVID and the indoor environment. And they installed one, and we went down when they were doing it, installed it down at the Sierra Mar at the Post Ranch. And so it's really pretty interesting process, and can make sure that the air is being installed in some schools too, to make sure that the air in there is clean as it is outside. And I know we're now doing that at the Drummond Culinary Academy at Rancho Cielo, and that's being paid by the Hayward Foundation to install the similar. It generally ranges under $5,000. So I think other restaurants are starting to look at that. I wanted to remind our community that we're having a community meeting about Royal Oaks Park, looking at Prop 68. I think that's Saturday, May 1st, and Thursday, May 6th. We're also want to explore things, what we can do at the Aromas Park, Pajaro Park, Manzanita. And on Saturday, April 24th, the community members cleaned up Moss Landing Beach in honor of Earth Day. And I got to say, our community is really getting involved in doing a lot of stuff that they shouldn't have to do, but they're doing it on cleaning up. So Alex Rivera, who's helped clean up Casterville, along with Will Pennycook, they were community members, including families and children, to help clean up our coastline. I think this is a great example of the citizens coming together to help their community. And finally, I think it was last Thursday that Supervisor Lopez and I had a chance to visit the Share Center. I got to say, I was really impressed with what they've done there and how they've done it. And it's a good example of when you work with a local contractor like they did here. Avila Construction, it came in on budget, on time, almost no change orders in the thing. So it really shows what we can do when the city and the county's working together to take on this homeless issue. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to echo Supervisor Phillips's comments there about the Share Center. It was fun to tour that center with him and see the opportunities that are going to be opened up for our community through that beautiful facility that, again, was done by a local contractor. So I think it's critically important that we recognize that, this investment has been made and that it was done so well in terms of the process that we undertook to build it, and seeing it done through a local contractor is something I'm extremely proud of, and thankful for this board for taking that leadership in terms of doing that. Just wanted to share that, obviously the vaccination efforts continue throughout our county. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to ask our community to be leaders. When you get vaccinated, share your story through social media or reaching out to friends. I think it's critically important that we recognize that we are the biggest influencers, as much as we see other people on TV and out there drumming the drum for it. It's really us and caring about our community that's going to get us to the point we need to be in order to get back to the quote unquote new normal. But encourage folks to take a picture with your stickers, stand in front of those boards at the different vaccination locations, and let your community know that you stepped up for them. I think that's critically important now more than ever. And so just ask folks that haven't yet taken the time to do the research and get out there and and get your vaccination here in our community to help us move forward together. And lastly, I just want to continue to thank Clínica de Salud, Grower Shipper, Supervisor Alejo and his team, and my staff, Priscilla and Maricela, as well as Dominic Dursa from Assemblymember Rivas's office, who show up every single Saturday, and it's fun. We all meet there at 7 o'clock, share a cup of coffee, and then go ahead and help folks get vaccinated. And this last weekend, we also had some great volunteers from Unite Here, CCA, the UFW, and also Manny Gonzalez, who used to work with the county, and his wife Deb showed up to help us pass out those stickers that say I'm vaccinated. It really is a community effort, and it lifts my heart every time. I go home with sore feet and huge smiles on my face. I just want to thank everybody who's continuing to be part of the solution for our community for doing what they're doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. I want to just tack on with what Supervisor Lopez just said. First, I want to thank you, Supervisor Lopez, for your leadership in this and for going out and volunteering. It's really wonderful. I am so impressed with the work that you do. I, too, am a real advocate for people having their vaccination. I talked to the people at the grocery store. Someone came to my house to help me with my car. Asked him, have you been vaccinated yet? And then I try to keep up and up on where the opportunities are for people. So if I ask where they live, I can tell them when they can go. And I think that's the best way we can possibly do it. Going to another subject, two quick things. I just want to say that I had the opportunity to go down to Highway 1 at Rat Creek last Friday to just see this amazing event of Highway 1 reopening. I mean, the community was there. It was a really wonderful experience. Honestly, the most important part of it is that it came in 2 months early and absolutely on budget. We were really honored to have Governor Newsom with us, who was just absolutely complimentary and so appreciative of the work that had been done, and very touched in with the community, especially the community in Big Sur, and what the people have had to go through, the concerns that it has on not just the residents, but what it does to tourism in our community as well. We also had Toots, I can never get his last name right, Omashaken, who is the statewide head of Caltrans, who came for the event as well. So it was just really a joyful occasion to be able to see the magnificent work that went into making this road, that's the link between Mexico and Canada, back open again. It was really exciting. Anyone who has been impacted by fire, either directly or have seen their insurance bills go up, might be interested in attending the virtual town hall on emergency preparedness and wildfire resources this coming Thursday. This is the second time that Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara has come to Monterey County, and he's talking with our community about these issues, along with State Senator John Laird. I look forward to helping facilitate this event with my state colleagues. And if you're interested in how you can participate, how you can join this event, please contact my office and you'll be able to join via Facebook or else go through my office. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. And thank you for representing the County of Monterey at the reopening of Highway 1. I know that that was once again, a huge project, and your district has just really been through the ringer with some of these natural disasters. I have a few comments today. I just want to give a big shout out to all of our teachers and parents and children as school begins to resume in-session operations. It's been a big transition for all of the families that I know, and I just want to especially recognize all of the county employees who've been working at home with children and who are now making yet another big transition with kids returning to school. Keep asking for the support that you need so that we can help you be successful both in your job here as well as at home in your role as a parent. I want to thank all of the volunteers who came out to Earth Day events. It was just incredible scrolling through social media this weekend, seeing the number of people who participated in caring for our Earth at events that happened all, from north to south in the county. I want to make a particular shout out to the City of Marina, who very thoughtfully and carefully engaged volunteers, the county support and waste management district in some cleanups of abandoned encampment areas, working very cautiously and respectfully around the existing encampment residents to provide for health and safety measures while also removing some of the leftover waste that had been accumulating in the area. I met last week with the Seaside Ministerial Alliance, and I'll be meeting this week with the Monterey County Black Caucus. Some of the data that we'll hear later in our COVID report shows us that we continue to have some fairly significant disparities in terms of the vaccination rates in our community. I'm so thrilled that Monterey County overall is approaching 60% of residents have received a first vaccination. However, we do have some demographics and some zip codes that are fairly significantly lower than that. And so we're working to listen and understand why that is and be thoughtful about how we work to ensure that our communities remain safe and healthy, even if we have pockets where people are not yet ready to choose to get vaccinated. So trying to really understand what we can do as a community to ensure that the VITA program is getting information out, to ensure that testing remains available, and to ensure that we're hearing and responding to the needs of our community. Also wanted to thank Covia Home Share as we talk about the housing crisis that is in front of us. The folks at Covia Home Share spent an hour with me on a Zoom community meeting sharing information about that program. And there's some really great options available. They're here to support residents who are looking to make use of extra bedrooms that they have to provide housing, as well as for folks who are looking for housing and maybe thinking about a home share situation. And then finally, I do want to thank you, Supervisor Alejo, for recognizing the significance of the outcome of the George Floyd the trial last week. It was a significant a statement about the need, I think, for ongoing accountability in our public safety and policing systems. And I do look forward to continuing to work with you on the legislative committee so that we as a county can continue to take positions that provide for the health and safety of all local residents. With that, we will move out of public board comments and welcome Charles McKee, our CAO, for any county administrative officer comments or referrals.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do no new referrals this week and no additional comments. Thank you.
Comment on your comments, Charles. So anyone have comments on our CAO's comments? Supervisor Adams.
Sorry, this is not on Charles's comment, but I just want to say that tomorrow, I just received this information, is Wear Jeans with the Purpose Day. It's Denim Day to stand in solidarity against victim blaming and show solidarity with sexual assault victims and survivors. And I just want to thank the Rape Crisis Center for their continued advocacy and support in our community. And this day, Denim Day tomorrow, is a good opportunity for us to share in that advocacy and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Okay, I don't see any public comments on our CAO comments, so we'll close public comment on our CAO comments, and we will open it up to general public comments. For anyone who's joining us today on Zoom, if you have general public comments, this would be for items that are not on today's agenda elsewhere. We would welcome your thoughts with us. I don't see any general public comment. We have no one here in the audience. We have one visitor in the audience with us today. Thank you for joining us. We will close public comment and move right along to our 10:30 scheduled items. Item number 10 this morning is a preliminary response to Board Referral 20.22. Which is proposed amendments to the board referral process. Charles McKee, I'll pass the microphone to you. And just a reminder that we have about 30 minutes scheduled in total for this presentation and discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope not to use the whole 30 minutes. This is a fairly simple presentation. The referral process for the Board of Supervisors is one where the board members are able to ask for services, information, action by county staff on different endeavors that they may want to undertake. They want to have staff undertake. They want to expend resources of the county in a certain way. The county code prescribes that the administrative services for the county should be run through the county administrative officer, including requests for services by the members of the Board of Supervisors. And the referral process is a mechanism to do that. We have a fairly long list of current referrals out there, and I know that sometimes that can be challenging. One of the issues associated with the challenges of referrals is making sure that we have clarity from the board member making the referral and that the staff understands what the intent is of that referral. So there isn't any misunderstanding when the item either comes back to the board or tries to get implemented out in the public. There are simple referrals that are out there. For example, sometimes it's just to install a stop sign. There may be more complex referrals. For example, the short-term rental referral is one that is obviously very complex and very controversial in many circles here in Monterey County. The idea today, though, is to see if we can get some amendments to the process to make it more efficient. One of those is to try to get some board direction early as the referral is made, so that we don't expend resources unnecessarily. So let's see if I can get the. Oops. So let's try that. All right. So the idea behind the revisions to the referral process is really to get back to the Board of Supervisors quickly with an estimate of the cost, an estimate of the time, the resources needed, and try to get the intent of the referring supervisor. What are the project details that are being considered? And then we would like to get board direction when a referral comes back with that preliminary analysis from the board to say, do you want to keep going? Is it support processing referral? Do you want to discontinue it, end it at that point? Do you want to modify it as the full board or a majority of the board to say, we want to do something different, we like the referral, but make a few changes? And do you want to commit additional resources than what has been initially requested? I think that the challenge there is trying to get a majority of the board at that point at the initial preliminary analysis to understand what the intent is, so they can get a good idea whether this is a referral that you want to keep going. And then there might be times for urgency referrals. We don't want to have a situation where there's an item, for example, legislation at the state level that you want to take action on and support or oppose. So we might have to come back really quickly with action on urgency referrals. And so the way we would do that is have when I do meetings on the referral, new referrals each week. At that point, it would be listed on the agenda, any urgency referrals, and I would make a quick presentation, maybe have staff do a quick presentation at that time, and get board direction whether that referral should move forward. Similar to the preliminary analysis that we have for regular referrals, we do that with the urgency referrals. So this is the form that my excellent assistant, Karina Bakanovich, has created for staff to use when they're returning with the preliminary analysis, so that the staff doesn't have to recreate the wheel each time they're coming back to the board with that preliminary analysis to try to get board direction. And that's basically the sum of the presentation on the recommendation for revising the referral process. I want to thank Supervisor Phillips for making this referral on referrals. And I'm here to answer any questions, and hopefully we can get board direction on moving forward with that amended process.
Thank you, CEO McKee. I'm going to pass it over to Supervisor Phillips, since this was originally your referral, if you want to start us off.
Yeah, I think it's important that we have a process and uniformity in the process. This referral is a classical example. I made it 7 months ago, and in the meantime, other referrals have come and gone, and some have been there a long time. So I think it's important that we bring it back within 3 weeks or a month, where we say, okay, this is going to take X amount of time, this is going to take X amount of money, and this is the direction that we should go. So we make sure that the whole board is in favor of whatever the referral is and is supportive moving forward. And we know then we can figure out, well, how long is it going to take to accomplish this? And this is the direction we want to go. So I obviously support it.
Thank you. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I got no problem with needing some more clarification in the process and guidance, I think, for all future boards of supervisors about how to get items on the agenda. But I do just want to caution, because I think each of us at different times becomes very passionate about certain issues that are important to our district or to the county, and things do not stay stagnant. Sometimes we'll be working on certain issues and then new issues arise. And as a board, we need to be able to act upon them. I think when each of us ran for office, it was with a commitment to try to solve problems and make our county progress and solve the problems facing our residents, our county, our businesses, our schools. And so I knew the referral process needed some improvement, but I also wanted to make some cautions here, because some of the procedures put here are very subjective, and it might be me one day, but it might be you one day, where you care about an issue and you want to bring an issue forward for a full discussion and a full decision by the 5 of us. But if staff who might not be so keen on your referral could easily, to create some shock and awe, could put the numbers of the cost very high, could put the hours of staffing very high, and it's totally subjective. It's just whatever number the staff person wants to put in there, perhaps with direction of the department head, they could put a large number, and then your issue will never come to a full analysis, a full list of options and recommendations, and a full decision by the board. That's what I want to caution each of us about that. And because that's been my experience with some of the referrals. I have a referral about consolidating the juvenile hall that Simone Salinas and I filed that has yet to come to the board, and it was closed without even notifying me. I was never consulted on it at all by the previous probation chief. And the only time I was consulted was to hold it off because of the construction problems happening at our juvenile hall. But that just shows an example where if a department head doesn't want to do anything, they could really stall things or put some big numbers that would scare all the boards. Oh, we cannot spend money there, when we haven't even done any analysis on. So the numbers become the barrier before any work is done, or before we can even consider a full range of options, some that in the end might not be costly at all. And because of that, there was another one on ADUs that I filed in 2017 when I first became a supervisor that has yet to come to the board 5 years later. I know we pushed for a report on it in Health, Housing, and Human Services and Homelessness Committee, but so it should come to us in a month. But it's been taking 5 years. Government should not take so long for something that Seaside and even Salinas recently did in a matter of a few months. So that's what would be my recommendation. Is it's so subjective. We have to caution on that, because it is going to impact each and every one of us in some way when you try to put a referral forward that maybe staff or department doesn't want to really work on, or if they're just saying, oh, we have too much work. And I've heard that before. We have too much work. Previously, RMA staff told us that. They even came to us wanting us to take one issue off the priority list to put in others. But our job is to do the people's business. That's the role of local government. And we have to get the work done. We can't just say, I have too much on my plate, don't put any more on it. But I have actually heard those statements. And so even with this referral process, first of all, the person making the referral should be contacted by the staff. I think in most of my referrals, I rarely got contacted just for questions, guidance, other input, almost zero. I think probably 10% out of all the referrals I've done. And number two, certainly when a referral gets closed, the person who made the referral, the supervisor who made the referral, should be contacted prior to that happening. In the case of the juvenile hall, a memo was done to close it, and I was never notified. And I had to then do another referral or have it reopened. And so that should just be integrated into the process as well. But my main concerns is that that sub number 3 and 4 and department, then even number 5, there's a estimated project cost, estimated staffing effort, and then departmental challenges for referral completion. So that's where you're going to see the pushback now come early on from staff saying, these are the reasons why we can't do your referral. So I'm just flagging that now. I know it's going to be real. And I want all the supervisors to take it to heart before we put this in paper, make it the process, and then put barriers for getting the people's business done. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a very interesting discussion that we're having, and I think it's an absolute critical one. I know that we absolutely need to have a vehicle to make referrals that are specific to the needs of our respective districts. I also recognize that referrals are often on issues that are not part of the current work plans of our staff. But until we find a better way, it seems like the only way we have to raise issues that we as a board member believe we need to address is through some sort of a referral system. I think the board should commit to our referrals being done within reasonable limits, especially as we enter tighter fiscal times. I appreciate that clarifications in the referral process, and I think that they will help us focus on things that are part of our strategic goals and the core county services. I also think that just because something is, quote, difficult or controversial, it doesn't mean that it should not be dealt with in a reasonable amount of time. And I'm referring specifically to short-term rentals. That referral has been on our list for 7 years. You know, that is just insane. And again, I'll go back to quoting one of my colleagues that said, you know, the cities have been able to take care of this in a matter of weeks. And it's not. We keep attempting to recreate the wheel. And I feel like that is not the way for us to really be doing our due diligence as people who are charged with governance and good governance. I know that there are some of the referrals that are in the range that are really major issues, major important issues, ADUs and short-term rentals certainly being among them. So necessarily, we must have the staff clarify up front when a referral is going to take a lot longer or be much more resource intensive than some of the other things that just kind of come through here. I'm thinking that we should probably take a look at the current list of referrals and whether there are any items where board direction may be needed on whether to support, discontinue it, or modify any of the pending items that have been on the list for some time. I think we have a responsibility to clear the ones that we have on the list that we put and we agree to go on the list and not take any new ones until we get the old ones cleared out. I'm not clear about the days, the time. It said that there's a 21-day preliminary response time, and I just want to make sure that with staff, that's a realistic time frame based on the historic experience with looking at referrals. So I would have that as a question to staff as we continue on. But I think we definitely need to clean this up a little bit. I know that it is a critical thing that we have to get items on the agenda, but I think that it definitely needs to be tightened up. And I think that Supervisor Phillips's referral does exactly that. So thank you. Referral on the referral. Thank you.
Thank you,
But
Supervisor
I do
Adams.
have that one the one question outstanding though, whether or not the 21-day referral is a reasonable amount of time.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. I'm sure that staff would appreciate more time, but the idea there is not to do a response to the referral within 21 days. It's to bring back a preliminary analysis of what it will take to respond to the referral.
No, I totally get that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I got that.
I think there are some board members who wanted it to be 14 days, and I pushed for 21 days. A part of that would have to be that staff would have to contact the referring supervisor, for example, to say, yeah, we're not even going to get it back in 21 days because even the preliminary analysis is complex. So your point is well taken, and we certainly could put that into the system that they have that opportunity, but I wouldn't want it to be an automatic that it's always more than 21 days because I think there are some that could come back with a preliminary analysis within the 21 days.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I just wanted to state that my position, and I trust that as things come forward after 21 days, we're not going to see much that's controversial, but I do understand that concern as well. In the overall feeling, in the overall trajectory of many of these referrals from the beginning, the feelings that supervisors have had early in terms of supporting or not supporting the concept of a referral, I think could be worked out within that 21 days and at least give direction to staff on prioritization. And so for that reason, I'm supportive of this process and pathway. But I do also see some of the potential pitfalls and know that at least for now, what we have is the ability to trial this process as a board and really call out some of the, some of the changes we may want to see after perhaps 6 months or so. So I think building in to direction that it come back after a certain time period so that we can true up any necessary changes or at least get a check-in with the full board and public again would be a positive thing. So just wanted to throw that out there. But overall, I'm willing to support the proposed change today.
Thank you. I remember back 12 years ago when Supervisor Parker had first been elected, and we realized there was no formal process for the board members to ask to have something placed on the agenda. We were fully at the mercy of county staff. And so the creation of the board referral process was an intent to create some sort of written formal process by which supervisors could request to have something placed on the agenda for consideration by their colleagues. So it's come a long way, and I think it's appropriate to review how it's working and what changes might need to be made. So I'm just going to repeat back a few of the thoughts that I heard my colleagues share that I could definitely support. In the template, Charles, that's been presented here, I think including some, it says provide direction, and that direction could be to support moving forward. It could be to discontinue work on this, or it could be to modify the referral in some way. So if we can get in the practice, I think, of giving that level of direction and knowing that those are the options when this report comes back to the board. I think the suggestion made to contact the referral, whoever the staff assigned, is to contact the referral maker to have a more one-on-one conversation about what the intent of the referral is, would be valuable for everyone involved. I think that when this report comes back to the board, having an attached copy of the original referral that came from the referral maker would be beneficial. I know that when we've issued referrals, board referrals in the past, we try to attach, examples of policies that we're referencing. Sometimes there's attached memos or any additional research that's been done on an item. So that would also, I think, Supervisor Alejo, give the referral maker an opportunity to have their perspective included in the consideration with the staff response, the initial staff response. And then I also think Supervisor Lopez's comment about asking to just sort of check in again on how the referral process is working in 6 months would be beneficial for everyone. I think I covered most of what I heard from my Supervisor Adams. Did I miss something from you?
Yes, to consider clearing the old ones, not to bring any new ones on until we clear the old ones.
I don't agree with that, because that would just artificially put up barriers to doing any work that needs to be done.
Or it would prompt staff to do the work.
So Supervisor, so you're asking that we maybe could I suggest amending that suggestion so that it is asking maybe to have agendized a review of our outstanding board referrals that are sitting. I wouldn't want to limit our ability to submit new referrals. There are urgency items that come up along the way, and I wouldn't want to not be able to continue to do the public's business while we wait to clear past referrals. There's different departments that could take on, there's multiple paths we can follow. Would that be okay with you, Supervisor Adams, if we just asked to bring back a review of all of the outstanding referrals?
Yeah, I'll go with that. That's a good comment. That's good common ground. Thank you.
Okay, fabulous. All right. Anything else, Supervisor Phillips, that we missed?
No, I think that's a good thing. I think we should have an evaluation of where we are on the referrals, but that shouldn't preclude us from moving forward on any other referrals that may come up.
All right. I did have one question, Supervisor CAO McKee. Other counties I know have different ways of processing requests from board members to have things placed on the agenda. In many other counties, board members actually draft and place their own items on the agenda. In other counties, there are, in order to get something on the agenda, you have to have two supervisors, like a buddy system in place. Have we ever explored or looked at other options or other processes that are used in other communities to field board requests for agenda items?
I'm not aware of exploring that. I know there's different processes in different counties, and some are very onerous and some are much looser. And it's, their cities and counties have different methods of getting things on the agenda.
Okay, yeah, and I think for me, really, I do think it is incumbent on us to do the public's business in public, and having the board referrals allows us to sunshine the requests that are being made, and keep from ending up in a situation where supervisors are giving staff direction without having full board support or clarity about what we want to be working on. So I think it's been a good process in my experience.
And Madam Chair, if I could just chime in on that last point, I think that's a really important point. That's kind of where referral kind of came to light, was not just to get things on the agenda, but there were a lot of attempts by supervisors and their staffs over the years to direct things because they needed a way to get things done, and we understand that. And it can be very challenging. It can, the person who's making the request doesn't always understand the impact that it has on staff, the unease with for them to have to deal with it, not knowing how to respond to the board member or the board staff. And the referral process is a way, like you said, to daylight that kind of activity, to say, no, we need to have a process where it's fair, it's everybody can see how it's happening, it's done transparently, and that's kind of the genesis petition to get things on the agenda. But a lot of things are not just to get on the agenda; it's to get things done, as you said.
Yeah, great. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, just just wanted to reiterate to make sure that the maker of the referral is notified before staff attempt to close any referral. I mean, that's just basic courtesy, and it would prevent us from having to waste time to then go and try to reopen everything and start all over again. But a question for Charles was just on the estimated cost and staffing efforts. How do we better ensure that we're not just getting some subjective number and that might not reflect reality, or whether it's just a way to try to undermine an effort from going forward early on?
Thank you, Supervisor. That's a really tough question. I think that staff is going to struggle every time to try to figure out what the accurate number should be on cost, because it's going to be unknown. Obviously, if it's like I said earlier, if it's to put in a stop sign or a stoplight, that's different. I think they understand basically what that will cost. But there are a lot of other things which take staff time. That's going to be an unknown, and I appreciate your concern that we don't use that as a mechanism to kill a proposed referral. But it's done, with the best estimate. And when it comes to the board with that preliminary analysis, I would appreciate at that point with the board asking tough questions to try and elicit the true cost if they can get there, or even a response that says, we really don't know what the cost is going to be at this point, and we're going to have to bring that piece back.
Right, and that's why I think that at least the 6-month review allows us, if we implement this, to see how it's working, and then be able to make modifications based on experience. So that makes me feel a little bit better. But I just want to convey my concern that this is an easy opening to try to undermine referrals early on.
Right, and as a county administrator, I would try to take every measure I can to not have it to be undermining a board's referral, because you are the leaders of the county, and as staff we have to be implementing what you direct.
Supervisor Alejo, I appreciate the question, and I'm wondering, we don't have it in front of us in this presentation, but the form that supervisors use when we make a board referral has not been amended, I believe, since it was created over a decade ago. So if you have suggestions about how the form can be amended, if we're going to attach the copy of the referral to the staff analysis, initial analysis, maybe there's places in that form where we could allow the supervisor to give some indication of what the anticipated project cost or level of staffing involvement might be. Do you have any thoughts about how that form could be amended to address the concerns that you have?
Yeah, I will take a look at that form, and I absolutely do that, because sometimes staff, when they don't consult you, they're thinking one thing, and when you might actually have another idea that might reduce cost and time substantially. So that's why those added steps, I think, would help. get a more accurate picture of what we're actually aiming for, and not waste staff time and not waste resources when it might not be needed.
So maybe, Charles, maybe what we could do is take a look at the referral form, and if supervisors have suggestions for amendments to that form, if we could get those over to our CAO, and if the CAO could look at that form and maybe cross-reference it to the staff summary that would come back, and make sure that we're giving each supervisor the opportunity to maybe predict what they think some of those answers might be. If there is that information available.
Absolutely, because it might be actually a much more simple referral than staff is envisioning. And so, Madam Chair, if I could just say that if we had a motion today to approve of the proposed revisions to the referral process with a couple of additions, that they work with referring supervisor on the intent, obviously not with separate direction from that supervisor, but work on with supervisor on the intent of the referral, that the referring supervisor be contacted before a referral is closed, that they, when they bring back both the preliminary analysis as well as if a final item comes back to the board, that the original referral is attached to the board report, that we have a review of outstanding referrals and addressing any obstacles that might be to completing those outstanding referrals, bring that back to the board, and that would probably be within this direction also to come back within 6 months on a check-in on how this revised process is working.
That sounds like what I heard. Let's take this out to public comment and see if there's any thoughts from the public to guide us in our thinking here. We don't have anyone lined up in chambers. Is there anyone on the line who would like to share your thoughts with us about our board referral process? Seeing no public hands raised, I'll close public comment on this item, bring it back to the board, and I think that our CAO, Charles McKee, outlined what a motion would be that incorporates the discussion we've had here today.
I would so move and adopt all the statements of the golden tongue there.
I'll second that.
Wonderful. So we have a motion by Supervisor Phillips and a second by Supervisor Adams. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. With that, it is 11:55, and I think this is the first meeting that I've led where we will actually get to adjourn for lunch on time. Thank you, thank you everyone for your patience with our meetings that have just been incredibly intense and long and detailed. We enjoyed your lunch break and closed session. We will be reconvening at 1:30 p.m. For a number of items this afternoon on our County Board of Supervisors meeting. We also have a joint City of Salinas County Board meeting that begins at 4 p.m. to discuss to continue our discussion about homelessness issues and response to our response to homelessness in Monterey County. So we look forward to having the City of Salinas Council join us at 4 p.m. for a joint meeting. So we do have a long day ahead of us, so get some lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1:30. All right, do we have all of our supervisors back in the Zoom room with us? It is 1:32 on Tuesday, April 27th. We are reconvening the Monterey County Board of Supervisors to our afternoon session. For those of you who are watching us on Facebook Live or YouTube Live, you may also join us on Zoom at webinar ID number 224-397-747. Could we get a roll call by the clerk?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Ru Askew appearing in person.
We have our Spanish interpreter, Omar Perez, here with us today. Would you like to make an announcement about interpretation services?
Hola, mi nombre es Omar, yo seré el intérprete de español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita los servicios del intérprete, por favor ven ahora aquí para que pueda explicar el proceso. Gracias.
This afternoon, we have a handful of items on our agenda, starting with item number 11, which is a briefing and update on our COVID-19 work. So I will welcome Nick Chulas.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board members. We have a very brief update for you this afternoon. Dr. Moreno is going to give you a public health update, and the IT director, Eric Chatham, is going to give you an update on the emergency broadband benefit program. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. Ed Moreno, Monterey County Health Officer, Director of Public Health. I've got to provide a brief update on COVID-19. I'll start with a reminder that the monitoring metrics are on the our website, and so we continue to encourage people to visit our website to get the latest information that we posted there on COVID-19 here in Monterey County. As far as the what we've been tracking here in Monterey County, a few metrics based on data that's collected here locally. We're continue to see that our case rate is stable. It's the number of cases per 100,000. So case rate is stable. Our test positivity is stable. That's the percentage of individuals that are positive. Our hospital ICU capacity is stable, and testing turnaround time is stable. And our vaccine coverage is now at about 58% of individuals who are 16 and older who are eligible to receive the vaccine have received at least one dose of vaccine. This was looking at the case rate that continues to decrease, and we have essentially a plateau of cases that continue to occur due to ongoing transmission here in Monterey County. But fortunately, we have not seen any sign at this time of resurgence of which would suggest, possibly suggest another surge in cases. As far as the California Blueprint for a Safer Economy, information can be found at the website here on this slide. But the information on the blueprint metric, which establishes the tiers that each county is in, has been updated, and we know that our adjusted case rate is 2.2% as determined and reported out by the state today. So we continue to, we've been in orange tier now for 3 weeks. We continue to meet yellow tier criteria for positivity rates, but we are still just slightly above the threshold when it comes to the adjusted case rate. So the state again has determined that we are assigned to the orange tier. As far as testing, I usually report on, when I say testing, we're really talking about viral testing, people getting tested to determine whether or not they have COVID-19. And we did see that from the California Department of Public Health information showing that the rate of testing in California, which is the blue line, did decrease statewide, and also the orange line is testing in Monterey County. But there has been an increase in testing. Just recently, you can see on as the blue line continues, it starts to increase, and the orange line is increasing as well. So testing is going up. But that's viral testing, which which is what we've been really focusing on during this pandemic. However, there's a increasing interest in another type of testing, which is antibody testing. And this is not for the purposes of diagnosing people and giving health advice to. This is the purpose of understanding the prevalence of COVID-19 immunity in Monterey County and California. So the California Department of Public Health, working closely with Stanford University, has begun a seroprevalence study. And essentially, there's three main goals that they want to achieve. One is the state wants to estimate how many Californians have antibodies to COVID-19, and they want to do this over time. They also want to learn more about the presence of antibodies by age, race, ethnicity, and region in California. And then finally, they want to learn more about activities that are associated with having antibodies to COVID-19. So essentially, there are a few counties that were invited to participate. They include Alameda County, El Dorado, Kern, Los Angeles, Monterey County, San Diego, and Shasta counties. The state and Stanford have begun to randomly select California residents from these counties. And the invitation asks that one adult and if there are children, up to one child per household complete the survey, where parents can complete the survey on behalf of the child and submit a blood sample, which is collected using a home test kit, specimen collection kit. The state is not going to be asking for personally identifiable information such as name or date of birth. The antibody test results will be shared with the participants approximately 3 to 4 weeks after they submit the sample back to the state. And the state is offering a $20 stipend for each survey that's returned and each kit that's returned. So if one household returns a survey and specimen for an adult and a survey for a child, that's $80 in stipends that would be received by the household. I did speak with a representative from California Department of Public Health today, and they verified that the mail started going out April 20th, and that some of those have already gone out to residents here in Monterey County. So I think what I want to emphasize here is this is a really important study across this that represents California, but Monterey County has an important role to play. Our residents, that anyone who receives the invitation by mail, we strongly encourage you to look at the survey and hopefully you'll agree to participate in the survey, answer the survey, send it back, as well as the specimen. The information will help us here in Monterey County, but also the state understand what proportion of Californians already have antibodies, either from being vaccinated or having had COVID-19 in the past. And individuals who participate will get the stipend, and also they'll get to know whether or not they have antibodies against COVID-19. So I encourage people to participate. As far as vaccines, again, a lot of information on our website about the progress of vaccinations here in Monterey County. The one update I have is regarding the Janssen or the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. The Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, this is a committee that advises the CDC, did meet, and as well as the Western Scientific Safety Review Work Group, which works with the states of Washington and Oregon. They did meet, and the ACIP did make a recommendation to the CDC, which was to resume vaccination with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. However, the recommendation is that when people are considering getting vaccinated with this vaccine, that they be made aware of the adverse events that occurred. The Western States Scientific Safety Review Work Group also supports the CDC and FDA recommendations, and so the recommendation is to lift the pause and begin to resume the vaccine. Specifically here in California, California Department of Public Health encourages vaccine providers to resume using the Johnson & Johnson vaccine as long as the vaccine providers give educational material to people who are considering getting vaccinated with this vaccine that informs people of the benefits of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which is, again, decreases severe illness, hospitalizations, and deaths, as well as the low risk of adverse effects, including the blood clots that were reported from the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and also the availability of other vaccines in California. And we here locally and on a statewide level, we still encourage providers and people who receive vaccines to to report the reactions that they've had, either by contacting, going to the VAERS, VAERS, VAERS website and reporting that directly to the federal government, or you downloading the CDC VSafe app to track and report reactions that people have are having to any of the 3 vaccines. Despite the pause, we continue to make progress on vaccinating residents here in Monterey County, and at this time, about 61% of people living in the Peninsula and Big Sur area have received at least 1 dose. 50% of people in North County received at least 1 dose. 62% of people in Salinas Salinas area received 1 dose, and approximately 50% of people in the South County region have received at least 1 dose. As far as COVID-19 guidance, again, there's information on the state website for people in Monterey County regarding what is allowed with modifications here in Monterey County, as well as specific guidance for various industries and business sectors. As far as local guidance, we do have one update, and that is regarding the social circle guidance. So in June 12th, 2020, the Monterey County Health Department released guidance for social circles, which acknowledged that during the pandemic, there may be times when people from more than one household may need to meet and get together to support each other to get through the pandemic. So the health department issued social guidance, which allowed for some people to get together from different households, but in a way that would minimize the risk of transmission of the virus. However, we recognize now that the state has issued several guidance documents regarding gatherings, as well as guidance documents that allow for private and public events that bring people from different households together during COVID-19 pandemic. So we did update the social circle guidance, but it does, the update merely requires people to follow the guidance issued by the state of California regarding gatherings, so we can have some consistency here in Monterey County with what the state has recommended. And finally, I'll just end with a reminder that there are still people who haven't been vaccinated at all. Some people haven't been fully vaccinated, and some people who are not eligible to receive the vaccine yet, which includes children. So we do need to continue to remember to wear face coverings, avoid gatherings when possible, wash hands frequently, practice social distancing, get vaccinated if you're eligible to get vaccinated, and to get tested. And I'll end with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moreno, for the presentation. We're going to proceed with the rest of our presentations, and then we'll go to questions from the board. Eric Chatham, our IT director, is here to share some information about the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program. And Eric, if we could try to hold to 5 minutes so that we'll have time for questions for everyone as well, that'd be fabulous. Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, looks like we got everything up and running. Okay, so thank you. I'm Eric Chatham. I'm the director of the Information Technology Department. Wanted to give a quick update on a service that's come out called the Emergency Broadband Benefit Program. It is a $3.2 billion federal initiative to help lower the cost of high-speed internet for eligible households during the COVID-19 pandemic. It was created as part of the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021. Oops. The benefit actually is there's multiple benefits here. It's up to $50 a month discount for broadband services. If you are on households on tribal land, $75 a month. There's one-time discounts of up to $100 for laptops, desktop computer, or tablet purchased through a participating provider. And the benefit is limited to 1 monthly service discount and 1 device discount per eligible household. Who is eligible? Anyone that qualifies, household that qualifies for the Lifeline program, or receives benefits under the free and reduced price school lunch program or school breakfast program, experienced a substantial loss of income since February 29th of 2020, and the whole household has a total income in 2020 of below 99,000 for single filers or 198,000 for joint filers. Anyone that received a federal Pell Grant in the current award year, and anyone that meets eligibility criteria for participating providers' existing low-income or COVID-19 programs. Getting multiple screens here. So you can, participating broadband providers are all the major providers are participating in this program, including AT&T, Charter, Verizon, T-Mobile, and Comcast. There is a list of providers on the website that's presented here. And then also for signing up, the sign up is not available as of yet. We checked it earlier this morning. It is supposed to be happening soon, according to the website. It was proposed to be done by the end of this month, so I would check it on a regular basis. If you go to the website www.fcc.gov/broadband benefit, it will go into details of who's eligible and the different programs that you can sign up for. So I'd recommend that individuals continue to check that website and for eligibility as well as for signing up as soon as possible. And that's the end of the presentation.
All right, thank you, Eric. And it's a really exciting program. I'm really glad you were able to share some information. I believe you spoke to the media in our media briefing recently as well. So thank you for your work to get the word out about this program. I think that's everything for our COVID update today. So we'll take it to our supervisors for any questions or comments to staff. Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, thank you, Eric, for bringing this presentation. It was something I requested for both the media and for this board. And it was mostly to get the word out. There's all these rolling out of different federal programs with significant funding behind it, but it seems like the word doesn't always get out to our residents that need it most. If you're a low-income, Spanish-speaking, or just a low-income resident that qualifies, you're like, where do I go to start? Could you answer that? And the second question, obviously you go to the website, but or do you go to your provider? If for our average county resident that's looking, what could I draw down to benefit from this up to $50 amount on $50 subsidized internet service program? Where would they go? And secondly, can we utilize our messaging team to do some social media flyers and just some publicizing of the event or the program, so we could try to maximize the number of county residents that are utilizing this? We know that our kids were central figures in discussion about the digital divide, but this is an opportunity where there's money available, and I know it's only available till the money runs out. So we don't know how long that will necessarily be, but it seems imperative to get the word out so that our families benefit.
Yes, so just real quickly, we'll work with getting this published onto the website so that everyone can actually get to some of the URLs are a little bit complicated to get to, but it is because it's not available yet for signing up. I would check it on a daily basis and this is the www.fcc.gov/broadband benefit, and we'll get that posted so folks can click on that and check that. And we'll work with Maya Carroll and see if we can get some other social media distribution of the URL so that individuals can go and look at the eligibility and the different programs, because there's multiple programs or multiple benefits for household, especially if you're buying tablets and computers or other devices, as well as funds to offset your broadband costs.
But for your typical resident, like if they have Comcast or Charter in South Monterey County, that's who they would try to apply with, so they could be able to get that subsidy quickly?
Actually, they'll apply through this website, which will then direct them to any of the providers that they use. So it could be existing providers that they already have, or a new provider that they want to work with. Whether it's if they're on Comcast today, it would provide funds to offset those costs. If
Great.
it's they want to go to a new one, they can go to a new provider as well.
So it's centrally located. Y'all have to go to that website and apply
Yes.
those first. Got it. Okay, that makes it clear for all of us. And certainly getting those flyers to be able to help publicize it to our constituents would be appreciated. Thank you, Eric.
Absolutely.
Fabulous. Any other board comments or questions for our COVID presentation today? I don't see any hands raised, so I'll take it out to the public. Members of the public with questions or comments, please raise your hand now. This is for the COVID update. Seeing no public comment, we'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to our board. And I just want to again thank the health department for the level of detailed tracking about the vaccination rates in the community. I don't think it was shared in Dr. Moreno's presentation today, but I know that we are closely tracking by zip code and by different subgroups of populations within our county, the rate of vaccinations, and really looking at how we can be very strategic and thoughtful about the different strategies needed to get information to communities in the ways that they are accessing that information so that they know how to either get vaccinated if they're ready or how to continue getting tested if they're not quite ready to get vaccinated yet. Seeing no additional hands raised, we will keep moving along to our next item. I'm going to close this. We'll have received this report. It didn't sound like there was any direction to staff. We'll move on to item number 12, which is consider adoption of a resolution amending Article IE of the Monterey County Master Fee Resolution effective July 1st to adjust fees related to oversight and services provided by the Health Department Environmental Health Bureau. And I see Rick Encarnacion on the line with Health Director Elsa Mendoza Jimenez to present to us today. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Ruth Askew and members of the board. This is Rick Encarnacion, Acting Bureau Chief for the Environmental Health Bureau. I'm here today with my director, Elsa Mendoza Jimenez, the Director of Health. And we're here to present to you the Health Department's environmental health fee increase and fee waiver proposal for fiscal year 2021 to 2022. The recommendation is to adopt the resolution amending Article IE of the Monterey County Master Fee Resolution effective July 1st, 2021, to adjust fees relating to the oversight and services provided by the Health Department's Environmental Health Bureau, and provide direction to staff regarding waiver of certain fees for fiscal year 2021-2022, and provision of supplemental funding from the county's designated American Rescue Plan Act funds. In fiscal year 2016 to 17, the Environmental Health Bureau contracted with MGT America to conduct a comparison analysis of its facility and permit fees. MGT America recommended a fee increase of 14%, which was approved and implemented incrementally at the request of the board. The Environmental Health Bureau now requests a 2% increase, which herein only continues to partially recapture the true current costs of services. Please also note additional costs incurred since back then in 2017 did not include in the MGT analysis employee salary cost of living adjustments at 10.5%, our CalCap indirect costs at 35%, and salary wage adjustments at 11%. The Health Department's Environmental Health Bureau is requesting the approval of a proposed 2% across-the-board fee increase to more closely reflect, while not exceeding, the actual and reasonable costs of services and benefits provided to the public. Adoption of the proposed fees will contribute to the self-sufficiency of the Environmental Health Bureau's programs. However, the fee increase will not fully cover costs of services and benefits and may still result in the need for additional future general fund contributions for those services to remain at current 2020-21 staffing levels. These are some of the key services that environmental health provides. Consistently and most notably throughout this COVID crisis, environmental health staff continue to provide health inspections, health permits, environmental health emergency response, and public education, and responding to public complaints and concerns. Also within these services are the environmental health's role in response sheltering, and rebuild efforts related to the wildfires and winter storm events. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to my director, Elsa Jimenez.
Good afternoon. Chair Askew, members of the board, and members of the public. I want to circle back with the board and the public regarding a proposal that I presented at your board's budget workshop on April 6th. And returning for your consideration, whether or not you would consider providing some assistance to local businesses that have been most impacted by COVID-19. You know, the last 14 months have not been business as usual for many of these entities. Some of them had to significantly scale back their operations, while others were not permitted to resume operation for several months. And so today I'm circling back with the request for your consideration to consider waiving annual permit fees paid to the Health Department's Environmental Health Bureau by restaurants, personal care services or body art operations, public swimming pools and spas, and grocery retailers and retail markets. Next slide. In our review of the American Rescue Plan Act, we do think that there is an opportunity to utilize some of these dollars to help provide assistance to businesses most directly impacted by COVID-19. If your board were to consider providing some assistance to these entities, we have about 3,700 permits we issue in these categories. 100% waiving of the annual permit cost would result in about a $3.4 million. A 75% waiver of the annual permit fee would be a $2.5 million, and then half of the annual permit fee would be about $1.7 million. And if your board were to provide direction to staff today to waive these annual permit fees that are due to take effect July 1st, 2021, and consider utilizing ARPA as a potential funding source for this to be able to backfill revenue losses for the health department. Next slide. And so in summary, we're presenting two recommendations to you today. The first is for your consideration and adoption of our resolution that amends our environmental health master fee schedule that would take effect July 1st, 2021. And secondly, seeking board direction for the department in terms of providing assistance to our local businesses in the restaurant, personal art, pools, and grocery retailers who were most impacted by COVID-19 with the respect of not being able to be in full operation during the last consistently during the last 14 months, and working with the budget office to identify an alternate funding source for that revenue. And with that, we'll take any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Elsa. All right, we do have a few board questions. I will start with Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I would support both requests from our environmental health, but just on the where I do have a question is on the grocery retailers, because not everybody's in the same boat. You know, some of the larger chains have obviously done very well, and they've been open, they haven't shut down. Some have even had record sales during the pandemic. So not everybody's in the same boat. I could understand the small grocery stores and smaller businesses, but would this cover all of them, or can we craft it in a way to at least in that sector, to be able to focus on those who really need it versus just saying a blanket, and then those who have been, you know, haven't been necessarily impacted are just getting fees waived without having shown hardship?
So the proposal today includes all of the businesses that receive an annual permit for making food available. So whether it be somebody at a local flea market or swap meet, or somebody in a retailer. If your board would like us to revisit the permits issued under the retail market with food preparation or that whole category, that is something we can consider. And I don't know, Rick, if you know the number of retailers that kind of fit that larger category that Supervisor Alejo is referring to? I think he's thinking about like the large, like Safeways, the large retail.
Thank you. Also, thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Our system that we have in terms of issuing the permits, we don't make distinctions on the gross sales or the square footage. It is by food service, in this case, groceries. So if we were to tease those out of our system, it would practically be by business name and not by, we don't issue the health permits by the number of sales, so to speak. But if it were to be by business name, I mean, we would be able to filter it out of our system, but otherwise it is basically permits issued by food service.
I get that, but my question is, if we're focusing this on hardship, and there's obviously vast majority of businesses have, but the larger corporate grocery stores and even those with food beyond groceries, just the food kitchen type settings, you know, Cardenas and Safeway, they all have their deli sections, but we're just waiving fees when there's no correlation with hardship that they endured during the pandemic. And that's where I think with limited resources we have to fine tune where we put limited resources and not just do a blanket for all. And I think when it comes to businesses, certainly a certain size could be one of those thresholds where we decide we're going to help businesses from a certain size down. But in this case, if we just do it all, we're just giving it to businesses who have not felt the real impact during the pandemic, because they have been stayed open and they have done very well, if not even exceeded what they were making previously. And I don't know
if Dwayne Woods is on the line. In terms of the funding source for this program, I understood that there were some limitations on the ability to use the ARPA funds depending on how the program was structured. Dwayne, are you able to share some of that context? Or maybe not. Okay.
Yeah, well, that's my issue. That needs to be crafted. But I think that the restaurants and all that, we obviously know they've been through different plight over the last year or so. So those are clear for me. I just want to fine tune this other section because I think there's many in that category that just I don't think could demonstrate that they've been impacted in the same way as other small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for adding that context. And Dwayne, I see you just logging on, and we're just looking for some background information on the ARPA funding for the fee waiver proposal from Environmental Health Bureau.
Thanks, Supervisor. I think Supervisor Alejo makes a good point. One of the concepts behind the ARPA funding is that the business has endured some type of hardship. Therefore, these funds come in to help the hardship. So I think just a blanket release of funds under ARPA, there might be an issue whether or not it qualifies for ARPA funding because it's supposed to be pandemic relief. And if you have a business that has not suffered financial hardship, it's really not a relief, it's really a windfall. So I think in crafting a program, the department really needs to look at how they craft it.
All right, we have other supervisors with questions. Thank you for adding that additional information. So depending on how the program is crafted, we may or may not be able to use ARPA funds for all or some of how, depending on the ways in which it comes together. Supervisor Phillips.
Thank you. Yeah, I at least on that issue, I tend to agree with Supervisor Alejo that we ought to be a little more discriminatory. I mean, certainly the big stores are a little different than the restaurants on it, but to get together on the fee increase, I got a real concern about this. I mean, we've increased our fees on this 14% in the last 4 years, and now we've caught up to where we're supposed to be, and they say we need another 2%. And you know, it's real easy to just not control county costs when you know you're just going to turn it on and bounce it over to the consumer. And especially like my small water districts in Monterey County that we have a lot of that really aren't even monitored in other counties and aren't monitored here, and their cost is going up, and that's what I hear so much about. And we're talking about our rate, which hourly rate, which I know it's fully loaded, but at $168 an hour, compared to San Luis Obispo for 135. I know we got some other counties there that are the high cost county, but we're not talking about Kern County, Fresno County, San Joaquin County. So I think we got up and we raised 14% now in this time, just coming out of pandemic, to add another 2% to that. I'm not in favor of it, and I won't support it. I will support the waiver at least at 75% for those businesses that, as Supervisor Leo talked about, be a little more discriminatory about I know that causes problems for administration, but we can be a little more discriminatory about the businesses that really suffered compared to the other ones.
Thank you for your comments, Supervisor Phillips. Supervisor Adams.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm thinking about the ARPA money around here, and it sounds like the Budget Department and the Health Department or Environmental Health have a difference of opinion on whether or not the ARPA funds would be qualified to cover these things. And I'm just wondering from, I guess, through the budget side, if we're going to be able to get a more definitive answer on whether the fee waiver, should we go for that one, would be allowable use of funds under the economic recovery category. And that's one element. And then the second is there any way that we could know, number one, just clarifying the amount of ARPA funding that we're going to get for this year? And then do we have a comprehensive report yet of all of the recommendations, requests, et cetera, that are coming forward, so that we can gauge, looking at all of the different elements, different ideas that are coming forward to use the ARPA funding? How can we view it all together so that we have an idea of putting priority on some of the different items?
I'm going to defer that question to Dwayne Woods. I think that's a question for Dwayne.
I'll try to remember all the questions. First of all, we're waiting for the Treasury to provide the guidance behind the use of the ARPA funds. Right now, we're looking at the legislation language, which is quite broad, but also has very specific intent. So the Treasury is supposed to at any day now post on their website more guidance. So that will help us. So it's still early. Our amount is $84.8 million over the next 3-year period is the amount. And at the Budget Committee tomorrow, we have agendized sort of an initial beginning discussion for that committee about the allocation of ARPA funds and what support or recommendations they may make to the full board about what kind of, how to use those funds in the 4 major categories that the legislation allows, which is pandemic response, local government revenue backfill, capital projects related to sewer, water, and broadband, and specific business resiliency recovery efforts. Those are the 4 major categories. I hope I answered as many questions as I could remember.
You did a great job. I think so the question would be then, when do you have any idea when we will get the report that you're talking about?
I'm expecting, well, the report, the initial report is already out on the agenda for the Budget Committee. We'll discuss it with the supervisors on that committee tomorrow, and that guidance will then be brought forward to the board. We had planned on it around during the budget hearings on June 2nd.
Okay, and then thank you very much for that. Yeah, I think that's it. Oh, yes, I know what it was. Can you just tell me, would you envision that the 84.8 would be divided into 3 equal parcels? Or do you envision, a lot year number 1 and then have kind of winding down 2 and 3? Is your experience
Yeah, I
determined?
would, I would expect that what we'll be proposing is sort of a staging of the use of money with the concept that it's one-time money. We'll be using, recommending some of that money for ongoing expenses, but through a phased period over the next 3 years. So at the end of that period, the county isn't reliant on one-time money for ongoing expenses. So we're hoping to create that strategy with the board, the budget committee, and with the full board, so that by the end and the wind down of all the funds, the county will be right-sized in the financial picture.
Right, totally get that. But coming from the income coming into our county, do you envision it being 3 identical parcels over the next 3 years? Or do you know whether it will be a chunk in year 1 and then less in 2 and less in 3?
Yeah, we're expected to get half of the funds flow in this fiscal year and the other half flow in next fiscal year. And as it will be received, it will be reserved in a liability account until we have qualified expenditures to use those funds. The funds will sit in a liability account and then be received as revenue over the next 3 years as the county qualifies the use of those.
Great, thank you so much, Dwayne. That's exactly what I wanted to know. And then just a final comment, I totally support the fee waiver today. I think it's a great way for the county to support economic recovery for many of the small businesses. And I would recommend that we do the waiver of 100% of the fee. Some of the businesses over on this side of the county have just been devastated. And I can count on, 2 hands and both feet, the numbers that have had to close. So this would really be very, very helpful. I also support the 2% fee increase at this point. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. And we did get a little bit off track there, and I know that this is a relevant conversation when we talk about the ARPA funds. I'll just jump in, and I see that we do have, we'll go to public comment next, but we have made significant investments in supporting our business community, and I think that this is yet another opportunity for the county board to show that we support our small businesses, that we want to see an economic recovery, and that the only way we can get people back to work is by supporting and helping our small businesses stay in business and continue to succeed into the future. Having said that, though, I do have some concerns. I want to make sure that however we structure this program, that it does allow us to use the ARPA funds. So I would be concerned about structuring it in such a way that we are not able to use ARPA funds and we would have to dip into general fund, which is, we all know, very limited. So I would just ask that the budget staff work with the Environmental Health Bureau to determine exactly what we need to do so that the funds are prioritized towards those businesses that have had the greatest impact, and that it's structured in such a way that ARPA funds are made available for the program. So happy to support it under those conditions. And then I guess my other, comment, and I talk about businesses that we've supported, I just want to make sure that we're thinking also about the families that have been impacted. And yes, we need our business community to succeed, but we also need to be supporting other basic infrastructure like caregiving. We need to be supporting families who have been through a lot this year, who've experienced grief and loss, who are also personally financially struggling. So as we think about structuring out how we spend the ARPA money, I do not want to leave families and children behind in our prioritization of business community needs. I'm going to, Supervisor Alejo, if it's all right, since you had a chance to speak already, I'm going to take it out to public comment, then we'll bring it up to wrap up. And we do need to be ready to start our next item in about 10 minutes if we're going to stay on track today. So public comment on this item. We have 2 hands raised. We have 2 hands raised. We're going to stick with our minute 30. Ricardo Diaz Jr., thank you for joining us. You may unmute your microphone and share your thoughts.
Hello, thank you, Madam Chair. I was just curious on, I'm in support of approving it today, like Supervisor Adams. And I was just curious about the grocery stores. Like the same thing goes for restaurants. I believe is that applied here? Well, anyways, what's to signify the chains? There's a lot of chains out there like Subway or that could seem like a big business or whatnot, but they're independently owned and stuff like that. And I just wanted to make sure that the discrimination or whatnot on big box ones. There's just a certain amount of permits, and I just think it should be supported today, and that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you for joining us. Next up, we have Barbara Martinez. Barbara, you can unmute your microphone, and we've got a minute 30 up on the clock for you. Thank you for joining us. And Barbara, you will have to manually choose the unmute button on your side. We've given you permission, but you'll have to activate that.
Thank you so much. Thank you, members of the board. My name is Barbara Martinez. I am principal of Pacific Grove Adult Education. This is my 24th year in education, and I'm a fierce, passionate advocate for children in public education. Currently, I serve as the Association of California School Administrators Vice President of Legislative Action, and I'm on the state board of the California Council for Adult Education. I'm here advocating not here today, advocating on behalf of 6.1 million students in publication, but today I come to you as principal, supervising 6 early learning child education care facilities, co-op preschools, state preschools, and a licensed child care facility. And I would like to also let you know that I'm a resident of Monterey County. And I'd like to let you know about the staffing. I'd like to really make the board aware of a staffing shortage in early childhood education. I can tell you that firsthand, as it takes me away from my school administrator job inside the classroom, covering for those teachers who cannot be there. We need to continue funding coming from the Recovery Act and the CARES. And we should have importance to tell you that some of our childcare workers are the lowest paid wages in the industry. So I just really want to thank you for your time. I wanted to make you aware. I wanted general support, but mainly I would like to have you ensure that the children in Monterey County are represented and receiving proper attention. I'd like
Thank you, Barbara. I'm sorry I have to cut you off, but we are out of time.
Okay.
I encourage you to send the rest of your comments to us, please, so that we can include them in consideration.
Thank
Our
you so
email
much.
address is cob@co.monterey.ca.us, and we do appreciate hearing from the public. I don't see any other hands raised for public comments, so I will close public comment on this item, bring it back to my colleagues on the board. I see Supervisor Alejo's hand raised, and I don't believe we've heard from Supervisor Lopez. So we'll Supervisor Alejo and then Lopez. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment on the ARPA funding, obviously, because waiving of the business fees will likely come from that, as it's pandemic related. But I just the overall approach to ARPA funding. Obviously, tomorrow we're gonna have a first looking at the larger buckets of funding through ARPA, and I encourage my colleagues to look at that. It's a short memo, but at least gives you the numbers, and it's spread out over 3 years, 56 million, 17 million, and 11 million on the third year. So it kind of is larger in the first year and then winds down. But I think in our budget town hall earlier this month, we didn't really have a more thorough or extensive discussion about how these funds should be used to help our county recover. And by that, I agree with what my colleagues have said, not just businesses, but our communities, our families, as they're returning to work. And so there needs to be a more thoughtful discussion. Whether we're going to have all the time to be able to do that during the first week of June is to be seen. But that the focused discussion on those additional funds coming in were touched in some areas, such as the reimbursements of what we put forward on our contingencies and our cannabis funds, but not a laser look about really coming up with a thoughtful plan about how are we going to best put these limited resources over the next 3 years to really help on not only our business, but especially our families recovered. And that's where issues such as we just mentioned about early childhood care, with the struggles that we face, where we could put some additional resources to help families as they're returning to work, to be able to provide some assistance, to be able to provide a critical need for them to be able to work, perhaps having been at home for some time, and doing schooling and childcare all in their same home. So I think we haven't had that opportunity, but I know we're hearing from different community groups that want us to have a thoughtful approach and that will have the biggest impact with these limited dollars over the next 3 years. And I look forward to engaging, and I want to encourage our department heads and our community leaders to also weigh in when those budget hearings come around about how we could really target some resources that would have the biggest impact. Thank you.
All right, Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to clearly state my support for this funding that we're talking about, specifically to assist restaurants. I know that was the request that came from us before, and it's still something that I wholeheartedly support in terms of the permit fees. And I think that can be structured as, from everything that I've heard, so I would ask that be brought to us if necessary, again, in an expeditious manner, so that we can get that cleaned up and clarified. The other questions on the table about specifically grocery stores, I'd like to hear more about what the potential is, but I'm supportive of bringing that back at the same time so that we can clarify what can and can't be done using the ARPA funds to protect our general fund dollars, as you stated earlier, Madam Chair. And so with that, just want to make sure I throw in my 2 cents, but overall feel that it is time to support specifically restaurants as we move forward into whatever our new economy will look like. And so I think this is a strong way for our board to do so. Thank you.
All right, we've got Charles' hand raised, and then I'm going to ask Elsa and Rick if you have enough direction from the board to move forward. But Charles, we'll go to you first.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. If the board is inclined to move forward with this, if there's a motion that the motion for the resolution includes some specific direction on only if the board's inclined to go there to fund. To have the relief for only those businesses that have had a pandemic loss. And is consistent with using of the ARPA funds. Alternatively, if the staff is able to do it, is actually get that direction and bring back the resolution to that effect, as opposed to just saying, do you have the direction? I think we need to have some specifics in the motion.
Okay, so we're looking for a motion that summarizes the direction that's been given here today. I'm happy to make it or defer to someone else to make that motion. That we direct staff, I'll make the motion. I'll make a motion that we direct staff to bring back a specific program that allows us to use ARPA funds to provide some level of fee waiver to pandemic impacted businesses in Monterey County, specifically to include restaurants. I will add pools and body alteration tattoo parlors, and that we have that brought back for action by the board.
I'd like to second that.
Great, we have a motion and a second. Did I include everything that everyone wanted in that?
I think you need to include the issue about fee increases, which was their first bullet point.
Okay, well, let's do the 2 motions. I have that one, the single motion here. Okay, so let's do a roll call vote on that first motion, and then we'll come back for the fee increase.
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Okay, we also need a motion on the fee increase, the issue of adopting the resolution amending the article of our master fee resolution schedule.
So moved.
I'll second that. Okay, we have a motion and a second for item number A, 12A. Could we get a roll call vote, please?
Supervisor Alejo?
Aye.
Supervisor Phillips?
No.
Supervisor Lopez?
Yes.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
And Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Fabulous. All right. Well, Elsa, you've got your hand raised?
Yes, if I may, Chair, just a point of clarification on your first motion. You said restaurants, body art, and pools. So does this mean that the board does not want us to come back with a scaled down version of retailers or grocery stores for your consideration for waiving fees?
I think my intent was for pandemic impacted.
Okay, so all the 4 categories we presented, but pandemic impacted. Okay.
And I'm taking a liberty there that I think that's what I was hearing from my colleagues.
Yeah, you did see business pandemic impacted.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right, we can move these things through. Very good. And we are on time. It's 2:26. We've got 90 minutes scheduled for our next item. We do need to take a break at 3:45, so we're going to have to compress our timing for item number 13. We have a presentation, a public hearing to receive and consider information on coastal hazards, including presentations from our California Coastal Commission, the Monterey County Water Resources Agency, the United States Bureau of Reclamation, Central Coastal Wetlands Group at the Moss Landing Marine Labs, the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments. We've got a whole team here to present to us. And so just so that we're all on the same page, we do need to end at 3:45 so that our staff can take a break before we start our 4 p.m. Joint meeting. So I will welcome, I believe, Ana Cuenca and Mike Novo to make introductions and get us started. Thank you all for joining us, and thank you for your flexibility in scheduling. I know we've moved this around a few times to make it happen, but we're so pleased to have you here with us today.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Askew, board members, and the public. I'm Mike Novo, along with Planning Manager Ana Cuenca. And I was going to speak a little bit and introduce the topic today, but I think in the interest of time, I'm just going to move straight into the oral presentations as outlined by the chair. So I'd like to first share my screen, but we'll be introducing first Kelsey Ducklow from the Coastal Commission for her presentation.
Hi, members of the board. Thank you, Mike. I guess I'll dive right in the interest of time. So I do want to say my name is Kelsey Ducklow. I'm from the California Coastal Commission. I work in our statewide planning unit, mostly on sea level rise issues, and that has included helping to develop the Coastal Commission's sea level rise policy guidance, and then working to implement that both internally with our staff and externally with other partners. I also work on the Coastal Commission's LCP grant program and a variety of other special projects. And I'll be touching on some of that interrelated work throughout this presentation. So you can go to the next slide. In the interest of time, again, I'm going to skip over some of the background of sea level rise. I think people kind of have a good understanding of what sea level rise is generally, but I do want to touch on some of the impacts that we're particularly concerned with. And these include inundation, flooding, erosion, groundwater change, the things you see here on this slide. And most importantly, these are the kinds of things that the Coastal Commission, as well as coastal communities, have already been dealing with for a long time. But we know now that each of these hazards is going to be exacerbated by sea level rise, and so we have to start considering and planning for those changes over time. Next slide. So most of the pictures on these next few slides come from king tides or storm conditions. So they show a glimpse of what every day could start to look like in the future. And it's clear that what we're heading for and how that could impact coastal resources. So you see these pictures here show flooding conditions on beaches in Del Mar and Santa Barbara. And as you can tell by the photos, they're really taking away all of that recreational beach space we would normally have. You also see a picture of flooding of pasture land near Humboldt Bay. And particularly in low-lying areas, groundwater rise is going to be a problem for agricultural uses as water moves up through the ground, regardless of the types of protective features like levees or armoring that you might normally see on the coast. Next slide. Short and long-term erosion and storm waves, which end up riding in on higher sea levels, could also become particularly damaging to development along the coast. And again, these are the kinds of problems we've actually seen in the past as well. And so this type of damage is going to really impact a lot of the coastal resources we have, we hold really dearly in our coastal communities. So things like the coastal trails, stairways, and access points down to the beach, piers and harbors, and that kind of related coastal dependent development, as well as a lot of the residential development that is actually on beaches or bluff tops like you see here. Next slide. And then of course we have a lot of critical infrastructure that is at risk along our coast. So that includes Highway 1 and a variety, local roads, rail lines, waste and stormwater infrastructure, and a lot of energy facilities as well. And I think actually some of the next presentations are going to touch on some of these types of infrastructure right in Monterey. Next slide. So we know that there are significant risks from sea level rise, and over the past 10 to 15 years, the state has taken a number of actions to help prepare for climate change and the impacts we can expect. There are a variety of executive orders and legislation that have required state agencies and to some extent local governments as well to assess and prepare for impacts of climate change. And various agencies and groups of agencies have been developing guidance, recommendations, a variety of informational resources for how to address climate change and sea level rise. This includes things like the state sea level rise guidance from the Ocean Protection Council, which includes best available science. And more recently, a set of principles was developed and adopted by a group of state agencies for aligned state action. And really, they're just meant to jumpstart some additional planning and implementation work, really speed up a lot of that work. Next slide. Within the context of this overarching statewide guidance, in 2015, the Coastal Commission adopted its sea level rise policy guidance. And this document takes all of that overarching statewide information and recommendations and puts it into the context of our practices, our processes, that sort of thing. It contains a set of guiding principles on things like using best available science, prioritizing nature-based strategies, and most importantly, it includes our recommendations for how to address sea level rise in local coastal programs, as well as coastal development permits. Next slide. Since we first adopted that Coastal Commission guidance in 2015, best available science on sea level rise projections has actually been updated. Next slide. Specifically in 2017, the Science Advisory Team for the Ocean Protection Council released an updated synthesis of the newest sea level rise science. And among other significant findings, this report discusses the potential for extreme sea level rise, which you might have heard termed the H++ sea level rise scenario. And it also provides probabilities of different sea level rise projections. So trying to get an understanding of how likely different amounts of sea level rise are. Next slide. Following up on that Rising Seas Science Report, the Ocean Protection Council released their updated state sea level rise guidance. And it includes recommendations for what sea level rise projections to use for different types of planning and projects. And it also includes a set of preferred adaptation approaches. These are pretty similar to the ones that have been in the Coastal Commission guidance and other statewide resources. Again, things about using best available science, nature-based approaches, phased adaptation, and that kind of thing. Next slide. Shown here are the sea level rise projections from the Monterey tide gauge. And I know it's really small, probably too small to see here really well. But the important thing to note is that it includes projections for each decade from 2030 to 2150, and for 3 different sea level rise scenarios. Those are those 3 columns you see based on different probabilities. So a low risk aversion, a medium high risk aversion, and an extreme or H++ risk aversion scenario. Next slide. And tables just like that one are included for each of the 12 tide gauges that are shown on this map. And OPC has included recommendations for how to use these different scenarios, specifically suggesting using the low risk aversion scenario for projects that would have limited consequences, higher ability to adapt. So we've used that to describe things like trails, smaller like benches, smaller public access features. The medium high risk aversion scenario should be considered for projects with greater consequences or a lower ability to adapt. So that's most of the residential, commercial, a lot of that bigger development along our coast. And then lastly, getting an understanding of that worst case scenario, high risk aversion scenario for things like critical infrastructure, which are harder to adapt, would be irreversibly destroyed, significantly costly to repair, would have really considerable impacts to public health and safety. Next slide. So switching gears a little bit, I do want to talk about what it means to actually implement all of these recommendations. What do we actually do on the ground when it comes to sea level rise? And really, again, builds off of all the kinds of things that the Commission and coastal communities have already been planning for. Again, though, it's going to take a little bit more consideration of that long-term sea level rise trend. So, of course, the easiest way to ensure that development is going to be safe is to just completely avoid hazards when we're thinking about where to site new development. So this slide is showing the Morro Bay wastewater treatment facility. We're proposing to redevelop this site here, and the Commission ended up denying that project. And through that denial, they facilitated consideration and identification of an alternative site that would not be subject to tsunamis and sea level rise, and that has already gone through. And the next slide. Other times, if complete denial is infeasible or hazards are further out into the future, so it does make sense to allow some amount of development, the Commission has taken an approach to allow that development, but to require conditions to ensure it's going to be safe and to protect coastal resources over time. And we've done this by including things like requirements for disclosure of future risks and requiring future phased adaptation. And for example, there are a lot of specific conditions related to future hazards planning for the Monterey Bay Shores Resort shown here. Next slide. Similarly, the commission has used strong permit conditions to require resiliency planning for existing development. So for example, Highway 1 near Piedras Blancas had a long history of damage from waves and storms. It's consistently needing emergency armoring to provide protection. So eventually the commission decided to allow that sort of temporary armoring, but required Caltrans to develop a long-term approach, a long-term resiliency plan to eventually realign a portion of Highway 1. And so that has also occurred. You can see the old alignment down on the photo of on the bottom left, and then the new current alignment of Highway 1 throughout that region is shown in pink on the map. And that way, the highway is safe. We can allow coastal road processes to continue. And then next slide. Lastly, it is sometimes just becomes clear that it makes the most sense to address ongoing hazard issues to remove structures in their entirety. So here we see Stillwell Hall at Fort Ord. It was removed along with a protective revetment. And we can see that that beach has reformed. You can walk along that entire area allowed by removing all of that development. Next slide. So those are all important project examples, but as we start to consider the scale of potential impacts from sea level rise, it's become clear that we can't just approach this on a project by project level. So the Coastal Commission considers community scale planning, and in particular, updating local coastal programs to better integrate sea level rise adaptation to be a really critical next step. And to this end, we have a grant program, which over the past, I think, almost 8 or so years, we have provided about $7 million to support completion of sea level rise vulnerability assessments, adaptation plans, to start updating local coastal programs. And you can see the jurisdictions who have received those grants here on this slide. So a lot of work is going on throughout the state. Next slide. And updating and certifying LCPs can take a long time. It's a very challenging issue. There's a lot of complex things we need to address. But we have started to see a variety of common LCP approaches. Some examples include ensuring that siting and design take sea level rise into account, for example, by setting back further from bluff edge, elevating to address sea level rise, and then also pairing those kinds of decisions with requirements for deed restrictions, disclosures about future hazards, and the potential need for future adaptation. Next slide. Some LCPs have also started to include location-specific strategies. For example, the San Francisco LCP includes policies that will set up the eventual removal of the southern portion of the Great Highway. You can see that portion in red on that slide. And then rerouting auto traffic inland on the yellow kind of dashed line there. Again, this is going to allow natural processes at the beach while still planning for how to get around that part of the city. Santa Cruz County is considering an approach that differentiates the type of strategies to use in rural versus urban portions of the county. So again, trying to understand different site-specific conditions and what makes most sense. Other policies call for aligning different planning documents to ensure that adaptation is integrated and consistent throughout these different plans. So for example, aligning local coastal programs with hazard mitigation plans to really make sure that the hazard mitigation actions we're choosing are going to be consistent with long-term resiliency planning. Next slide. And then lastly, we're also seeing approaches that define triggers for additional requirements, such as when an alternative strategy should be considered or when LCPs should be updated in the future. This figure, again, is hard to see, sorry. It's from the city of Santa Cruz. They're considering different types of triggers for when to switch between strategies like dune restoration, living shorelines, stormwater upgrades, and managed retreat. So again, really thinking about how not just sticking with one strategy, but thinking about how things will have to change over time as conditions change. Next slide. And again, I mentioned this a little bit as I was heading into this section, but because LCP planning has been difficult, there's a lot of complex issues. The Coastal Commission has recently been working on a local government working group with folks from the California State Association of Counties, as well as the League of Cities, to really better support and coordinate on these LCP updates, figure out what are some of the interim approaches we can use, how can we really jumpstart this work. And last November, the working group adopted a joint statement on adaptation planning, and that includes shared principles for how to move forward on sea level rise planning. Next slide. Lastly, I just wanted to highlight some additional guidance information from the Coastal Commission. We released a draft residential adaptation guidance, which includes recommendations and example policy language for how to address sea level rise impacts to mainly residential development, but generally sort of community scale development adaptation actions that we recommend. And then we will soon be releasing a companion document on critical infrastructure. This will similarly include recommendations and example policy language, but it really highlights how and why planning for these types of infrastructure, this type of development is going to be different in many ways. And that's going to be coming out in the next few weeks. It will, of course, be open for public comment and review. So keep your eyes out for that because we'll want a lot of review from local government partners. Next slide. That is all I have. I know I had to speed through some of those examples, so I'm happy to answer questions whenever we have a minute. Thank you.
Madam Chair, it's Mike Novo. We're recommending that we hold questions until the end, just in the interest of time. Our next presenters are from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. We have Michael Dietl, who's going to lead the charge on that. Michael, are you with us?
Mike, this is Ferguson with Reclamation. I think Mike Dietl is on as a participant. I don't know if he can unmute and speak.
Okay, maybe the clerk of the board can look for him. We did see him on earlier.
Great, we found him. He should be joining us momentarily.
Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Can you hear me now?
Here we go. We found you, Michael. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
No problem.
Whenever you're ready, Michael, you can proceed.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Dietl from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. I will be co-presenting with Ian Ferguson from our Technical Service Center. I'm based out of Sacramento, and I'm the project manager for the Salinas and Carmel River Basin Study. We'll just jump right into it. Thank you for having us here today. Next slide, please. So we're going to cover the study area, the study team, where we are, and the schedule to complete. Then I'm going to turn it over to Ian, and he's going to talk about climate change considerations and approach and related integrated activities. Next slide. So the study area, I'm sure all very familiar too, but we have 5 subregions that we're modeling: the coastal, the Carmel, the east side, the middle, and the upper valley, as well as Paso Robles. Next slide. So really what a basin study key elements are is we're looking at the future potential water supplies and demand when in consideration with climate change, then looking at the existing infrastructure and operations, how they're going to be used in future conditions, so what's the future climate, population, and land use look like. And then so those things are essentially 1 and 2, first 2 bullets are being wrapped up at the moment. And then we're going to begin working on the development of adaptation and mitigation strategies to address what we found in 1 and 2. And then we'll analyze the adaptation and mitigation strategies, include the extent which strategies minimize imbalance between supply and demand. And that really what all this wraps up to is how we move out the greater we in the future and implementing future projects and work to get future funding to implement those projects identified in the mitigation strategies. Next slide. So our study team, we have a number of cost share partners, which is Monterey Peninsula Water Management District, Monterey County Water Resources Agencies, San Luis Obispo County, Monterey One Water, and the Bureau of Reclamation. We're cost sharing this study at 50-50. I'm the project manager. Ian Ferguson, he is from PhD from Technical Service Center. Wes Henson, which is also on the line, looking through the Facebook feed if we need to ask him any questions. So Ian and Wes are doing the modeling efforts. Really great to work with them. And then Melanie Holton, she's our lead PE from Brown and Caldwell, which take all the technical memorandums that are going to be developed and have been developed and put them into a report, summary report. Next slide. So progress to date and schedule to complete. We've completed 4 technical memorandums, study metrics, the future climate and sea level rise scenarios, which Ian will go into a little bit on his turn, socioeconomics, models and tools in progress. We're evaluating the water supplies and demands and operations. Then we will move on to develop adaptation mitigation strategies and then evaluate those mitigation strategies. So in summary, we ran into a number of issues associated with the modeling and had to go back and redo a lot of the modeling. And we're close to being able to baseline the schedule again and move out on that. But if at really a cursory glance without putting a completed schedule together, we're not going to be able to deliver that report until summer 22. So we're going to have to go back and ask for a time extension and work with you all to update the memorandum of agreement over the next few months. With that, I will turn it over to Ian.
Thanks, Mike. And Mike Novo, next slide, please. So I'm going to touch on the climate change and sea level rise piece of our basin study, starting with just a kind of overview of why we need to consider climate change and long-term water planning. As most of you are probably well aware, climate is a major driver of water supplies and demands. Climate essentially is intertwined with the hydrologic cycle. So climate affects how water moves through the atmosphere, where, when, and the intensity of precipitation. It affects temperatures, which drive evapotranspiration from crops and water use for landscaping. So it's a big part of both the supply side and the demand side of the water resources picture. There's an overwhelming scientific consensus at this point that climate is changing and will continue to change, and that climate change will significantly impact water supplies and demands, particularly in areas around the West where we're already working with a pretty thin margin, where our supplies and our demands are constantly at odds with each other. Next slide, please. So there's a ton of information out there about projected climate change. Most of this information comes from global climate models that are then downscaled to a finer resolution. Global models are run obviously over the globe, and to do that and make that computationally feasible, those models are generally run at a fairly coarse resolution. So a model grid cell might be 100 to 200 miles wide and 100 to 200 miles long. So in order to use that data for actual water resources planning at the local and basin scales, we have to downscale that to finer resolution. So in this study, we're pulling from a data set of locally constructed analog downscaled projections. So the locally constructed analogs procedure was developed by folks at Scripps Institution of Oceanography. The method uses statistical relationships between large scale and fine scale observed climate to downscale the global climate projections. The data set we're using involves a downscaling and bias correction step, so it removes some of these systematic biases in the global climate models. The data set provides 64 different projections of future climate conditions, and these consist of projections made by 32 different global climate models, or GCMs, under 2 different emission scenarios. The RCP 4.5 is a scenario that reflects governments and individuals taking action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The RCP 8.5 scenario is more akin to a business as usual, less government action, less policy change to address climate change. So those are almost bookend climate projections that we're using here. And the global projections have been downscaled from about a 1 to 2 degree latitude longitude resolution to a 1/16th degree resolution. And that 1/16th degree translates to about a 6-kilometer grid spacing over the mid-latitude Western US. Next slide, please. So climate projections, each of these 64 projections essentially gives us a different view of what the future could look like. On the left-hand side here, I have a slide that shows the annual average temperature across all 64 projections. So the different shading indicates the distribution of projected future conditions. The black line is historical observations, so annual average temperature over the basin study area, which includes the Salinas River Basin and the Carmel River Basin. The dark red line in the middle there is the median of our 64 different projections from this ensemble. And then the different shading is basically the scatter around that median. So the darker is our, is between it's our middle 20% essentially, and then it moves out, and the lightest shading out there represents the 10% on each end. On the right-hand side, we have similar with precipitation. Again, it's the annual total precipitation averaged across our basin study area. As you can see on the left, there's a very strong consensus that we're going to see increasing temperatures through at least the end of the 21st century. The increase applies to almost all timescales, from daily averages to monthly, seasonal, and annual means. The increase also includes an increase in variability and extreme heat events. So the temperature swings and the peak temperatures also increase. And this is particularly relevant to driving demand. So for example, increasing temperatures tends to drive an increase in evaporative demand from crops. So it drives an increase in irrigation requirement. On the right, for precipitation, there's no clear consensus in trend. You can see that dark line in the middle, the median of our projections, is essentially a flat line, but there is an increase in the variability around that line. So the spread of those shaded areas around the line increases somewhat over time. So the change in mean varies between timescales and seasons. There's typically most projections show some increase in winter precipitation and a decrease in summer. That's not 100% consistent across the projections. There is an increase in variability in extremes, particularly on seasonal and interannual timescales, but it also applies to shorter timescales and individual precipitation events. And this change in precipitation primarily impacts our supply. This drives our runoff and our recharge in the basin. So it has a big impact on the water supply we're working with. Next slide, please. So from these climate projections, we developed a suite of climate scenarios for detailed analysis of supplies and demands in the basin study. The objective behind developing scenarios is essentially to distill this really large number of climate projections into a more manageable number of scenarios for detailed analysis. It also has added benefits of increasing the consistency across projections. So the way we develop projections here, for example, we see similar sequencing in wet and dry periods. So the comparison across scenarios is a little bit more straightforward than when you have droughts and wet periods occurring at different times in different scenarios. So the approach we used here combines an ensemble-informed approach, which pulls the climate change signal from multiple projections and applies the statistics from that change onto an observational data set, as well as transient methods, which consider the rate of change over time. So the evolution of that climate signal over time. So we developed time varying or transient climate change factors from selected subsets of the LOCA projections. And then we applied those change factors to a data set of observed historical variability. So essentially our future climate equals our baseline climate, which is based on recent historical conditions, plus the projected climate change, which accounts for both the timing seasonally, the timing in terms of timing over the century, and the magnitude of that change. Next slide, please. This is a schematic representation of how we develop the climate change factors. On the left shows how we select which projections go into a given scenario. For this study, we have 5 scenarios. In the upper right quadrant here, those red points, you're seeing projections that are relatively hotter and relatively wetter than the projections than the rest of the herd, if you will. So those are the hottest and wettest projections. In the bottom right, you've got the hottest and driest. So the placement left to right is the degree of change in annual mean temperature between the historical baseline period and the end of century future period. And then the placement of points up and down is the relative change in precipitation. So further up means more of an increase in precipitation, further to the right means more of an increase in temperature. So here we have a hotter, wetter, a hotter, drier, a central tendency, which essentially represents the average or median across these 64 projections. And then we have a warm, wet, and a warm, dry, which represent warming, but not as extreme as the hot scenarios. So we use this process to select which projections go into a given scenario. Then on the right is a schematic example of how we actually compute our change factors. So we do this on a moving basis, on a decadal basis, and then we interpolate change factors over time. For each decade, we develop probability distribution functions. Here it's essentially a non-exceedance curve of the historical time slice from each of these climate projections. So that's represented in the red dots on the figure there. And then for the future time slice, we develop a distribution of those as well. So this distribution here is for the month of April. And then we look at the difference between the historical and future periods to pull our change factors. And we use the cumulative distribution function or a non-exceedance plot like this so that we can represent the fact that projected change differs with magnitude. So for example, here you see the magnitude of change is a little bit higher at the right end and a little bit lower at the left end. And we want to capture those statistics in our scenarios. Next slide, please. So our change factors are computed by decade. Our change factors are then interpolated to individual years. They are ensemble in form. They reflect the uncertainty of future climate projections based on our ensemble that we're working with. And they are transient. They reflect the temporal evolution of projected climate change. Next slide, please. And the upshot here, so just showing the scenarios at a basin scale. The figure on the left is a time series plot of the basin averaged annual temperatures over the basin study area. That red curve at the bottom is the baseline, and you can see there's no trend there. It's a recent historical condition that has been detrended. And then each of the lines, the other colored lines, are our future scenarios. You can see they basically break out into three groups there. The two that reflect the highest amount of change are our hotter scenarios, our hot, wet, and hot, dry. There's one in the middle that represents our central tendency. And then there's two that have less temperature increase on that light blue and orange. Those are our warmer scenarios. On the right, you can see the change in annual mean temperature, the spatial distribution of change between 1980 through 2009 and 2070 to 2099. So between the end of the last century and the end of the current century. And the big takeaway here is that the projected change in temperature really doesn't vary much in space. So there's a pretty similar projected temperature increase across the basin study area and the surrounding region. Next slide, please. This is a similar set of figures for precipitation. You can see here that the precipitation climate signal is not as strong. We do have some differentiation across scenarios. We still see an increase under our wetter scenarios and a slight decrease under our drier scenarios. On the right-hand side, you can see there is more spatial variability in that precipitation signal. And in particular, you can tell where the drier scenarios, the HD and WD, show a strong decline in average annual precipitation, and the wetter scenarios show a fairly strong increase on the order of 10 to 20%. And then the central tendency scenario in the bottom left of the panel there shows not a whole lot of change overall, some drying on the annual scale, and in the upper portion of the Salinas Basin in San Luis Obispo County, there are some areas that have really no change in annual average or even a very slight increase. Next slide, please. In combination with our climate scenarios, we are using a sea level rise scenario. The modeling that we're doing for this study does include the coastal area and the aquifers that interact with the coast. So the objective of our sea level rise scenario was to select a single representative sea level rise projection for use with all of our future climate scenarios. Our approach here was more or less a literature review. So we reviewed existing scientific literature, including California's latest climate change assessment. We selected a very conservative or essentially a worst case scenario that aligns with the H++ scenario that Kelsey Ducklow mentioned in her presentation a little while ago. And we paired that single sea level rise scenario with all of our climate scenarios. Next slide, please. So this shows that single extreme scenario. It's based on a single projection, a probabilistic projection, a 99.9th percentile probabilistic projection. And then, as I mentioned, it was selected based on California's 4th climate change assessment. It's effectively a worst case scenario, and it's consistent with prior studies around the area. For example, a USGS study that was done in the Pajaro Basin. Next slide, please. And just to summarize here, our scenarios cover warm to hot projections, projections that include wetter and drier conditions. Under the hotter projections, we're looking at temperature increases by end of century of about 7.5 degrees Fahrenheit. At the warmer end, we're looking at projections of about 3 degrees Fahrenheit. On the wetter side, we're seeing increases in precipitation of about 20%. And on the drier side, we're seeing a decrease of about 10%. And under all of those, we're pairing them with a sea level rise that reaches about 10.1 feet by the end of century. And I think that is all we have today.
Yes, thank you, Ian and Michael. We'll move on to the next presentation, which is Ross Clark from the Moss Landing Marine Labs. Ross, are you with us?
I am with you.
Thank you. Proceed if you like.
All right, first slide, please. Thank you, Mike. I'm not seeing my slides.
Central Coast Wetlands Group?
Yes.
I've got them up. Is the board able to see the slides?
No, we're seeing the last slide from from Kelsey Ducklow.
Huh. I'm going to stop sharing and try again, I guess. How about now?
That's great.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So thank you, supervisors, for giving me this opportunity to present some of our local findings on sea level rise projections and future risks, and then some of the planning that we've done around how to adapt to these hazards. My name's Ross Clark. I'm the director of the Central Coast Wetlands Group, and we're a local research and land steward group in Moss Landing, working on water quality, wetland habitat, et cetera. And I'd just like to show you some of the local planning that we've done based on some of the projections that Kelsey and Ian and others have discussed. So next slide, please. Great. Here's a little bit of a crosswalk between some of the projected ranges in sea level rise and changes in rain events over different time horizons, and showing how the models that we've used that were generated for the Monterey Bay are consistent with and follow the current state guidelines for looking at various emission scenarios over different time horizons. So next slide. And with with those climate projections, the Pacific Institute and ESA Consulting developed some local hazard models for the Monterey Bay back in the last decade. And we've used those models as the baseline to do a lot of vulnerability and adaptation planning in the Monterey. And this is my attempt to acknowledge a lot of the good work that's gone on in the Monterey Bay, both Santa Cruz and Monterey County, and some of the different funding sources, much of which is state funding from the Coastal Commission, Coastal Conservancy, Ocean Protection Council, et cetera. And as you can see here, we started early on with doing a lot of vulnerability assessments, looking at what these projected sea level rise and climate change scenarios look like along our local coastline. And then over the last 5 years or so, we've really started to develop adaptation strategies and plans for the region based on those hazards and some of the most likely adaptation possibilities. And I'll discuss some of those adaptation options and then present to you some of the work we and our partners have actually already begun to implement to be resilient to sea level rise and climate change. So next slide, please. And the projections, the climate projections that we're using are not only looking at increases in sea level, they're also looking at the cumulative effects of increased storm damage, which cause increases in cliff erosion and dune erosion, as well as seasonal wave storm flooding along our coastline. And then in addition to that, we've also modeled what local flooding from creeks and rivers as water flows to these higher oceans could cause to our local environment. Next slide, please. Here's my poor graphic representation of the difference between looking at sea level rise and looking at the cumulative effects of coastal climate change. Here's our coastline with the Salinas Valley behind the coastal dunes. And you can see that from a sea level rise vulnerability standpoint, we're looking at coastal development, which may be within that area of increased inundation due to increased mean tide levels. But if you combine all of the different projected hazards, which is the next slide, please. What we're looking at through some of these models is the combined effects of a rise in mean sea level compounded with more intense storm events along our coast, leading to larger waves coming up against the coast. And then those higher wave and water levels meeting increased intensity rains, as Ian had mentioned before, coming through some of our local rivers and creeks, all leading to a cumulative flooding and impacts within the low-lying valleys of the Salinas and Pajaro Valley. These are the cumulative effects that we are looking at and trying to recognize the area of inundation, and Mike, you can go to the next slide, and then start to look at the costs associated with those projected hazards, and then some of the remedies that we could implement, both natural and built, to minimize our risks. Here is from the Moss Landing Area Sea Level Rise Vulnerability Report that we drafted a few years ago in partnership with the Planning Department of Monterey County, identifying the various inland extent of flooding associated with the various hazards that I discussed previously. And you can see with different shading, the darker blue in the map around Moss Landing and Castroville is associated with sea level rise. And then the lighter blue is the extent of areas that are vulnerable to flooding due to the combined effects of sea level rise and changes in rainfall within our local drainage system. So you can see that the cumulative effect of those multiple climate hazards together provide a larger hazard to a much larger area. In that report, we then developed some graphs and evaluations of various land use and different infrastructure that are vulnerable to these different risks over different times. So we can start to put a cumulative hazard inventory associated with, for instance, in this slide, farmland, but also roadways, urban, and other infrastructure that lies within these hazard areas that can help us then to understand where we may need to adapt or adopt new building guidelines or other resiliency adaptation features to minimize the future impacts of these hazards. Mike, next slide, please. Here's a downscaling of that modeling for the Moss Landing Harbor area. We worked with Moss Landing Harbor to create a hazard and adaptation strategy for them. And within the Moss Landing report and the Harbor report, we identified areas that are currently vulnerable or in the future will be vulnerable to either coastal erosion or flooding associated with fluvial inputs coming down our creeks or from tides and storm-induced flooding. And you can see that parts of downtown, our local Moss Landing area are identified to be within the flood zones for in the future. And it also recognizes the current important protections that the two tie gates within Moss Landing provide to the lower Salinas Valley and the community of Castroville. By overlaying different infrastructure within different hazards for different future time horizons, we were able to compile a cumulative amount of properties that are at risk of these different floodings to help the community and the county prioritize future investments to address these various risks, or to identify a transition of some land uses to different land uses that can accommodate the projected hazards that we're predicting. Next slide, Mike. Just a few of the somewhat alarming findings that we came to in our hazard analysis for the Moss Landing area include an important one that by 2060, the Moss Landing sand dunes, as they were when we wrote this about 5 years ago, are at risk of wave overtopping, and which, if that occurred, would lead to significant flooding of the Salinas Valley with saltwater. And so those dunes currently provide a very important natural buffer to offshore storms and wave events. And we want to make sure that in the future that those dunes continue to provide that service. We also noted that much of the agricultural land west of Highway 1 is vulnerable to flooding during these intense rainstorms. And we're currently working to discuss with farmers some strategies to address that. And third, we noted that the Moss Landing Island is definitely a highly vulnerable area from sea level rise and increased storms, and that should be recognized in redevelopment of the island, and also the importance that that island provides to maintaining the harbor operations. It is the protective boundary between the ocean and the safe harbor of Moss Landing. Next slide, please. Here's some examples from our the Moss Landing Harbor Vulnerability and Adaptation Plan from 2019, showing some of the graphics that we put into that report, showing, for instance, on the left, projected dune erosion inland extent over different time horizons, and then some of the infrastructure that's in harm's way during the projected hazards. And that, as well as some of the most critical harbor infrastructure that maintains harbor operations, and how those different infrastructure may be vulnerable to sea level rise and other flooding, et cetera. And then you can see that we identified some potential adaptation programs or strategies for different portions of Moss Landing and the Harbor District based on those hazards and the land uses associated with those various areas. So we have some areas where we're recommending natural dune restoration, and then other areas like the Moss Landing Island, which is already built, being more of a protected barrier to the harbor and looking at beach nourishment as an alternative way to increase the resiliency. And then within the operational footprint of the harbor, we recommended areas where fill or other structural protections could help ensure the continued operation of Moss Landing Harbor into the future. Next slide, please. And one of the things I wanted to point out in my presentation is that the intent of our analysis and the reports we wrote were not just to pose to the public and decision makers the hazards, but also identify those hazards, recognize possible short-term and medium-term adaptation options, and then work with our local partners to actually find funding to begin to implement some of those programs. And here's an exciting one that I'm happy to say is currently underway, working with state parks to restore the Salinas River State Beach dunes between Salinas River and the harbor mouth. Most of those dunes are covered in ice plant, which made them extremely stable, but also very unable to be resilient to sea level rise. And we were already seeing the face of those dunes eroding due to wave impacts. And so we've been working with state parks and various local groups, including families within Castroville, to remove the ice plant and instead plant native species that are much more resilient and allow the dunes to respond to changes in sea level rise and wave energy patterns. So we're already seeing that the front of the dunes is becoming a more gradual slope, which is then reducing wave run-up energy, which is helping to reduce erosion of the dune face. A great example of working with nature to increase the resiliency of some of our coastal habitat areas. Next slide, Mike. Here's another, some of our modeling that we did as part of the Salinas Valley Stormwater Planning process, which we worked with the Integrated Regional Water Management Program to identify various flooding risks associated with changes in rainfall. And you can see some of the predicted changes in fluvial discharge looking into the future of 20 to 60% increase in the local Gabalon watershed from a medium scenario to over a 200% increase by 2100 with a high emission scenario. So a significant increase in the cubic feet per second projected to flow through our small undersized drainage system of the Gabalon watershed. And by recognizing that, we worked through the stormwater planning process to identify a number of multi-benefit projects that can reduce the projected flooding downstream while also providing additional benefits, including habitat, water quality benefits, groundwater infiltration for our groundwater sustainability agency, as well as recreational opportunities for some of our underserved communities. And we're now working with a recently funded watershed coordinator to actually work with the groundwater sustainability agency and other local agencies to actually implement some of these multi-benefit projects. Next slide, Mike. Here's another exciting project that we're just getting underway. We call it Castroville to the Coast. And it's basically looking at the reclamation ditch or the Tembladero Slough between the community of Castroville and the Old Salinas River by the dunes that we showed in the previous slides. And currently it is an undersized ditch, which is with the farmland adjacent to it vulnerable to flooding. It's also been shown, predicted to see increased flooding in the future due to climate change and upstream land use changes. And so we're proposing to work with the local farmers to gain easements along this waterway to increase the overall capacity of the drainage. And while doing that, specifically to reduce flooding and increase conveyance, also put in habitat features and recreational features to improve water quality, reduce flooding around Castroville, and then also provide recreational opportunities to allow people within the community of Castroville to actually travel by foot or bike to their beach, which currently they can't do because of Highway 1. So another example of identifying climate risks and working with our partners to identify multi-benefit adaptation opportunities in the face of those risks. Next slide, Mike. And so those are just a couple of examples of some of the projects we're working on that with an eye on resiliency and the risks of climate change. Here's a picture, an aerial picture from the February 20th, 2017 picture showing parts of the Salinas Valley just next to Castroville that are flooded during that very intense short-term rain event, which was exactly what was predicted in those models. So we're already seeing the localized flooding that was predicted in those models that is occurring. And so how do we move forward? Well, as I said, we have successfully received funding for a Salinas Valley Watershed Coordinator who will work with the Groundwater Sustainability Agency and other local entities to try and find ways to move some of these concept projects forward to implementation and be successful in bringing in state grant monies to actually implement those projects. And then we're also really interested in working with the county on the continued Moss Landing community planning process. As I said, we worked with the county on the drafting of the Moss Landing hazard and adaptation strategy, and we're really interested in working to integrate some of those concepts into the planning process, the LCP update. And then finally, we're currently taking the lead on updating the Morocojo Slough Management Enhancement Plan, which is a plan within the LCP, specifically to address sea level rise and increase resiliency of some of our natural wetland habitats within the Monterey Bay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ross. And we'll move on to our last presenter. And as I'm hopefully sharing the screen, are you able to see the AMBAG presentation here?
We're seeing Ross's last slide.
All right, I will stop again and try resharing.
Okay, well, to preserve time, since we're running out of time, I'll go ahead and start without the first slide.
Thank you, Heather, and thank you for watching the clock with us. And we need to have a hard stop at 3:45, and I'm hoping we'll have a chance for a little bit of board comment. So
yes, I will go through very fast. So my name is Heather Adamson. I'm the planning director at AMBAG, as the Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments. Today I'm here to talk about a very specific study that we did that started in late 2018 and wrapped up last year. I apologize to Supervisors Adams and McPhillips who have seen this before, but bear with me. AMBAG, in conjunction with the Nature Conservancy and the Center for Blue Economy at at Middlebury Institute, submitted a Caltrans planning grant, adaptation planning grant under SB1, and received funding to evaluate the various resiliency vulnerability issues associated with both Highway 1 and the railway going through the Elkhorn Slough area. If you want to go to the next slide, Mike, that'd be great. So the main purpose of the study was to focus on developing transportation corridor concepts and sea level rise adaptation approaches that improved the transportation safety and efficiency, but also promoted healthy and coastal habitats, and then provided economic security and benefits to the community. So this was a very unique approach, at least for our region, to look at this from different perspectives and not just do a traditional transportation corridor study. Next slide. We had a variety of folks helping us guide the development of the study. As I mentioned, the subrecipients, Center for Blue Economy, the Nature Conservancy, and AMBAG and Caltrans. We also had a consultant team of environmental science associates helping us, and of course our transportation and environmental partners throughout the county, as well as state partners such as the California Coastal Commission, and the Elkhorn Slough Foundation and Research Reserve, of course, Ross and his team at the Central Coast Wetlands Conservancy, and folks from County of Monterey planning staff and public works staff, as well as Moss Landing Harbor District and Ocean Protection Council. So next slide. So there is a great risk, as Ross just described, in the Moss Landing Elkhorn Slough area. As we were focused on the transportation corridors in this area, you can see on the left, on the right of the screen, the bottom picture here outlines Highway 1 on the left with the black dotted line. And we evaluated what we called 4 different reaches or segments of Highway 1, and it's projected to be flooded in the future. In terms of our railway, it already floods during king tides. And so with the expansion of passenger rail down to Salinas, Transportation Agency for Monterey County is currently working on this project. We need to, ensure that this is a viable transportation project moving forward. And of course, there's lack of space for habitat to migrate into due to the topography of the area. And so not just sea level rise impacting the transportation infrastructure in this corridor, it also could result in the loss of marsh habitat in this corridor. Next slide. So just a little bit, it is the third, and Elkhorn Slough is the 3rd largest saltwater marsh in California and critical habitat for thousands of birds, and a number of threatened species. And what everyone likes to think of when they think of Elkhorn Slough is the sea otters that are there. It's a very popular tourist destination, and it's also a key corridor where people, and not just people, but also goods, move north and south through the region into other parts of the state. So next slide. So we took a little different approach at evaluating our adaptation scenarios. We evaluated from a number of different ways. So climate modeling, where we modeled future potential flooding conditions using input from the Coastal Commission and the previous studies that the Coastal Wetlands Group had done, looking at ecological conditions and looking at the changes in habitat over time, as well as the transportation modeling. How would people and vehicles and buses and trains use this corridor in the future, and modeling future highway and transit conditions. And then we did a cost benefit analysis. That's where the Center for Blue Economy came in and evaluated the different scenarios in terms of weighing potential gains and losses, in terms of also including ecosystem services. Next slide. So we evaluated a number of scenarios, but in terms of the sort of final scenarios that we looked at from a perspective of a 2-lane elevated highway, keeping essentially 2 lanes on Highway 1, elevating in place and using marsh ecotones, established that in that scenario. We looked at a 4-lane elevated highway, knowing that there is some congestion and safety issues in this corridor. We wanted to see if we expanded the lanes to 4 lanes, elevating it in places where it needed, and adding habitat infrastructure as part of that. And then we also looked at sort of abandoning Highway 1 and what happens if we improved G12 and 101 inland, and that would be as the main corridor through the route. And so we looked at focusing improvements inland and to those highway and only local access would be provided if and when around the Highway 1 area. Each of the scenarios assumed elevating the rail through Elkhorn Slough and marsh restoration as part of that. And so just a little bit, next slide, about what each of those scenarios kind of looked like. It could be in terms of the roadway improvements to Highway 1. We would want to integrate solutions that enhance the resiliency of the roadway and the neighboring ecology. So in some places, we may need to elevate on piles to support increased tidal action or improve water quality, or we may need to elevate on fill. And there's a couple examples of what that could look like to facilitate habitat area. And so particularly in the southern part of the Highway 1, sort of south of the bridge on Highway 1, we looked at elevating highway on piles to allow for more flexible floodplain management in the future. Next slide. In terms of railway improvement and what we would want to see happening in terms of adaptation actions, we looked at mainly focusing on elevating the rail corridor on trestle. It would be a single track. We did consider a double track that was much too expensive and it wasn't needed to support frequency. We could double track other areas of the rail line that didn't go through the slough. So we did end up focusing just on a single track, keeping a single track there. Restoring marshes to support the marsh habitat as the sea level rises. And then the existing railway embankment would be used to retain sediment for restoration. So we wouldn't necessarily get rid of it, but use that to enhance the ecology in that area. Next slide. So in terms of transportation utility, as we evaluated each of these scenarios, everyone agreed no action is not viable. We cannot not do anything. In terms of a cost benefit analysis, elevating a 4-lane highway preferred best, with a 2-lane highway 1 next, and then just improving, abandoning Highway 1 as its current area, and just improving an inland option did perform poorly and kind of ranked last in that area. Next slide. From ecological impacts of sea level rise that will happen in this area, far outweigh any impacts to future improvements to the highway. Segment augmentation is necessary to maintain the salt marsh, and ecotone levees create habitat area that improve resilience. And then restoration near the rail provides important gains in the acreage for salt marsh. Next slide. And then, as I mentioned, benefit cost analysis, a no action scenario doing nothing will result in not just only significant transportation impacts and economic losses of not being able to use this corridor, but also widespread loss of coastal habitat. In terms of the best benefit cost, elevating Highway 1 and building it as a 4-lane facility did perform the best. That's also the most expensive scenario. So, you know, we need to accommodate that and weigh that. But what we also wanted to make sure we looked at is, when does this adaptation need to take place? And we wanted, in terms of from an economic perspective, and you start, needs to be in place by the 2050s. So we have a little bit of time, but everyone knows transportation investments and construction takes a long time. So we really need to get going on this if we want to see some investments. But that ensures that benefits to both the transportation and habitats if we have those key adaptations in place. Next slide. So starting as part of this effort in the study that finished up last in 2020, we wanted to be able to communicate to the public and to our stakeholders what this would look like in terms of an immersive experience to help visualize what the sea level rise and adaptation solutions would look like. So as part of the grant, we funded starting the virtual reality, and it was completed by the Nature Conservancy late last year and was released this year, called a virtual reality app called the Sea Level Rise Explorer. And it's an experience that can be viewed through virtual reality goggles, smartphones. You can download the app via iOS or Android, and it's also on the web. So I do have the link there. I encourage everyone to go look at the virtual reality experience. There's a video if you just want to do the short version, but it is amazing. So in summary, AMBAG board accepted the results of the study in 2020 and finalized the Caltrans planning grant, but our work isn't done. We still need to work with our partners and continue on this. So as I mentioned, multi-sector cooperation and planning is key. Oh, sorry, Mike, can you go to the next slide? Thank you. Adaptation of the highway with nature-based elements help reduce the loss of habitat to sea level rise, and choosing not to adapt is not really a viable option at all. And that the key is really to having this adaptation in place by the 2050s to ensure that the key benefits to transportation and habitat is in place. Next slide. And then we know this isn't the end of studying and implementation in this area. And so both AMBAG and TAMC are working to integrate the study results into our not just county and regional transportation plans that we're working on now, but also into key Caltrans future state transportation plans, and then continue the planning process and integrate new best available science into the modeling as future data is available. And then of course, continue to work with our partners that we established during the study effort to make sure that this adaptation for these key transportation corridors moves forward. And next slide. Okay, I hope I wasn't as quick as I had hoped to be, but I hope this leaves a little bit of time for questions. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
You were fabulous, Heather. Thank you. Mike, I'll let you wrap it up.
Just, I can't say enough about these presenters today, not only for the presentations they're making today to help inform us and the public, but in informing us technically with information we need every day in planning not only our infrastructure, but our land use planning. So it's been a great partnership, and it will continue for a long, long time. But we appreciate it. We're here for questioning from the board, and if we have any time for public comment.
Great, thank you. I will open it up to my colleagues on the board for comments, questions. Supervisor Adams, I saw you with your hand up first.
Yes, thank you so much. This, to me, was one of the most important presentations we've had for a long time. My district has more coastline than any other supervisorial district in the state, so all of these items are extremely important to me. And I just thank the presenters so much. It was just a marvelous presentation. And before I even make fewer comments, I just want to say that I really hope that we can continue to prioritize the pursuit of funding to prepare detailed climate hazard risk assessments and resiliency plans, just as they have been doing. You know, based on the natural disasters that we've experienced just this past year, we're now living with climate change. I mean, we need to take it seriously. And I recognize that the low-lying areas around Moss Landing and Supervisor Phillips's districts are extremely vulnerable to sea level rise in the unincorporated area. I'm also very concerned about the Carmel Lagoon area and other sections of the coastline. I think we need to be planning for climate change resilience countywide. Once we wrap up the Moss Landing Community Plan update, I think that there are several general plan tasks and land use updates that would benefit from further analysis of coastal hazards. You know, we just experienced this whole Rat Creek slide and 16 inches of rain in a very short period of time. It fell on the burn scar of the Dolan fire, resulting in a major slip out and flooding and major flooding at the Carmel Lagoon, and the same exact flood, or atmospheric river, caused all the mudslides in the river road burn scar. So we're living with the most recent anecdotal evidence we have that climate change is happening now. So I just simply support staff to seek grant funding for further studies, and I thank everyone so much for this. It was just really a superb presentation, and I think it's so real. I mean, 2030 is just 9 years away, and we saw the changes that can take place between now and then. So count me in as a supporter of anything we can do to really address and live with the climate change that we know we're experiencing. Thanks so much. Thanks, Mike, for all the hard work that you did putting all of this together. It was really exceptional. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Phillips.
Yeah, well, as you can see, my district is maybe not the longest in the things, but it's the most impacted. And this is something that we've been talking about, and we've heard before from Ross and Heather, but we really have to move some action here. As Supervisor Adams said, 2030 isn't very far away, and there really is. I mean, we got to protect the island, and how we do that when we got things like Mbari on there and things that we really need to protect that, and doing it in a way that we're doing it as naturally as we can, but protecting the Elkhorn Slough and the railroad we have to do something about that. Even before I was elected, Supervisor Calcagno showed me some pictures of those tracks completely underwater during king tide. And I think when you're really talking about it, I don't think we have any alternative but to really start looking about what we're going to do about Highway 1. And clearly the 4-lane elevation is critical. We can't abandon that. We looked at G12 and that just doesn't work with it's just not functional. And with Highway 1 being the main egress and egress between Santa Cruz County and here, with so many of our people work in one county and live in another one, it's critical that we do that. So I think my call to action is we keep moving forward on it, not just with studies, but moving forward with starting a plan of action of where we're going to go. Like the road, Highway 1 is going to be expensive, but bottom line, it's 8 miles, and it's critical. So I thank you all for your presentation. We could have had actually a 4-hour presentation on this to really enlighten us. So thank you all for your presentation and all your hard work.
Thank you. Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just obviously we're at nearly at time. I just want to thank staff for putting this presentation together and bringing it forward. I think that having this sort of robust presentation about the potential impacts really puts me back in Supervisor Phillips's comments, which is, that idea that it's time for action, and action comes in all forms. And I just want to thank him for those comments. And with that, I'll curtail my own, knowing that we still have to go through public comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I appreciate it. Okay, let's take it out to public comment. We have one hand raised. We're going to stick with our minute 30 for timeline. Eric Tynan, thank you so much for joining us. You should have permission to unmute yourself and share your thoughts.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Oh, great. This is Eric Tynan with the Castroville Community Services District. We run the sewer over there in Moss Landing and down Highway 1. And right now the traffic is abysmal. I can't imagine waiting 10, 20 years for it to get to do any kind of solution. But I just wonder if any of the presenters studied the effects on the sewer system, because some of our manholes are less than 5 feet above the seaway, and it takes all Moss Landing all the way up to Struve Road and parts of Morro Coho. So I was just curious that was even looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know that we have time right now to answer those questions, but we will definitely follow up, I think, with you. Any other public comment on this item? I don't see any other hands raised, so I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you. I'm going to turn on my video here because lighting. Anyways, I did want to just ask the presenters, thank you so much for your presentation. And certainly this should be the first of many that take place in Monterey County if we're going to be serious about trying to strategize and gradually be able to implement these, as the solutions are not cheap to implement, but nonetheless, I think they merit our attention, not only for our current residents, but for future generations. I think we all take that with the utmost seriousness about what climate change is gonna, how it's gonna impact our county. And I think we have that moral obligation to try to implement these strategies by our brilliant minds here. And I appreciate all the work and the research and the science that has gone on, and for you to be able to present that to the public. But I think some things are easier said than done. I know in these early projects, as you were mentioning, when interests sometimes collide between current business and looking at what may happen in just a few decades, What has been the response so far from our farmers? I know they're big stewards of the land as well. They know this is a real issue that will impact their farms on the coast. But for some of these early projects, as you were mentioning, that could provide greater flood protection in some of these areas, what has been the discussion so far to carry out some of these early projects?
Is that question for me?
Yes.
Great. They've been receptive. They realize the vulnerabilities and the risk associated with flooding, and it does hit their pocketbook currently. So they are definitely interested in talking about easements and other ways to fairly compensate them for lost lands that are in flood-prone areas. So they are definitely part of the conversation.
That's good to hear that there's that receptiveness early on to carry out this work. Thank you very much, and I hope that not too far down the road we could continue this conversation.
Great. Well, I just want to, I'll wrap it up. I want to thank all of our presenters today. Thank you for working with us on our timelines and keeping us on track. The presentations were on point. I do personally want to make sure that we are all aware that there is an augmentation request pending from our sustainability coordinator to continue work on our climate action plan here in Monterey County. I do hope to see that augmentation supported to allow us to continue doing this work with our partners to ensure that Monterey County is preparing for the changes that are coming. And I also just want to just briefly acknowledge, we talked earlier, we started our meeting today with a resolution supporting and welcoming many of the children who are seeking refuge here in the United States. And it's not lost on me that some of these reasons why families and people have to seek refuge in other countries is due to climate change that's happening in communities where, and in places where they don't have the infrastructure to be able to address and respond to those disasters in the same way that we do here. So this is a local issue, but it's a global issue that will impact us in a dozen different ways. So thank you for everyone for joining us today. I do look forward to continuing the conversation. It sounds like there's interest from my colleagues to continue this discussion as well. But we appreciate you being with us. So we've done public comment. I'm going to close this item. We didn't have any direction specifically given, so we will officially receive the report. I'm going to ask for a readout from closed session by our county council.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. There was no reportable action today.
All right, that was easy. And I'd like to ask Supervisor Alejo to adjourn our board meeting in honor of Jim Albanese, if you would, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll do this also as a request also from our management analyst Maya Carroll, who actually knew Jim Albanese in her line of work in the local media, and I just wanted to acknowledge her for bringing this to my attention. Jim Albanese, a well-known and respected journalist, opinion and agricultural page editor and columnist, best known for his long-running column, The Wayback Machine, in the Salinas Californian, died and sadly left us on April 18th, 2021. Jim was born in Salinas on July 23rd, 1948, and grew up in what we all know as East Salinas, the Ala South. And he attended Salinas High School, where he published his first article as a high school sophomore. He graduated from San Jose State, where he studied journalism and mass communication. And he worked for the Salinas California newspaper for 39 and a half years, the longest working editor in the paper's history. While he wrote about many subjects and mentored many young reporters, it was his regular history column, The Wayback Machine, that he is best known for. As a self-made historian, he used the column to make the past come alive for locals. It was filled with interesting stories of Salinas and Monterey County history, pulled from decades of Salinas California newspaper archives. Some of the type used in the 1800s was so small that he had to read the paper with a magnifying glass. You can still find his columns on the newspaper website. In his long career, he accumulated many awards for writing. When he retired in 2009, he was given the Salinas City of Champions Award by former Mayor Dennis Donahue. He is the son of Anthony, Tony, and Genevieve Albanese, who adopted him as a small child, and he is survived by Christine Mitchell Albanese, a son, Brandon Albanese, and 2 grandchildren. And on behalf of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, we want to express our condolences and express our prayers and deepest thoughts with the family in losing their loved one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Or I guess starting a new meeting is a joint meeting with the City of Salinas at 4 o'clock. So we'll see you back here then. Thank you. The Zoom link will remain the same. So if you just want to leave your Zoom on and join us back when we start up again in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
City of Salinas audio test. Please confirm. Audio test, testing audio.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. We're finding in just a moment. Bear with us one more moment as we work on our IT side of things. Do we have a sound check for the city of Salinas?
Audio test for Salinas?
All right. Was that the city of Salinas I heard?
Yes. City clerk, confirming audio.
Fabulous. Okay.
City clerk, can you email me the Zoom link, please? Oh.
Yes, ma'am. Let me see. 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 Let Yeah, and here's the number. You got it? Okay. Can we find you? You have to put it through that hole, and then it's underneath. There's that hole right there. You'll have to unplug your phone and plug it into the, yeah. Sure.
Oh, there we go. Okay. I can do it. No? Oh, you want to show she's done?
Extra parts of you might have to mute your. Okay, we've got everyone plugged in. I think we found the mayor. Thank you for your patience. It is 4:05 on Tuesday, April 27th, and I am so pleased to call to order our joint special meeting with the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and the Salinas City Council. Could we get a roll call for the County Board of Supervisors?
Good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisors Alejo, Phillips, Lopez, and Adams appearing via video conference, and Chair Supervisor Root Askew appearing in person. Excellent. And welcome, Kimberly Craig, Mayor of City of Salinas. We'll go ahead and do all roll call by the City Clerk.
Councilmember Barrera.
Here.
Councilmember Cromings. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Here.
Councilmember McShane. Councilmember McShane. Councilmember Osornio.
Here.
Councilmember Rocha.
Here.
Mayor Craig.
Here.
Thank
Excellent.
you.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to welcome Omar Perez, who's here as our interpreter today. Could we get an announcement about interpretation services that are available?
Hola, mi nombre es Omar, yo seré el intérprete en español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita el servicio del intérprete, por favor, ven, acérquese para que pueda dar explicaciones en cuanto al proceso.
Thank you very much. So we have interpretation services here in the chambers as well as on Zoom. For anyone who is joining us on Facebook Live or YouTube Live, you're also welcome to join us on Zoom at webinar number 224-397-747. Next, I'd like to invite our guest, Mayor Craig, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So once again, I would just like to welcome our friends at the City of Salinas to join us here. We're recording out of the County Board chambers. Mayor Craig, I just thank you for leading the way in terms of our work on joint city-county efforts to respond to homeless issues in our county. And just really pleased that we've been able to continue this conversation, showing the community and our staff that working together we can continue to meet the needs of our community. Do we have the decorum slide we can put up? I just wanted to briefly, once again, share just some basic rules of decorum as we spoke about at our last meeting. It says city council members. We borrowed this from Salinas, but we're going to once again just ask everyone to take a moment to review this baseline for how we engage together tonight to keep us focused and working together towards common good.
And what I would just add to that is we certainly understand that the Board of Supervisors has been in session since 9 a.m. So with that, council members and board, we ask that you keep your questions of staff to two questions. And we'll do questions first, then we'll go out for public comment, and then we'll come back for final comments between
council, and supervisors. Thank you.
Great, and thank you again for joining us. All right, with that, I'd like to introduce and welcome our County Administrative Officer, Charles McKee, and our City of Salinas City Manager, Steve Kerrigan, for some welcome remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to make some opening remarks here today. This is our second recent joint meeting with the City of Salinas, and really appreciate that because it shows our community that we can work together on some of the tough issues. And there's no tougher issue than homelessness. It's something that is a challenge through the whole country. To address the needs of those who are experiencing homelessness, who have housing challenges, and there are many causes and hopefully many solutions to that. What's most important, I think, is trying to address these issues collaboratively. We have fantastic staff. We have community-based organizations. Megan Hunter from the city, Lawrence Suwansapa and Anastasia Wyatt at the county. And others are constantly trying to work on how do we address these issues. And instead of saying it's your problem or it's our problem, what they do is they look and say, you know what, these are residents of the county, they're residents of the city. These people are us. They're our neighbors, and we need to look at solutions together. It's not to say that it's this person's responsibility or that entity's responsibility, but how can we find solutions together and provide for those in our community that are less fortunate. There are many causes, as everybody knows, and some people, it's just one thing that pushed them to that having to experience not having a home. It may have been a medical condition, it may have been a mental health issue, it may have just been on some unfortunate circumstances. And so we as a community need to figure out how do we come together to address those issues. And what you'll hear today, I think, which is fantastic, is showing all the ways that we're doing work now, as well as some of the ideas that our staff have as trying to bridge it to the next level to really find some of those ultimate solutions. And I think we're pretty close and working together. Hopefully we can make it to that next level. So thank you, Madam Chair and Mayor Craig, and I'll turn it over to you, to Mr. Kerrigan as the City Manager for the City of Salinas.
Thank you, Charles. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. And I'd like to start by thanking the Monterey County Board of Supervisors and the Salinas City Council for meeting today to discuss an important issue that's important to all of us. And like each of you, homelessness is an issue that I see or hear about every single day, 7 days a week. I'd also like to thank city and county staff that are responsible for putting together today's meeting, especially the city clerk and the clerk of the board. I know that there's a lot of work and coordination that goes into putting on one of these meetings, and I just want to say thank you for your efforts. I'd like to recognize the importance of the city-county collaboration on homelessness. This is the second special joint meeting with the county, and the collaboration was especially strengthened through the process of constructing the Share Center. Finally, when we survey Salinas residents, they consistently rank homelessness and the lack of affordable housing as their top concerns. The Salinas plan has a goal of building 4,000 affordable units in 10 years. And at the city, we believe that housing is the solution to homelessness. All city departments work closely together to provide assistance to those experiencing homelessness, and we're looking forward to continuing our work together with our partner, Monterey County. Our presenter today will be Megan Hunter, Director of the City of Salinas' Community Development Department. And thank you again for all your efforts, both the board and the City Council. Thank you.
All right, I'll introduce Nick Chulos, who will get our presentation started.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mayor Craig and board members and council members. I'm just going to briefly review the agenda for you today. And first, I'd like to really commend and thank.
Can I interrupt real quick?
Yeah.
Do we have any additions and corrections by the clerk?
There are no additions and corrections.
Okay, just make sure we don't miss anything. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
I would just like to commend and thank Megan Hunter from the city, Anastasia Wyatt, Lauren Suwansapa from the county staff, and then Roxanne Wilson, who unfortunately can't be here today. She had a death in her family, who's the COC director, for just a lot of hard work and collaboration to put together today's presentation. So on the agenda, we have a number of slides that we're going to show you, and various city and county staff are going to go through those. We're going to talk about the background and challenges regarding homelessness, county and city roles in addressing homelessness, funding sources, homeless coordination and data, particularly the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers and Continuum of Care related data, the 10-year plan to end homelessness, and there's going to be a sort of a subtext of that regarding predictive modeling and how to use the data that we have. And then we're going to really get to the core of the matter, which is short and long-term strategies before returning to the board for direction from the board and the city council. So thank you, Madam Chair and Mayor Craig.
And if I may, I do want to just introduce Megan Hunter. One of the things that Supervisor Root Askew and I talked about was we certainly understand what's going on in our own world with homelessness. Megan Hunter has given this presentation to the Salinas City Council many times, and I know that the Board of Supervisors just recently had their update on homelessness. And so really the intent of this meeting is so that the Salinas City Council can hear what the Board of Supervisors and the county is doing towards homelessness, and it's allowing the Board of Supervisors to understand what we're doing within the city. So by all means, when it comes to asking questions, we certainly welcome Board of Supervisors asking Salinas City staff questions, and vice versa with the Salinas City Council asking county the same questions. So thank you so much for being here, and we welcome you.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. And I did also want to acknowledge that this was a group effort. And I think what's really changed over the years that I've been here is the tight and close collaboration between the county and the city and the Continuum of Care, which is coordinated by the Coalition for Homeless Services Providers. And so I did want to acknowledge my counterparts, Anastasia Wyatt, Lauren Suwan-Supa, and also Roxanne Wilson. I think I'm next slide. So just a little bit of the background and the challenges that we face. I think the city manager said it really correctly. The challenge is housing. We are in a housing crisis in California. And it's really shown by the population in California and if you look at the affordable housing gap in California. California has 25% of the nation's homeless population, but only 12% of the U.S. population. And in our county and city, what we're seeing is a large percentage of folks who are homeless who are unsheltered. It's 76% in the county, and it's almost 90% in the city. Salinas, the metro area, ranks consistently year after year as one of the top 10 least affordable places for housing in the nation. And part of that is because our housing is so expensive, but the income of the residents that live here is less than what it takes to support rents in the area. We recognize that housing is the solution to homelessness, but they also must be coupled with services because many of the folks that are homeless suffer a lot of trauma, which is oftentimes why folks have fallen into homelessness. And so we really need to couple best practices, coupling housing with services. Things have been definitely exacerbated by the COVID pandemic. We don't know the full extent of how many people have fallen into homelessness because of loss of income. We will start to look at that, and our hope is to do a point-in-time count in 2022 to really see what the impact was. But we definitely have heard that there are folks who have fallen into homelessness. We definitely, thanks to the county's contribution, have been running a rental assistance program in the city, and we see huge demand for that. And I think in our shelter system, we've been really challenged because we've had to socially distance and congregate facilities. And so we've really had to have beds, not all beds could be filled because of some of the COVID restrictions. We've also had challenges with sanitation, making sure that people had access to hand washing stations and things of the like to prevent the spread of COVID. And so I think the other issue that we've been challenged with is seeing the increase in encampment residents, and how do you balance that in a COVID world. The positive is we're, hopefully on our way to shift out, and we can start looking really aggressively at some solutions that we know work. And so I think that's the positive moving forward. Next slide. So I'm going to defer this to Anastasia Wyatt.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here to, first of all, talk about some of the county roles and services. And first of all, I'd like to discuss the county administrative office. We forgot to put a little box in there for, so forgive me, Charles and Nick. But so I'll go over the county administrative office first. They really help coordinate all services within the county and all departments. And they provide legislative advocacy for programs to serve those experiencing homelessness and help guide us through the legislative process and advocating for additional funding, whether it's federal or state. And they help us liaise with those different partners with the feds and the state. Our Department of Social Services provides key services and really is the backbone of support and safety net for the community, with many of the services that they provide, such as public benefits, cash aid, CalFresh, CalWorks. They provide youth programs through a Safe Place with community human services. And as I go through the different departments, I will say that all departments work carefully together. We coordinate together. We coordinate with the city. We coordinate with the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers and the Continuum of Care. There are so many really great community service providers, and I'll try to sprinkle them in, but there's so many, it's hard to give a nod to all of them, but we definitely do and appreciate all of their services. One of the key programs is aging and adult services that the Department of Social Services provides. And you might know recently with COVID, there was the Great Place program, and recently they provided a Homeless Navigation University, which was an excellent overview of services that are available to the community. They also provide gap services for people experiencing homelessness, direct services in partnership with many of those service providers that we discussed. They have really supported and staffed a lot of our needs for the homeless shelter, and they're putting together the share center, the funding agreements, pulling together the service provider, which we also worked with the city of Salinas carefully and the coalition, and assisted with the opening of the Casa de Noche Buena. They provide drop-in services such as Dorothy's Place and Gathering for Women on the peninsula, and Poblado del Mar. They also serve on the Leadership Council and as community advisor to the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers. One of their key programs that you will hear about throughout this presentation is rapid rehousing, which Megan just mentioned as one of the many really important programs that provides housing to people in need. Next, I wanted to discuss the health department, which led by Elsa Jimenez, and our Department of Social Services is led by Lori Medina. The health department provides primary care services and integration, free hospital care, and transport to local hospitals. And if deemed by the court, they provide conservatorship and help people even with their pets if they need to help with housing their pets while they're in care. They also provide health and safety checks of our encampments. They clean garbage and provide sanitary services. Our behavioral health partners include, we work directly with Michael Lisbon, who's the Deputy Director of Behavioral Health. And the behavioral health system helps people with disabilities, people who might have co-occurring substance abuse issues, trauma. They provide trauma-informed care outreach engagements with clients. They work with the adult system of care and served over 2,500 individuals last year. The behavioral health services are a key component to our No Place Like Home program, where we have right now 3 housing developments moving forward because of their dedication to over 20 years of permanent supportive services to those housing developments for those people who need the 20 years of permanent supportive services. This is a key ingredient to ensuring that permanent supportive housing can move forward. And we'll talk more about permanent supportive housing in this presentation. Next slide, please. The Public Works Department was key and critical when the county was awarded the HEAP grant through the Continuum of Care to build the Share Center. Public Works stepped in and led the construction efforts of the Share Center. We are so grateful to them. It's a beautiful center, and they did it within budget and on time. Wonderful experience to see that happen, and that will be opening in a couple of months. You'll hear more about that. Our public safety office provides medical services, health and safety inspections, public conservatorship, sheltering for pets, and medical care. They also, about 1.5 years ago, opened up started the homeless outreach and safety team with 10 officers and in coordination with community partners and nonprofits to provide solutions for those who are experiencing homelessness. And our Housing and Community Development Department is, we work right now, we have Mike Novo as our interim director, and we provide housing development services such as land use and entitlement and permitting. And we implement the general plan and housing element of the general plan, which is critical to planning for homeless shelters and permanent supportive housing and housing throughout the community. We are working on updating the next housing element, the 6th cycle of the housing element. That will be coming very soon, which is critical to our planning efforts for affordability of housing. And we also work with special population housing, such as student housing or farm worker housing. So those are some of the key ingredients we work with. Next slide. This slide is on homeless funding. It's difficult to really truly quantify all of the funding that goes into our efforts to address homelessness and reduce homelessness. But one of the key factors that we realized as you see the City of Salinas' slide on funding resources and the Continuum of Care's funding resources, most of those funds that we are seeing in these slides are one-time funds. And that's a key takeaway to when you're looking at all of the funding resources. Right now, due to COVID, we've seen unprecedented federal and state funding and dedication to ensuring that people do not become homeless due to this pandemic. And so some of our top funding that you see in this graph are dedicated to rental assistance. That's through SB 91 and through the Department of Treasury's rental assistance funds. Their funding has been dedicated to Project Room Key through our CARES Act relief funding program. And that's been a very key component to ensuring those who are extremely vulnerable do not experience getting COVID by living in a congregate living situation. So they have been housed in individual hotel rooms. The Share Center is opening up with one-time state funds through the HEAP program. Our emergency warming shelter was funded through a variety of resources that were federal and state. We have outreach teams that are serving throughout the community to provide critical outreach services and trying to ensure we meet the needs of people who are experiencing homelessness on the ground where they're experiencing it, and trying to provide them services to get them housed. We also have rapid rehousing funding, and that is a critical component, as I mentioned before, with the Department of Social Services. And the rapid rehousing program is funded through CalWorks, and it is only about a little over $1 million, and that's the only long-term funding source that we have for with all of this funding that you see. So the key takeaway here is that we really need to work on ensuring long-term viability of funding sources so that programs that are running, like whether it's rental assistance, Project Room Key, our share center continuing forward as long as we may need it, we really need to work with the feds and the state to ensure that there are long-term resources for us to continue these programs. Next slide. This now, I'll hand it over to Megan Hunter for city services.
So the city is pretty similar to the county in many of our services, except there are 3 areas where the county has services that the city does not directly provide, which is social services, health, and behavioral health. But I can kind of summarize what we do, and it's very, very similar to what Anastasia said. I did want to preface, like she did, that we also have our city administrative department and legal department, finance, and human resources, that if we didn't, they're kind of our support team to do everything that we need to do. And if we didn't have that support team backing us up, we couldn't do any of the services that we provide. And of course, legal is so key in kind of the legislation and the housing policies that we like to pass. So I did want to make sure that they weren't left off. We also, similar to the county, have the community development department. We also cover similar things in terms of permitting and planning. We have our general plan that we're about to kick off. Actually, we already started kicking it off, but I wanted to focus on what community development does as it relates to homelessness. So we do have a housing and community development division that's really laser focused on taking the resources that we have and supporting homeless services and housing construction. We really have, over the years, focused on providing as much affordable housing as we can with the very limited dollars that we have. So we're always trying to, look to how to best utilize our resources, and we monitor and make sure that the money that we put out there is as effective as it can be. I wanted to give a special shout out to public safety. These days, sometimes public safety is very maligned. Public safety comprises both the police function and the fire function of the police departments and the fire departments in the city. And they are the first line of response. Not only to folks are always thinking about cleanup efforts, but let me tell you, both fire and the police department are often there helping with medical-related trauma, other things, and I think they have done a really good job of managing those emergency situations. Oftentimes, it's actually those who are experiencing homelessness who ask for this assistance. They're also particularly, we've had a lot of fires. We've had an increase in fires this year created by some of the encampments. And so, again, the fire department is out there on the front lines. They've been part of the vaccination efforts to help also vaccinate folks who are experiencing homelessness. So they are just a really key partner. And the police department, similar to the sheriff's department, has a homeless outreach team. They have an officer, Officer Gabriel Carvey, who was actually won Officer of the Year, I think, in the county. So I think, we really value the partnership with public safety. Also, public works. Public works, similar to the county side, they're addressing some of the issues that deal with encampment cleanups and trying to keep everything safe. They also work with the health department, who is also monitoring the situation. And community development also has, which we'll talk a little bit about, also has code enforcement, which I just wanted to give a shout out. They work with public safety, they work with public works very closely, and they have helped go into unsheltered areas and provide direct support, even though that's a little bit beyond what they do. They've really helped distribute some of the food. So they really are kind of the theme that coordinates with those other departments. And then lastly, I wanted to talk about library and community services. A lot of our folks experiencing homelessness are accessing recreation facilities, park facilities. Some of the encampments are in parks, and also the libraries. When the libraries have been open, many of those experiencing homelessness have used those. So they've been amazing, and we've had a partnership with them to help those experiencing homelessness. Next slide. So one thing that's a bit unique about the city, or I would say a couple of things that are unique. First of all, Salinas, why does Salinas play such an outsized role in homelessness in the county? And it is because the city contains about half of the county's homeless population. So we have the largest concentration of homelessness. But we also have a unique role because of the funding that we administer. We're the only entitlement jurisdiction that has special funding for homelessness, which is called Emergency Solutions Grant funding. And we also have some funding called Home Investment Partnership funding, and that's to build affordable housing. We also have this unique role in that we serve as the administrative entity for regional funds for both Monterey and San Benito counties. We are the administrative entity for the state emergency solutions grant funds for non-entitlement jurisdictions, and also California emergency solutions and housing funding. So because we have this unusual role, the city has both its local focus within the city and a regional focus. And this is unique. I think the only other jurisdiction in the state that has this kind of blended role is the city of Sacramento. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, thank you. So real quick, we also kind of tried to look at what our funding was this year, and most of it has been one-time funding, as you can see. This is due to the pandemic. It's a great opportunity, but we also have to think really strategically about this funding. In the last, I would say, 18 months, the city has received about allocated $34.1 million. Not all of it is actually direct homelessness. Some of it is COVID relief, providing assistance to small businesses. But a lot of it, I would say about 70% of it or so, is directly tied to homelessness. Some of the efforts that we have funded, we have a program called Downtown Streets Team. It's a great program that we brought in about, I think, 2 years ago. You might see them around city. They have yellow shirts, but they're comprised of those experiencing homelessness. They receive case management, and they learn kind of job skills by helping to clean up the city. And so a lot of people always think that they're paid contractors that are cleaning the city, but they're actually comprised of homeless individuals. That's one of the programs that we have allocated a lot of funding to. We also allocate funding to some of the health and safety cleanups, the emergency shelter motel program that we have. A big chunk of funding this year went to the Chinatown Navigation Center, which opened in December. rental assistance and rapid rehousing, as Anastasia mentioned, and outreach. And what we'll talk a little bit about is we've done a lot of needs assistance in the encampments in the city. And again, as you can see, 81% of that one-time funding only. Next slide. So I started mentioning some of these collaborations, but I really wanted to highlight our accomplishments. We have accomplished a lot in a very short period of time. First of all, I want to, a little bit out of order, really talk about Moongate Plaza, which was our first really large permanent supportive housing project in the city. We've been fortunate with Interim, who's built some smaller developments, but this was in the core of Chinatown, where obviously homelessness is most concentrated. And that was a great effort. I know that the county put money in. This was a city dream for many, many years through redevelopment, and I'm glad to say it's open and full, and now they're working on the ground floor. So, and we have Che, that's the Community Homeless Engagement Outreach Team, is actually stationed and open in the ground floor of Moongate. Other things to celebrate, we've been able to keep the warming shelter open. We went into 24-hour operations with the pandemic. We did not have that. And we were able to work our funding to keep that resource online. We were able to add trailers to that to help spread out for COVID. The Share Center construction was a huge, it's amazing. I know some of the elected officials have gotten to see it. It's just beautiful, and we can't wait to begin operations with Bay Area Community Services shortly. The Chinatown Navigation Center, again, you know, these two major facilities that we didn't have open just a year ago are, you know, the Chinatown Navigation Center with the new sprung structure came online December 15th. Other things that are coming up, we're working with Interim jointly with the county on the Sunrose Apartments, which is another permanent supportive housing project in Salinas. And then we've been able to really look at how to layer our funding in a way that we can get these projects supported and moving forward. And the one example of that is the county and the city have helped fund a more robust Lead Me Home plan, which the coalition is leading. And so that's a way that we've been able to layer our funding. So next slide.
Hi, I'm Lauren Suwan-Sipa with the Department of Social Services, and I'm going to do my best to try and cover the section here for the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers. Roxanne Wilson, who is the executive officer, was not able to be here today, but we really appreciated all the work that she's done in helping us coordinate both all of the services and activities that we've been working on for addressing homelessness, and as well as putting this presentation together for you. So I'm going to do my best to fill in her big shoes. The Coalition of Homeless Services Providers is a nonprofit agency. It is composed of member organizations who are other nonprofits, as well as community public organizations, community advisors. The coalition provides this coordination between service providers and response, and they do this for both Monterey and San Benito counties. They are the administrator of the Lead Me Home and Continuum of Care program. I'm going to talk a little bit about what that dual role with the Continuum of Care is. The Continuum of Care is a part of the responsibilities that the Coalition of Homeless Services manages. It is a required responsibility to which the Leadership Council is the governing body of. A lot of that responsibility has to do with collecting, analyzing, and reporting data, also performing the homeless point in time count that happens every 2 years, setting policies, working and administering funding, particularly around the collaborative application. I think it's really key to note that originally the Continuum of Care program was just to coordinate federal funding and was about $1.7 million. However, that responsibility has grown and grown quickly. In 2018, the state announced that the Homeless Emergency Aid Program, often heard of as HEAP, was going to be allocated through the local continuum of care, and that placed a lot of increased responsibilities on the coalition. We've seen a lot of other mandated coordinations come through the COCs in funding streams such as No Place Like Home and HUD's Foster Youth Initiative. We're really seeing that the state is often mandating coordinations with your continuum of care in order to apply for various funding sources and ensuring that we are working together collaboratively to make sure that the funding has the largest impact. I want to talk a little bit about some of the data, as I mentioned, that the coalition and continuum of care is responsible for performing point-in-time census numbers. Our current data comes from our 2019 biannual homeless census. We did, the Leadership Council did decide to not conduct the 2021 point-in-time count due to concerns over the COVID-19 pandemic, and hope to be able to perform that count in the next year. This information is really key in setting up how the plans that we're working on can best address some of the concerns, looking at understanding who is experiencing homelessness, what are the conditions that led to the situation, is this the first episode of homelessness? Also key to note that the majority of those who are experiencing homelessness are residents of Monterey County prior to them becoming homeless, and that wasn't outside residents coming into Monterey County for services. Also pieces of engagement with foster care or the justice system's involvement. This information is really important to keep track of, as we're going to talk a little bit about how what we're working on with the Lead Me Home program, Lead Me Home plan will utilize this data to help pull together how to best move forward in engaging services and action. The Lead Me Home plan is the name of the 10-year plan to address homelessness. This is a required component in many programs. The Coalition of Homeless Services Providers is the project manager, and the city and the county play large roles in advising and guiding the process for implementing and writing this plan. Currently, the Focus Strategies is the consultant group that has been hired to write this new plan. The existing plan was originally written in 2011, and it definitely needs some updates. The Focus Strategies has been working really hard on conducting extensive engagement. Within the presentation, there are some links that can be utilized to get access to the current reports that Focus Strategies has been putting out, as far as some of their initial observations and data they've collected from several community engagement sessions. This plan is set to be completed by June of this year and would be made available at that time. I want to talk a little bit about what Focus Strategies is going to do with a lot of this information that they are collecting. What really made Focus Strategies, I think, a very good partner for us in working on this 10-year plan was their predictive modeling. And what this is utilizing the data that we have currently from the 2019 point-in-time count in order to model out how our efforts would have an impact on our outcomes. So considering, our current data, considering our current inventory of beds, considering our current processes, how effective that process is at moving people into housing, and then identifying what areas could be impacted to make a change and have that outcome meet something that we'd like to see. So I know this slide has a lot of data in it, but keeping in mind a few pieces that are really key. This section that's talked about target use is really where we are, and then, or where we'd like to be, and the current base year calculator where we are now. And so by looking at the performance measures that we are now and setting up some targets for us to try to reach, how we can have an impact on our homeless situation. So thinking about some of these data, I want to show this next slide to kind of put some of this into perspective. The impacts of this modeling are showing where we're at currently in 2019-20 of our homeless measures, and where we would be should we make no changes to our system following that line in blue. However, utilizing some of the strategies and recommendations provided by making improvements to our existing systems, by making changes to some of our targets, by lowering the amount of days that people are spending in shelters, transitioning people from housing programs faster, engaging in rapid rehousing and reducing the amount of time between homelessness, how we can have an impact to have more exits into permanent housing. And that's showing that red markings in as the performance targets, and really having an opportunity to actually hit what we call a functional zero. And that isn't necessarily calling that absolutely everyone is housed, but that our system is operating so efficiently that anyone who would become homelessness would have that ability to immediately be offered a place to stay, whether that's a shelter bed, transitional housing unit, or permanent supportive housing unit. This also, keeping in mind, is based off of the existing data we have from 2019, and also doesn't have taken into consideration environmental factors that we didn't predict, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. I want to turn over to Anastasia to talk a little bit now about the Housing First model, which really, I think is the segue between looking at how the data is telling us to make some changes and what we need to do to really embrace those changes to make them the most effective as possible. Anastasia?
Thank you, Lauren. I will say the Housing First model, as we go through the next several slides, I want you to really keep in mind what Housing First is and how it applies to all of our programs within the city, the county, the coalition. First of all, as I discussed funding earlier, all of our funding sources, federal and state, require the Housing First methodology and approach to be utilized in our programs. And so that's why it's such a key component, and you'll hear a lot about it. The Housing First philosophy is really to ensure people get their basic needs of housing met first. And that comes without any preconditions or barriers to entry, such as sobriety, treatment or service participation requirements. And I will say that is one of the key, reluctance or controversies to adopting the Housing First model, is that we want homeless individuals or people who are experiencing trauma to engage in services, and sometimes they're just not ready. And they need time to be ready to engage in those services. So even though in any permanent supportive housing model or any rapid rehousing program, those services will be offered, those wraparound services, all of all of the needs that they might have, and they may not take advantage, people may not take advantage of it right away, but that's okay. We let them take their time. And once people end up in services, people find that the success is that they do engage in those services over time. So although that is the most controversial part of the Housing First model, and one of the hardest things to adopt, it really is one of the critical components for its success, is that people are having their basic needs met and then moving on to addressing other issues in their lives that they may need to address, whether it's substance abuse, whether it's finding a job. Some people may never, due to, their disabilities, they may never be able to find housing, but they're comfortable and remaining in a successful housing environment. People who, when we utilize the Housing First model, the successes and the evidence-based information we're getting from both the federal and the state is that Housing First, people that when we engage in this model, people are more likely to remain stably housed. So it's really critical that we are utilizing the Housing First model in all of our programming that we move forward with. You can see also in this slide that it was required by the state in SB 1380 that we adopt the Housing First model statewide. Next slide. Collaborative response areas. This is definitely something that the city of Salinas has engaged in with different areas to address the homeless within the city. The county has also addressed responses in a number of ways, along with the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers. So one is emergency shelter and housing navigation. As mentioned before, with a partnership with Community Human Services and the Gathering for Women, there is the Casa de Noche Buena that just opened up. We have the Share Center opening, and of course, the city and county have been collaborating on an emergency warming shelter for over at least, I think, 5 years. Housing, the city and the county have engaged in funding efforts toward housing, which has included Moongate Plaza, the newly opening, or that has just opened, the Home Key, which is the Goodnight Inn, and the conversion of that into permanent housing. So housing is a key ingredient to ensuring that we reduce homelessness. Street outreach, as Megan mentioned earlier, the city has been engaged in really understanding their homeless encampments, what really meeting people on the ground who are experiencing homelessness, and that street outreach ensures that people know that we don't forget about them, that whatever their needs are and the wraparound services that they might need, we keep in touch with. Do they need food? Do they need medical attention? Do they need a COVID injection? What are the things that people need? If we don't get out on the streets and get to know what those needs are, well, we can't address those needs. So that's a critical component. The coalition is also has a great street outreach team that goes out for the county encampments. We have encampments throughout our county and in individual cities in each city throughout our county. Support to unsheltered individuals is part of that street outreach that I mentioned that we provide a lot of support in a variety of ways. Next slide. The emergency shelter and navigation, as I mentioned, we have the warming shelter, the Share Center, short-term RV housing. This is sort of something that started with COVID, where we were provided RVs through the state, and we have utilized those in the city of Salinas has utilized those for housing for families outside of the Share Center. And the county has also provided alternative housing sites and short-term RV housing for people who are experiencing COVID and have nowhere else to go. Next slide. Housing, one of the major components to housing is we need to have affordable housing. We can't just, there's many type of ways we can address the housing crisis, but affordable housing is one of the key components. Not everybody needs permanent supportive housing. People may need rapid rehousing services, which is rent and move-in assistance, case management services. People may also need, of course, we need to continue the construction of housing and permanent supportive housing, such as Moongate Plaza, Home Key, and Sunrose Apartments, which is a collaboration with Interim Inc., the City of Salinas, and the County of Monterey. Next slide. This, I'm going to pass it off to Megan Hunter to discuss the street outreach efforts. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think Anastasia talked about this, but two things I just wanted to point out is that our street outreach effort is 100% different than it was a year ago. We have city outreach efforts. I mentioned the homeless outreach team officer, Officer Carvey. We also have in our department called the Salinas Outreach and Response Team, which was really formed to provide some basic needs assistance to some of the encampments and to work with encampment leaders. But I also wanted to mention we have a regional outreach team that we co-fund, which is the Community Health Engagement from CSUMB. They have been amazing. They're known as CHE, the CHE team, so they're out there everywhere. So a lot of things have changed. We have a much better map of where folks are, and we have communication now between the encampment residents to discuss kind of needs and to pass information, and that's been great. Next slide. So I did mention that there's been a lot of support to unsheltered individuals. These are kind of the highlights. I just wanted to say, I think two of the biggest highlights, we've had 21 sanitation stations since April. Many of them are attached to the encampments that are cleaned daily. In Chinatown, they're cleaned twice daily. We have the Chinatown Hygiene Center along with the Navigation Center that offers showers. And we distributed more than 40,000 meals to encampments since, and this is just the city effort, since the beginning of the pandemic. And I have to give a huge shout out to some of the volunteers that we've had, including former Councilwoman Gloria De La Rosa and our staff who went on Saturday and Sunday to distribute food on volunteer time. Next slide. So I know we're short of time and we went longer than we meant to, but I just want to hit on what are the short-term efforts that we can really work together on right now. Really, I think increasing the housing stock. So you will be presented with some direction for us to work together to look at an affordable housing project for families at 845 East Laurel in front of the Share Center. We think that there's funding coming down the line, and we really want to just kind of like what we did with the Share Center, believe in it, work towards it, and get it built. And we also think that there's an opportunity for us to evaluate other areas that we might be able to build housing in the future. We think we can coordinate on, we just found out about a notice of funding availability for Home Key Part 2, so we'd like to look at another potential 1 or 2 Home Key projects, and we have an interest too. I know there's an interest in King City. We would like to see King City also have a Home Key project, and to work with the Housing Authority on vouchers. Vouchers are the key to getting people housed, and we really have to push to see what we can do to get more housing vouchers to help with affordability. Improving the shelter system. We are on the precipice of really doing that with the opening of this beautiful new Share Center. Really focusing on new supports that we can provide at the Share Center, including having the opportunity for people to bring their pets into shelter, which is often one of the biggest barriers to shelter. And we have the opportunity to look at how we target our rapid rehousing funds to the shelters so we can get more permanent exits from shelter to housing and much quicker. And to participate in Project Room Key 100-Day Challenge to get the people who are stabilized in the motel rooms into housing. We don't want to see those folks enter back into the street. So we want to work together with the county to accomplish that. And then I think looking at ways that we address the encampments in a humane way, but understanding that as these opportunities open up, we really want people to take the beds. We really need to cycle people into housing. Housing is the answer for homelessness, so I think that's really key. Next slide. So real quick, for some long-term strategies, the Lead Me Home plan. This is our general plan. The city has a general plan. The county has a general plan for development. The Lead Me Home is the plan for how we're going to address homelessness. And we really just need to come together on that plan and to get advocates to bring others along who are going to commit to implementation of the plan. And then in terms of housing and development, continue to braid our funding together, continue to target sites that we can jointly help to develop. We have made efforts to have a housing trust fund, and we need to continue to see if we can create a regional housing trust fund. I think it's time to explore a possible housing bond measure. We know that funding is an absolute difficulty in getting affordable housing built. And then I think we can start looking at innovative housing types where the city is trying to streamline processes for accessory dwelling units. It's a great opportunity. We have 142 ADUs, as they call them, accessory dwelling units online, and we could work together to see how we can both push for more of that type of housing. And I think we have the last slide. Lauren?
Sorry, I can cover this one. Finally, our final recommendations for you are on Project Room Key, a collaboration, a ability for the county and the city to work together in participating for the governor's 100-day challenge, that effort to try and house as many Project Room Key guests as possible within that time. And also coordinating together to potentially extend this program through the end of the year, should funding be available to support that. Also, we'd like to look at focusing on updating our shared MOU, working on that update in specifically to support some guidance in developing affordable housing for families at the 845 East Laurel site by the Share Center. And also working together to collaborate with the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers and organizing a convening, such as a summit, in order to launch the Lead Me Home plan and the efforts recommended. So with that, I open for board council comments and questions. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Lauren and Megan, and very much appreciate very in-depth, but yet critical to learn all sides of the story between the city and the county. We will go on to council member questions. And just a gentle reminder to my council, we are limiting to 2 questions. We have 12 electeds to get through. And with that, I will start. I'll go backwards in order of district. So we'll go with District 6. Councilmember Rocha, do you have questions?
Yes, I do. First of all, thank you for your presentation on this really important topic. One of the things that I noticed from the presentation was that the answer to addressing homelessness was housing. And while I don't disagree, I think also the answer to homelessness is preventing homelessness in the first place. And one of the percentages as to what caused homelessness was at 59% financial issues such as job loss and evictions, but at 40% we also had alcohol or drug use. And in the short-term strategies, I saw a lot of focus on the short-term and long-term solutions. I saw a lot of focus on the building of housing and permanent supportive housing programs. But what are we doing to invest in increasing access to substance abuse programs and mental health services, because I think the lack of accessibility to that is what is contributing to people experiencing homelessness.
Yeah, Councilman Rocha, I think I'm going to defer to Lauren for that question. I think that's a great question.
I will do my best to try and answer. You know, I think that when you speak to the piece about preventing homelessness in the first place, I think that absolutely is a core piece of what we're trying to work on. We're fully engaged right now in a emergency rent and utility assistance program. That's a big piece of addressing exactly one of those key data points that you mentioned about the affordability and being able to keep their housing. Definitely one of those key services. For the linkages to mental health, substance abuse, we work very closely engaging both with our nonprofit service providers as well as our health and behavioral health care systems to help link those services to people who need it. One of the components of the Share Center being open 24/7 and being accessible is to allow for a lot of those services to come to the guests and not require individuals to have to seek out through the community and looking to how to engage. So being able to coordinate and bring those services forth is really a large intention of a navigation center of helping kind of shorten that pathway to link to the right services needed.
Yeah, and this is Lori Medina, and if I may, I will also say that, you know, on a statewide level, you know, this issue around behavioral health services and also substance abuse services is something that the Department of Healthcare Services is really looking at right now. And I wish I had a better answer for you, because I think, Councilman, that it is a great question. It is something that they're doing a lot of reform work at the state level, but it's certainly something that needs a lot more attention and funding. That at the state level, they are really doing a lot of laser focus on. But I will say that that is something that needs a lot more work and a lot more focus and attention. And we just don't have a great answer for that question. But I think a lot of our systems are trying to focus on that very question that you're asking.
Thank you. When I was on the Salinas Union High School District School Board, we had invested in a program called the 7 Steps Challenge in DAISY, which was drug and alcohol intervention services for youth. And we offered that free of cost to our students who we noticed were, you know, using controlled substances. But once they leave the school system, we have no way of continuing to provide those affordable services to them if their substance abuse issues continue. So as we have ESG funding and other funding that's coming in from the state, have we considered allocating some of that funding to service providers so we could fund or supplement some of these existing substance abuse prevention programs? That way, if someone is dealing with a substance abuse issue, they could access those services quickly and in an affordable manner. Because that would get at the 40% number there that's not related to housing.
So to answer on the Emergency Solutions Grant, that funding is pretty dictated, and it really is kind of a focus, and this goes to the Housing First model. It is more focused on some of the things that we're already doing: rapid rehousing, housing prevention through rental assistance, emergency shelter, and street outreach. That being said, we have funded through community development block grant funds in the past some of those services, but I think there might be other sources of funding. And certainly, I think, as you're hearing, mental health is a big push. But I think with the ESG funding, it's a little bit more of a challenge because of the requirements.
want to also mention that Sun Street Centers operates in the city of Salinas, and they provide those services for treatment for addiction. And they also provide services countywide. We recently opened up a facility in King City, so more residents will have access to those services.
Thank you. I think I've used up my 2 questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Rocha. And I would just gently also nudge staff to keep responses to as brief as possible. I know we have an abundance of information to share with everyone, but in the interest of getting through this meeting within a timely manner, I'm just going to ask that it doesn't have to be a yes or no answer, but certainly keep them brief. Thank you. We'll go on to District 5. Councilmember Cromines, 2 questions for you.
Thank you, everybody, for welcoming us today. One of the ongoing issues that the county and every city in it have is RVs and a place for them to park. And, people consider that a viable option. And apparently our governor did too, because he gave us trailers in the middle of COVID to house the homeless. So has the county considered building a campground, if you will, for self-contained vehicles? And I know Wendy's shaking her head. I know that that former Supervisor Parker and I had a conversation about it, and it was kind of near and dear to her heart where they were going to park and giving them a place to be. So, has the county given that into any consideration? And, I'm thinking it wouldn't even have to necessarily be, free of charge, but right now to camp for a month in the county, the cheapest place that I can find is $900 a month. And that's not affordable. So, supplying an affordable place that for self-contained places, has that any consideration been given to that?
I'll try my.
I'll step in. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess the way I would answer that is that nothing's off the table, and I think the county is open to all the solutions that are possible. I think we want to also rely on some of our experts who are here today to try and craft the longer term solutions, and that might be one that's a shorter term, maybe it's a long term, but shorter term also. And we would have we could have some discussions about that, but nothing is off the table.
Wonderful. And I know it was a long-winded question, so I'll keep it to 1.
Thank you, Councilmember Cromines. We'll go on to District 4, Councilmember Orlando Osornio.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. And again, thank you everybody for making this meeting happen. It really, really does make us proud to be able to know that we can come together and make great decisions for the county and the city. When can we expect an initial report on the success of the services that are being offered at the Share Center? Has the timeline kind of started for that? And if so, what does that look like?
Thank you, Councilmember Osornio. I think I can try and answer that. Our first service agreement just went forward to the Board of Supervisors today. And so the provider will just now be embarking on ramping up services. We are looking at the opening of the center happening in late of May. And the agreement does require monthly reporting. So we would be looking at, at least a full month service report for the month of June, but they will provide monthly reporting for us as far as outcomes go.
Great, that's great to hear. And my second question, it's a little bit like Councilmember Cromines' question is, has the county looked for any certain areas in particular, kind of like somewhere where RVs can go, but maybe even where there might be able to be like a a small, tiny home village or even an encampment village, things like that. I know that those conversations are starting to pop up a lot more. I just had a constituent bring that to my attention over the weekend in anticipation for this meeting. But are those conversations that are also being had as far as maybe having something like that come about?
I will take that question. Yes, the Department of Social Services has been working on a safe parking program for many years, first of all, and we at the Housing Department are also looking at different sites that this might be possible, whether it's tiny homes or some sort of temporary housing to address immediate needs.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's all the questions I had.
Thank you, Councilmember Osornia. We'll go on to District 3. Councilmember Steve McShane. Questions?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. My only question surrounds, Megan's mention of the housing bond. The idea that we could do something countywide. Has that been talked about or explored at the staff level? I don't know if it's a Charles or a Steve sort of response, but how do we go about something like that?
I'll take that question, Councilmember McShane.
Fair enough.
The Continuum of Care actually had looked into this several years ago, and at the time it was determined that Monterey County was actually not ready, that it would not pass, and it was right before Santa Cruz was also looking at passing a housing bond, and recent state legislation has made that a lot easier, where we need less of a majority to actually pass a bond. So it was with careful consideration, with a lot of polling and analysis was done. So it was quite an effort, and there was a consultant hired to conduct that polling and analysis. So I think it might be time to look at that again now, that because when we were looking at that, this state legislation had not been passed yet. So things might be looking better, and there is more emphasis on housing. So, yeah.
Amen. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's do it. I hope that's one of the outcomes of this meeting. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember McShane. We'll go on to District 2, Councilmember Tony Barrera.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good afternoon. Whoever's in charge of the slides, could you please show us a short-term strategy slide, please? As we're waiting for that, I think we're headed in the right direction, and I believe housing is the solution, the answer, as you've been saying. We've been talking about maybe RVs as an option. But with about 40% of our population that are dealing with homelessness issues, not only are they dealing with drug addiction, alcoholism, but there's dual diagnosis as well. And I want to ask you, under needs assistance to unsheltered individual, the last bullet point, you're already stating avoid sanction encampments. My question is, if we can find areas for RVs or other ways, and I heard a gentleman from the county say, nothing is off the table here, but some of our residents are not interested in any of our programs. They're not interested in going to interim, Sun Street centers. They just want to be left alone and do what they want. Is it possible to find an area where, and you know what, sometimes they govern themselves. There's a possibility of doing that. Is there an area that we can identify? Or I want to know why you're avoiding sanction encampments.
I could probably answer that question. So best practices, and I've talked to some different folks about this, but sanctioning encampments is extremely expensive, and it takes focus off of the systems at work, which include providing housing. The vast majority of the folks that we survey who are homeless say that they want permanent supportive, or permanent housing, I should say, affordable housing. So if we're basing decisions on data, the data really calls for the focus to be on kind of what we outlined, which focus strategies showed in the data points is improving the existing system to getting people more quickly exiting into permanent housing. The experts that we've talked to have said that to avoid sanctioned encampments, because it doesn't address homelessness at all. You're not addressing homelessness. You're just kind of keeping things status quo. They're very expensive to manage. Inevitably, they govern themselves okay, and then they start to fall apart because you can't really control it unless you, as a jurisdiction, take on the management of it. And so those are the reasons why there's a lot of caution about sanctioning encampments. That is not to say that we shouldn't continue to do what we are already doing, which is providing support to unsheltered individuals, working with unsheltered individuals, going into the encampments with street outreach and helping connect people to resources and housing. Just in the last few weeks, our outreach team, and that's just the city's outreach team alone, connected 10 people with, housing or shelter. So I think we just need to keep on that path, and that's a best practice. And I think I attached in the City of Salinas packet some guidance on this from the United States Interagency on Homelessness, kind of advising caution when cities consider sanctioned encampments. And a lot of the information is really accessible in that fact sheet.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, that's my question there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Barrera. We'll go on to District 1. Councilmember Carla Gonzalez. Questions?
Thank you to the county supervisors for us and to everyone involved in the presentation, and to council members Cromines, Osornio, and Barrera for speaking on the issue of sanctioned parking lots and encampments. Had a very similar question in mind. I have a more specific question. What outreach has been done over in encampments near the rodeo in anticipation of the city cleanups that are going to happen inevitably and their potential displacement of those residents?
So I can answer this. There's been an extensive engagement at Sherwood Park. We have our the homeless outreach team officer, Officer Carvey's been out there. We have the Salinas outreach and response team that has been out there. Dorothy's Place has been out there. Community Human Services has been out there. And of course, Che, the Community Homeless Engagement Team, has been out there. Prior actually to the pandemic, there were many people, and I could probably give you the numbers, I don't want to misquote, were actually worked with and placed and received housing at Moongate Plaza. So I could at some point give you the exact number of Sherwood encampment residents at the time. We've also had many folks go into motel rooms, and folks from Sherwood who will be in the Home Key or are in the Home Key project, which is a permanent supportive housing project. So there's been a lot of outreach done. We continue to do that outreach to connect people with resources. We have not filled all of our emergency beds. We've actually shared this information with the Homeless Union, and they have been amazing in helping us get more people into filling those beds, because we really are stressing to get into that system so that people have more exits to permanent housing.
Thank you. And then secondly, and this even more briefly, because there's just a confirmation really, when we voted to have BACS sort of work as facilitator and operator for the Share Center, they very much committed themselves to gaining the trust of our unsheltered residents, to committing themselves to the locality and to working with CHS. Have they been making good on that promise and maintaining that commitment?
it's been hard for them because today I think they just got their contract, their first contract approved. So they're going to be starting to move people down here to start work. So it's a little hard to say, but they did have a really good meeting. Of course, we've been meeting with them internally, but the coalition had a meet and greet and invited all of the kind of players, including people who are experiencing homelessness a couple of weeks ago, and I understand it went really well. And of course, they are anxious to get here to start making those outreach efforts.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I have just a couple quick questions. There was a lot of discussion both between the city and the county about the overwhelming amount of one-time funding that we've received. $49.1 million for the county, $34.1 million for the city, and a stressor from both that it is one-time funding. I'm wondering if we have analyzed what the annual costs are between the county and the city for operating all of those programs.
So I can say that we are committed to, on the city's end, of course, co-funding the Share Center and also continuing the Chinatown Navigation Center. Those are facilities that we think are super important. So we do know that roughly shelter operations, depending on their size, really are between $1 and $2.5 million a year to operate. And so we know that the ongoing cost for those two facilities on the city's end alone is probably somewhere between $2.2 and $2.5 million dollars. We have been fortunate to use some of our federal and state funding to help support that, but definitely I think that is going to be an ongoing cost moving forward, and that's why it's going to be incumbent on us to really make sure those systems are functioning, operating, effective, and utilized.
I wanted to just quickly chime in on that response, that one of the considerations that we as staff take into account is how to reduce the costs of programs over time and to reduce homelessness. And the Housing First model overall has an analysis of $31,545 over a 2-year period saved when utilizing that approach. And in the shelter programs, it's a reduction of $23,000 less for each jurisdiction. So we're looking at it on a variety of angles of reducing costs and also implementing the right programs.
And I think the other thing is focusing on housing. Permanent housing is really gonna save all of these operational costs. If we can have more housing built, affordable housing, that's really what we're doing with a lot of our one-time funding, hence the Home Key project at the Goodnight Inn.
I appreciate the answer. I'm wondering if the county has a figure for their operating costs on an annual basis.
I don't know if Lauren or anybody has any specifics, but I think the problem with trying to come up with that number is there are a lot of ancillary services that are not factored into that number. You know, I think Megan and Lauren talked about, administration, finance, legal. There's a lot of pieces in the behavioral health world that some of them are factored in, but there are a lot of other pieces that aren't factored in. So if you're talking about is 49 million, is that what we're talking about as the pie? I would say it's probably not.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. And then I am wondering if you can speak to a brief comment you made, Megan, on we are at risk of losing funding in some capacity if we don't move forward with a memorandum of understanding. Can you elaborate on that? Because
yeah, we wouldn't necessarily lose funding, but there's a lot of new funding opportunities coming in, including, I mentioned, Home Key, which could be used to build new housing as well. And we also have, the city is going to receive an additional $3 million through the Home Investment Partnership, and we're just learning what that means, but it is to be towards constructing housing that will help with homelessness. And so a lot of the funding that we're getting from the federal government around COVID has a short lifespan. So we really want to be able to take advantage of that. And if we can agree on 845 East Laurel as a site for an affordable housing project, then we can, identify a developer very quickly and then start applying. Like the home key applications are due in August. So we really need to get onto the stick so we can work and move as quickly as possible to take advantage of some of that funding.
Thank you. Supervisor Askew, thank you.
Great, thank you. So Board of Supervisors, we will proceed with the 2 questions, and if you could ask your questions, and we'll try to keep us moving along here. I'll start with Supervisor Alejo.
If you could come back to me, Madam Chair, thank you.
Sure, I'll move on to Supervisor Phillips.
Well, no, I don't have a question. But I do have a comment about how far we've come in the last 4 or 5 years. Remember back then, Supervisor Alejo and I were fighting with each other, and Kimberly Craig and I was fighting with Mayor Gunter, and we couldn't even decide where a temporary shelter was going to be. And you look, I recently, with some of your councilmen and Supervisor Lopez, went to the Share Center, and it was really impressive. And so it does talk about how far we've come. And I'm impressed with what you're doing on the street outreach. And I got to agree with Tony Barrera that I am concerned that we have to start reaching out to some of these people that, no matter what they say, some of these people just are not going to come into a shelter. They're not going to be able to obey the rules and I know every time you look for a place like that, and I agree with Megan, it's going to be expensive and it's a thing to run. But when we had the problem at Lapis Road, I went around on Fort Ord, and we got 28,000 acres there. And you think, well, we can find some place for them to pull their vehicles in, and where they can have a safe place. And we weren't able to find any place that was agreeable to the local neighbors or the county or the city to do it. But I do think there is a place for some place where, and no one wants to have it in their neighborhood, but some place where it's a safe place for people to pull in their motorhome, where maybe you have some of the tiny homes there, or maybe a place for them to put their tents. And you have water facilities, trash facilities, bathroom facilities, other things. So they're not coming and sometimes using the facilities or not using the facilities that do it. So I know it would be costly, but I think there is a place for those people who are out in the freeway and in the ditches that we'd rather have in a place a little more controlled and safer. So that's just my thought. Thank you both, and it's nice to see all our colleagues working together like this. Thank you.
Great. All right. So we'll move on to Supervisor Lopez. Are there any questions, Supervisor Lopez? We'll have time for
Just
comments.
comments, Madam Chair.
What was that?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. Let's do Supervisor Lopez first.
No questions, just comments. Thank you.
Okay, great. We'll be back to those soon. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. And thanks to everybody for this great presentation. It was so comprehensive. And like Supervisor Phillips, I just love to see all of the people working so well together. Having worked in this field for such a long time at United Way, I can tell you it was never like this before. And I just applaud everyone for coming together as everyone has. And I thank you for that. I did just want to ask one question. And that is that aside from money, which is always the problem, can you think, what do you see as a stumbling block that we're going to have to continually keep our eyes open for to ensure that we're going to be able to move forward in the direction that you've laid out?
I think the biggest stumbling block is, I think it might be a little bit community will, because I know that it's easy to lose focus on the direction of providing housing, because it sometimes it takes time to get to the point where you're really in the flow and providing the affordable housing. And because, you know, I think the costs keep escalating, I think there's a tendency to default to kind of short-term, you know, solutions, but those short-term solutions may divert our attention and funding and focus on really where communities have really focused on connecting people to housing, building the housing. They have seen a really market decrease in homelessness, and I think, you know, there's some examples even in California, like in Bakersfield. So I think we just need to really have the community will to focus on those things that we know are best practices, and especially with the Lead Me Home plan, we are about to have a plan that's really going to be our North Star, and I think we all have to have the community will and focus to really implement that. So I think that's the bigger stumbling block, and I think we're getting there. I think we're much more aligned than we've ever been, and it's now broadening and bringing in new partners.
Thank you so much. It's a very thoughtful answer, and it is something that I'll keep in my mind when, you know, as we move forward. And I certainly hope that that you'll keep this all straight too. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. Supervisor Alejo, are you ready for us with questions? We'll have time for comments after.
No, I got time. I only got comments.
Okay, fabulous. Thank you. I do have one question. So I appreciate that the long-term plan and the long-term focus needs to be on housing. I couldn't agree more. I'm committed to working through all of the different strategies that we need to work on to achieve that goal. However, I look at the student homelessness rates, and I look at the amount of like dangerously overcrowded housing conditions that exist in our community, and it is clear to me that we don't currently today and won't tomorrow and won't even next year. If I look at the slide on page 17, even if we invested 100% in housing right now, we don't have the housing that's needed to accommodate the homeless individuals who want housing and are ready to move into housing today. So the question that I have is, from a process and structural and communication, like we need to have a clear group that's working, clear staff, dedicated staff, and board and council leadership that continues to meet the needs of our residents who are homeless and who want housing, but the housing is not available for them. So what is the structure by which that focus on homelessness and meeting the needs of our homeless neighbors will continue while we, on a parallel path, work on the housing side of things, which is also critically important? I know at the county we have a health, housing, homelessness, and human services committee that meets quarterly, but is that enough leadership? Is that enough oversight from the electeds to make sure that we have that we're responsive to these issues in the way that we need to be on the homelessness side?
Yeah, I think a lot of times people think that housing means building housing, but there's other ways of making housing available, and there's also innovations. Like I've talked to a developer about a crate housing project he could do in 12 to 18 months. So and I think the mentioned was tiny homes, and we're looking at potentially partnering with Community Homeless Solutions on a tiny home project in Salinas. So I think that's one way. But the other thing is, I think it's the work that we continue to do with the outreach to the homeless residents and to continue to provide services and to help folks get ready to be on the path to getting housing. As I mentioned before, I think it would be helpful to show the results of now this more focused outreach and how many people are actually getting connected to either temporary or permanent housing, because I think what we're seeing is they are making connections kind of one by one. And what our housing coach told us to focus in on is working with the encampments, you know, get a by name list. Know everyone is there, and then take a little at a time. Focus on housing all of the veterans in that, and then focus on the next group. And as you do that, you can actually start to really reduce the encampments. And while you're doing that, you need to continue to provide some levels of service, whether it's kind of sanitation assistance, trash removal, but that's a little bit different than saying this is where folks are going to be.
Chair Askew, I also wanted to address your question, and I think it's a great question. And I think that that is a conversation that we're really willing to engage on in the Housing Community Development Department. And my colleagues, Mike Novo, Melanie Berretti, all of us will be willing to continue to engage in that.
Great, thank you, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and go out to public comment. We are limiting public comment to 1 minute and 30 seconds. I do know that our city clerk received public comment by email before 2 o'clock today, so I will go ahead and ask City Clerk Barajas to read public comment right now.
Thank you, Mayor Craig. Dear Council and Mayor, placing people back into homelessness during a pandemic is wrong. Join other agencies and the City of Salinas in doing everything possible to provide shelter or alternatives for everyone. Thank you, Cindy Castañeda. Dear Council and Mayor, you must stop the violent actions known as sweeps and cleanups. How long do you plan to chastise them from location to location, terrorizing them with further insecurities and psychological stress? If you're not going to help them by providing shelter that honors their rights, at least leave them alone. Thank you, Tara. Dear Council and Mayor, it is incredibly important for houseless residents of Salinas to be protected by the city from being illegally evicted by Caltrans or the city itself. People who are houseless are no different than us in any way, and it is important to treat them with the dignity and respect that they deserve. I encourage the city to sanction encampments where houseless residents can stay and have their basic human needs met and easy to access. The city refuses to sanction new encampments or provide housing for all houseless residents. Let them stay and stop the sweeps. Thank you, Julia Olson, resident of Salinas District 3. Dear Council and Mayor, have you ever met any people who live in these encampments? Have you heard their stories? I invite you to walk on these encampments and see the life these individuals live. Most of them don't have anywhere else to go. Displacing people is not the solution. Before the displacement happens, we demand to know where the encampment residents will be placed. Thank you, Guadalupe Arroyo, resident of Salinas District 2. Thank you, Mayor and Chair Askew.
Thank you. We don't have anyone in the chambers here in the county. Is there anyone in chambers in Salinas for public comment?
No one in chambers.
Chambers are
in
closed.
Salinas.
Okay, all right. Well, that makes it easy. We do have a handful of hands raised. If you would like to public comment, if you could raise your hands just so we can keep track of how much time we've got ahead of us. I'll start with Matt Horta. Matt, you may we will give you permission to unmute yourself. After Matt, we'll move on to River.
Good evening, Salinas Council and County Board of Supervisors. Matt Huerta, Housing Program Manager for Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. MBEP fully supports your joint initiative to address homelessness in Monterey County. As a voting member of the Leadership Council, we have seen much of your work firsthand. We applaud your incredible efforts during the pandemic, especially with the opening of the new Share Center and Project Home Key program at the former Goodnight Inn. The amazing collaboration it has taken to convert this motel to permanent supportive housing for formerly homeless will be recognized with our Public-Private Partnership Award at our Regional Economic Summit next week, May 6th. If you haven't registered, please do that today. As we begin to turn more attention to long-term housing solutions, we want to ensure that local, state, and federal sources are maximally leveraged. MBEP's Board of Directors recently established an ad hoc committee charged with helping our region to maximize incoming federal relief funds from the American Rescue Plan and potentially an additional $2 trillion infrastructure plan. Though we do not claim to have all the answers, we are dedicated to working with leaders across the region toward a shared vision and actionable goals. A top priority for these leaders is turning our region's $280 million one-time ARP investment into a $1 billion plan through matching funds from state resources, leveraging existing revenue streams. And we look forward to working with everybody in this process, both private, public, nonprofit, and philanthropic sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. I know we compressed your comments there. Next up, we have River Neville, followed by Nick Muncy. Could we give River permission to unmute? Okay, perfect. And could we get Nick Musney on deck as well? Thank you, River, for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I appreciate this presentation. It's good to see all of the ways that these various county and city institutions are working together. I do just really want to bring attention to the Caltrans planned eviction off of Highway 101 in particular. And also, just since we're not at permanent housing or even transitionary housing for all of these people, and yet these sweeps are actually planned for May 9th, Mother's Day. What is happening with these people? We need to know, and the public needs to know, the residents need to know, and the city needs to know, even if it's a Caltrans and it's not, public city property. These are Salinas residents, even if they don't live in houses. And so Salinas has a responsibility to protect these residents from being evicted illegally. And so I, for one, I feel like having a sanctioned encampment, Megan mentioned that might be expensive, but I would love to hear more on why that would be. What is it about a sanctioned encampment that is expensive? And just recognize that it's not realistic for these dozens of people living off of 101 to go to another existing encampment. So we need a plan for them, and we need that by next week. Thank you.
Thank you, River. Thank you for joining us and for sharing your comments today. Next up, we have Nick Musney. Thank you for joining us. We have 1:30 on the clock. Nick, we are happy to receive your public comment now, and you are unmuted and ready to speak. Okay, we'll circle back to Nick. Next up, we have Wes White, followed by James Sang. Wes, you should be able to unmute, and we thank you for joining us. Thank you.
Sure. Let's see if I can go this way. So yeah, Wes White, co-president, Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union. And there are sweeps planned, and they are being dispersed. It's a speakeasy type of situation. Right now, there's only like 16 people being absorbed and off Cassantini, and then another, maybe 15, 20 people off of 101. Some people have been dispersing. A lot of people didn't even know. And it's just about connection, communication, and I do appreciate how much the city and Che have been doing. There's a lot of open communication, and I hope that continues to flow. But Sherwood Park is going to be like 100 people, and that's where sanctioned encampment, repealing the RV ban, laundry and shower service, as well as the porta potties, power, and let them do it themselves. If the city can't afford it, people will afford it for themselves. They just need permission to have it. They need an address more than anything else right now. You could do 400 square feet and a tent, just like 40 acres and a mule to start out, and they can make themselves tiny homes. They could put a palace. They could make, whatever, a real structure there with a door that locks, because that security is the very first part of becoming sane again. And, you talk about post-traumatic stress and everything else. We need to focus on, what kind of abuse is the jurisdiction doing to people. So I do appreciate the non-injury aspect of what we've been doing lately, and I hope that continues to improve.
Thank you, Wes. Next up, we have James Sang.
Hello. Since we're very limited on funds, I like to see the rest of those
millions of dollars spent exclusively on housing. Either we could go out and buy another Goodnight Inn or expand the Sheriff Center. I like the idea of where the Chris and Orlando and some of the other people have mentioned that we should have more place where people who have RVs or are living in their vehicles can park at night. Perhaps we can expand the size of the Sheriff Center so that we can let vehicles park there overnight and use the toilet and the cleaning facilities. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for your comment. Next up, we have Maria Gurrola. Maria Gurrola, we'll give you permission to unmute yourself, and we've got 1:30 on the clock.
Thank you so much. My name is Maria Gurrola. As you mentioned, I am with Community Health Engagement with the Department of Social Work at CSUMB. Just wanted to mention that we are very thankful for the collaboration that we're doing with the city and the county. And we are very excited about continuing the work that we're doing with our research. I wanted to mention about the comment that it was brought up about mental health and homeless and how important it is not to emphasize the mental health because many of our residents that we're working with, they also have substance abuse and co-occurring disorders that are needed to be need to have services. So a lot of the work that we're doing is really outreaching and finding out what are the services that our community needs to be able to refer them. So any collaborations that we can continue having with the city and the county will allow us to continue doing that work throughout the county and maybe stop stigmatizing people that are homeless with mental health and substance abuse disorders. Thank you so much again, and looking forward for the work that we have done.
Thank you, and thank you for your service. We're going to circle back to Nick Musny. Nick, we've given you permission to unmute yourself, but we'll need you to manually hit the unmute button so that you can share your comments with us today.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us. Please proceed.
Yeah, I just wanted to, echo the comments before that, I love the idea that we're talking about ending homelessness within 10 years in Monterey County. But, as we're talking about this, the city of Salinas is still continuing to, and planning to conduct sweeps and displace more unhoused residents. So, Megan mentioned, that a lot of folks are in unhoused because of trauma, but, with sweeps and the uncertainty of, can we be here or can we not, really just, continues that trauma and strengthens the grip of chronic homelessness. So if we're talking about ending this issue, the issue of homelessness in 10 years and housing people, how can we do so if we continue to re-traumatize our unhoused populations? And the idea that sanctioned encampments is expensive, really talking about thousands when it comes to but you're talking about how much money is being wasted with these empty beds that people are going to because these shelters are too restricted. Really think about the needs of our unhoused residents and how are we not meeting them with the services we're providing? Because if they're not taking those services, they're not really services. They're a complete waste of money, actually. So, so really, to me, it makes sense to sanction encampments or at least have a statement of deferred, deferred action and enforcement, that the city will stop sweeps within this 10 years until we end homelessness or provide permanent housing for unsheltered residents. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next up, we have Diana. Diana, you've been given permission to unmute yourself and share some thoughts with us.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Yep.
Buenas tardes.
We can hear you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yana Carrasco, and thank you all for being here today. A lot comes up through these meetings just because of the language, the way that these issues are discussed and presented, just naturally leave out, like, I feel like the humanity sometimes of, the people in our relation with the land and our coexistence, right? And so I think what came up for me, or what came up as, the sanction encampments were brought up, and and where these would be too, right? I feel like there's this need to acknowledge the ways in which we, as Nick mentioned, perpetuate the trauma and uphold these systems, right? I think it's important to talk about how the city, the county welcomes and further establishes like corporations instead of, and displaces naturally the people, right? And deprives us from our natural right to have a relation with the land, right? Fort Ord was discarded as an option for people to move into that land. By who? By who? You know, and so I'll just leave it there. There's a lot to unpack here. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being respectful of our clock too. I know it's hard to get all of our thoughts out when we're watching a timer run down. I don't see any other hands raised, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. Bring it back to our mayor for some final comments by City Council, and then final comments by the County Board. We will ultimately be looking for some action by each body in regards to the recommendations that were made by staff on page 27 of the PowerPoint.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate it. Council members, if you can limit your final comments to 2 to 3 minutes, just in the interest of time. And once again, I'll go backwards by district. So District 6, Councilmember Anthony Rocha, final comments.
Thank you. And once again, I want to say I appreciate our collaborative effort here, not only between the city and the county, but also with the various advocacy groups like the Homeless Union and so forth. I totally support everything that is being discussed here. I also want to echo the comments shared by my colleagues as it relates to the sanctioned encampments. I recognize that sanctioned encampments may potentially be an expensive thing to look at, but if we can't sanction encampments, then maybe we should look at not actively enforcing, removing people from existing areas if we don't have the proper services to provide to all those that need the services. And I also wanted to follow up with my questions that relates to the mental health services and substance abuse prevention programs. A great focus on housing, but I think that Supervisor Askew highlighted the fact that that's more of a long-range solution because it takes at a minimum 1 to 2 years to build a unit or to get an existing space to be renovated to the point where it could be used as some sort of a housing entity. So, and in those 2 years, I think we have the possibility a lot of people are going to fall through the cracks because they can't access, whether it be the mental health services or the substance abuse counseling services. And while an investment into a housing program may pay off in 1 or 2 years, I think an investment into expanding services or expanding the accessibility of those services would have a much rather immediate impact because many of these nonprofits like Sun Street Centers and others, without knowing their exact situation, I would say are either at full capacity or have a line of people waiting to access those services because they don't have the funding to be able to serve the amount of people that need the services. So I think that as we look at addressing this public health crisis, we also have to focus on what the key causes of it are, and that's I think to an extent substance abuse and mental health, a lack of accessibility to mental health services. But thank you all for your work on this.
Thank you for your comments, Councilmember Rocha. We'll go on to District 5, Councilwoman Christy Cromines. Final comments.
I really appreciate everyone's efforts, as Councilman Rocha just pointed out, and I'm extremely grateful and happy that we are all working so well together and collaborating in this way. I guess my final comments would be that I think you've got to look at the low-hanging fruit, and I think Megan is absolutely correct. Housing does have to be our focus. And, being in construction, I have lots of ideas of places and things that we can do in a very short period of time to take care of those issues. One of them being the Hope Village, which I know that we're working on in Salinas. right now, and Judge Phillips has been involved in that as well. Sorry, Supervisor Phillips, I can't get over the judge. But I think the low-hanging fruit here is some sort of RV park. We're always talking about putting centers in places that are close to services, and those services are being provided in Salinas. So that means that the homeless population is migrating to Salinas, and we have the highest population of homeless. I understand that, but at some point it becomes a social justice issue. The lowest poverty in the county is in Salinas, and you're shipping people here because that's where the services are being provided. So that low-hanging fruit of, you know, a place for RVs, of self-contained vehicles to be able to go seems, you know, justified to me, because those vehicles can move and get to the services that they need. And that's something that we need to think of, and, you know, stop worrying about people not wanting it in their backyards, and start thinking about how we're going to help the citizens of Monterey County. And whether you have a roof over your head or not, you are a citizen of Monterey County, and you deserve to have a place to lay your head at night. So that would be my final comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cromines. We'll go on to District 4, Councilmember Orlando Osornio. Final comments, please.
Thank you so much, Mayor. And I wanted to start off by saying that it's very bold of us, just as Judge Phillips, or Supervisor Phillips, again, sorry about that, but Supervisor Phillips states, I was having a conversation yesterday with a veteran, and he was telling me about the challenges that sometimes some of his other veteran buddies face. And so for us to think about sanctioned encampments, I think it's really important. I don't believe that we should have a long-term encampment situation, but I do believe that being able to have that in conjunction with the final goal being permanent and long-term housing, I think that those would work hand in hand together. Being able to have a location where folks can plug in, cell phones, things like that, have a temporary address where they can receive birth certificates, social security cards, IDs, driver's license, what have you. These things are important, and I believe that we can continue to have conversations about having something that might be short-term, kind of like a sanctioned encampment, while we get them in the line to be able to have that permanent housing, long-term housing. So I know that we're talking about cost when it comes to how much something like this might cost, but there are mobile clinics. Some of the Clínicas de Salud, Salinas Valley Memorial Hospital, they all have mobile clinics and mobile vehicles that they use. These are things that we can put together if we so chose to. So I just want to keep the focus around there, because the cleanups, code enforcement, sanitation services, that all has a price tag. And if we're continuing to use these services and spending money on the cleanups and spending money on enforcing things and policing and what have you, I believe that a sanctioned encampment accompanied by our long-term goal of having permanent housing, I think is a really great option. And I challenge all of us, council members and supervisors, to really dig deep to see if this is something that we could continue to talk about. Thank you so much for everybody's time.
Thank you, Councilmember Osornio. We'll go on to District 3, Councilmember Steve McShane. Final comments.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Osornio, challenge accepted. I'm on board and want to go on record with the sanctioned encampment. I know when we hired City Manager Kerrigan, that was one thing that we talked about early in the interview. So I think he's noting that there's several of us that have shown support for that. I also want to once more express support for a housing bond countywide. I'll pledge my support, my efforts. Anybody else on here, I'm ready to work with you. So thanks. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll go on to District 2, Councilmember Tony Barrera. Final comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank everybody, Chair Askew and Madam Mayor Craig, and all the colleagues in the Monterey Bay Supervisors and City Council. There is no doubt we're going in the right way. We're going in the right direction here. Housing is our focus. We would love to see everybody in a home. I love the idea of children having a little backyard where they can feel empowered that they have a safe place to live. With that said, housing, as we called it, is long-term. And as we progress to this long-term goal, I want to remind you there are residents in our county and in our city that some of them, their tents is their home. Whether they have social issues on different levels, some of them are not going to, they're not interested in any type of program that we're going to offer. But as we go and we want to encourage people to have a place to live, there are people that we need to take care of. Mental health is such a daunting service. Somebody said in the public, if we have gone out there in Chinatown and talked to some of these folks, well, I know personally a lot of these folks for 20 and 30 years. And sometimes, sad to say, drug addiction, alcoholism, dual diagnosis, mental illness plays a big role in that. So I want to join in on looking as we go into the housing being our focus, which I believe we all agree on. I also want to encourage us, because it's been expensive. Cleanups are super expensive. We've spent millions of dollars. And in these tents, there's leaders out there that would be grateful to be part of the team for solutions where they can also self-govern themselves. All they need is a place that they can identify, that they can set their tents. It looks like we're in agreement with RVs. Hopefully we'll be in agreement to a place as well for their tents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll go on to Councilmember for District 1, Carla Gonzalez. Final comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to all those involved in getting the presentation together, to our county supervisors. It is good to see that we have the United Front being continued. I would really like to underscore the time sensitivity and urgency of this issue. There is, unfortunately, an accepted dehumanization of our unsheltered residents. We consciously or subconsciously will look away, will divert our eyes. To me, that has been the trend of what's done with the issue at large. We pass it to someone else, we pass it back, we pass it to someone else, we pass it back. So yes, things are getting better. Yes, I am so glad to be here and to be looking at potential ideas that are outside of the box. But I really want to echo Councilmember Osornio's call to action to think about the sanctioned encampments and the sanctioned parking lots. Just as Councilmember Barrera said, there are people within these communities that want to be a part of the solution. And we really need to look at ideas that we might not have considered before because they were expensive, because they were different. And again, just as Councilmember Osornio said, the policing of these communities, the cleanups are very much expensive. And so if we can divert some of that money into preventative measures like this, temporary ones, but preventative ones, I see that as a wise decision to make. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So what I'll just propose to city staff is that I think you have heard overwhelmingly that staff should really take a look at alternate short-term options like sanctioned encampments and whatnot. Certainly we can follow up on that and have a greater discussion regarding those options. And what I would just note is that I do have some significant concerns about cost. That doesn't mean that I'm not supportive of it. I'm overwhelmingly supportive of all of the programs that we're doing, but certainly recognize that we've had over $82 million come in one-time funding, and that we need to have a long-term financial plan in order to sustain those programs. So I look forward to, I'm hoping actually that with our blended role as an administrator between Monterey and San Benito counties, and that being so unique to California, that would provide us an opportunity to get better funding from the state, I would assume, but certainly understand and recognize that we need to come up with a game plan pretty quickly in terms of how we're going to pay for it. So that being said, I certainly am very proud of the great strides that we have made between the city and the county, and the commitment, the financial commitment, the commitment of all the electeds to move forward and to work collaboratively on this project. We are committed to ending homelessness within the next 10 years. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for all of the comments from our colleagues on the City Council. I see Supervisor Alejo is ready to go, so I'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, first of all, to Mayor Craig. It's been a pleasure working with her, serving in this new role, and certainly with all the City Council members, including our new City Council members, Osorio, Rocha, and Gonzalez. I look forward to continue working on this. I would say that in having led on a lot of the homelessness issues, I always have to remind folks that doing this work, we have to be very strategic at every step of the way in our messaging, the projects we bring forward, and earning the trust of the community that we could do projects that address homelessness and are most vulnerable, but in the way that garners community support and maintains that support. When I originally proposed keeping the warming shelter open at the old Scissor building at the rail yard, there was a lot of opposition to that. And that we embarked on looking at a lot of different sites. We ended up choosing 845 East Laurel Street for the current share center. Previously, I had done a referral to build affordable housing for homeless, for veterans on that property. But when we embarked on looking for different sites, that became the best site out of searching numerous ones. But even then, we had some very heated town halls when we decided to move that to that, use that location. Mayor Gunter and I and former council member Scott Davis, as that is now council member Carla Gonzalez's district, faced the brunt of a lot of angry residents. But we had to reassure them that when we opened this center, it was going to be managed just like our current shelter on West Salazar, where we had zero complaints. We didn't have any issues with crime or loitering or complaints from the neighbor or problems with Roosevelt Elementary School. We proved that we could do it right. And so we built some community political capital to reassure the community that when this new share center opens, we're going to run it the same, if not better than that. And we're going to be able to address and mitigate any community concerns. So I'm not oblivious to the political environment that when you move projects forward, you got to really do it in a way that really will really address community concerns, but that you could really deliver on the management and the promises you make to the community at that time. I was hoping that today, as we had in the Housing, Homelessness, Health, and Human Services Committee that Supervisor Lopez and I, Sharon, we had a recent presentation by Anastasia, but it was focused on projects currently in the pipeline, where we are working to fund. Despite the shelter that we just funded, we know that there's a greater need, and there's 3 projects in the pipeline that could generate 200 to 300 more units of permanent supportive housing, not just in Salinas, but I think there's other projects projects are focused in South County. I think that's where the focus really should be. And beyond these 3 projects in the pipeline, Mayor Craig and I went yesterday looking at other county properties in Salinas where we could actually build additional permanent supportive housing, where you get people off the street, you provide them social services, behavioral health services, keep them housed, provide them those employment services, and try to get them back on good, solid ground in their life, in their personal lives. Even those projects, if we were to cite them, I could expect we're going to get opposition in those districts where they're nearby because of the misperceptions that exist many times and the stereotypes, and the concerns coming towards all homeless residents, when many of the times it's misperceptions of just unorganized and encampments that exist throughout our city. I'm for trying to provide additional permanent supportive housing next to the Share Center. I let Mayor Craig and Councilmember Gonzalez know that a portion of that property, there's already a pending referral. I've been working for years trying to build a new skate park and BMX pump track for kids from Acosta Plaza, from Creek Bridge, from North Salinas could all go to, and it'll be in an area that could be accessible to all youth of Salinas. But there's about another 3 or 4 acres that in between those properties that certainly could be used. And there's 2 other county properties nearby in that area, the vicinity, not to mention a couple of other properties right off Natividad that could also be cited. And these are projects that we could work on funding, zoning, and build up 2 or 3 stories to maximize the units available to our homeless residents. The other thing I would just raise is that I would also encourage to look closely at the Bay Area Community Services contract. It came before the Board of Supervisors today, but I raised concerns with our staff because as we talk about rapid rehousing goals, that should be reflected in the contract, that we're not just given a contract to run a shelter. We did that previously with the shelter on West Alisal, but the Share Center is really supposed to be a navigation center where we're actually doing a lot more comprehensive and strategic services for homeless residents. And there should be goals put on box about how many people should be housed within 3 months, 6 months, a year. And that's where the controversy came in, because other Bay Area cities made those goals and they put it in the contract that they were goals they had to deliver on by a certain amount of time. And that put kind of the fire under backs to make sure they delivered on those goals to rehouse homeless residents. And I think that should be looked at closely as I raised today, but also the other comprehensive services, the behavior health, the adult education services that Salinas Union High School District, the superintendent had offered, trying to pair and provide those educational services at the new Share Center when we had those town halls, but other services that should be addressed and put the benchmarks, put the milestones on this new service provider to make sure we can have some measurable goals that we could see if they're delivering or not in several months. The only two other things I would say is just on homeless encampments, authorized homeless encampments. It seems like it's an easy issue just to support, but I would encourage all my colleagues that if you're pursuing this proposal, I would encourage you to go visit Santa Cruz, go talk to the Santa Cruz council members, go talk to Santa Cruz County staff, because they've done it for several years and it has not been easy. In fact, they were recently dragged last month in federal court. There was the encampments got so large and so unorganized despite the nonprofit managers that it had to be shut down, and then they were dragged in federal court, and the federal judge just recently allowed them to be able to move those encampments. So there's a lot of lessons to be learned. It seems like it's an easy thing to do, but there is a lot of potential for challenges that could very easily arise. And again, the issue is, where do you put one of these centers? And I would just, I know I could already see it, that wherever you try to put one of these permitted encampments, you're going to get concerns from your constituents. So I would just say be ready for that, because I have to face the brunt of a lot of it, and I have to try to explain it and try to carry out these projects to make sure it's done in the right way. And when projects are not done in the right way, then we lose that trust. And then in the future projects that we carry out, we're going to be pointed to those projects that we did not we were not able to deliver on the way we said we could. Last thing I would say just on the housing bond. Yes, I supported Santa Cruz County's housing bond measure because I was hoping in 2018, it was Measure H. It was about $140 million bond proposal, but it required a 2/3 vote and it got 55. But back then, these were all conversations we're having with housing advocates, with the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. We were hoping that we could generate approval of that, so then it could hopefully generate interest and support from voters in Monterey County. But unfortunately, it did not prevail, and that kind of set us back from then. So on any of these efforts, they're difficult. You have to do the polling, you have to do raise the funding to have a successful campaign. I'm certainly willing to relook at that and see where the voters are in terms of a housing bond. I think it's a needed part, but there's lessons to also be learned from Santa Cruz County, our neighbor to the north, about how things turned out in 2018. But I look forward to doing the work and doing an analysis to see if that's viable in our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, for the detailed comments. We'll go to Supervisor Phillips for some final comments.
Thank you, Chair. I had most of my comments already at the wrong time when I was supposed to be asking questions, so I'm sure you noticed that. But I gotta say, and I agree with Supervisor Alejo that any housing project or place to put your motorhomes or whatever we call it, it is complicated, and I think, but I'm not sure it's unwise to at least seek that out. I know when we had the problem in Lapis Road, we ran the people out at Lapis Road. Where'd they come? They brought their motorhomes over to Castroville, and I got calls from the neighbors and everything, and we called the sheriff and we ran them out of here, and they ran them into Salinas. There is just going to be some of these people. I started and ran the mental health court when I was there, and some of these people just are not going to be able to come in. And so it may be costly and may have some issues, but I'm not sure it's any more costly than it is for the sweeps that we're having. And if we had the trash and the other things there in the sanitary conditions there for these people, but Supervisor Leo's absolutely right. As soon as you start looking at one of these places, you're going to get a lot of reaction from people, neighbors. But almost all the city councilmen and councilwomen we're looking at that same thing. And I think if we're going to tell people you got to move, we got to have a place where they can move to, that out of fairness. So with that, thank you, Madam Chair, and nice seeing you all again. So thank you.
Supervisor Phillips. Next up, we have Supervisor Lopez. I think you had some comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate some of the comments that Supervisor Alejo threw out there about our work on the 4-H committee. And I'm not talking about the 4-H that raises pigs and shows off crafts. It's the one that puts in a ton of work in terms of those priorities that we set as a county for housing. When you talk about mental health, when you talk about housing and their interplay in these specific circumstances, that's really where a lot of that rubber meets the road. And I'm fortunate enough to also serve on the Behavioral Health Committee, First Five, and some other crucial committees for the county. When I look at how they play together, though, it puts us in a position of understanding as a county, you know, the bigger picture and needing to treat the whole person. And so in that light, I just want to share that I think the opening comments from staff about the need to build housing being our way out of this. And I just want to highlight that comment as being the truth. We already have housing projects that are being talked about in the Salinas Valley. We've got housing projects that are being, you know, evaluated within cities in the Salinas Valley that include supportive housing down here for the very first time. We have to build our way out of this problem. We can get creative and, you know, do things all we want, but if we're not building, we're not solving the problem. Families are growing and families don't want to leave our area. I've got too many constituents from Chular who tell me we want houses. We want our children to stay within our community. And those same kids tell me, I want to be here. I want to raise my kids here. It's where I'm from. And that identity for us is critically important. And so building housing to suit our communities as soon as possible, that's the answer. Now, for that population that we're talking about that's already kind of fallen through the cracks. Yes, mental health. Yes, addiction services, and making sure that we're aggressive with those and making sure that our providers are aware of what's available. And when I say providers, I mean housing providers, and that we're leveraging those relationships to the extent possible is critically important. And making sure that the lines of communication between partners like this meeting right now stay open cannot be underestimated. And so I appreciate everybody taking the time this evening to understand some of the issues we're all facing. But I just wanted to highlight one final issue, and that's what was brought up, which is when that first round of funding came out to build that share center, and it was earmarked very early for that. South County raised the flag early and said, we want to be part of the solution and we're ready to do something as well. Specifically, King City, Steve Adams, Mayor LaBarre, and that city council stepped forward and said, we're in. And so as we look at the next rounds of funding, I do think it's important to make sure that we let everybody play their role in terms of the solution. And I know that they're ready, willing, prepared, and that they've made it a priority for South County. And so I just want to be sure and clear that, South County deserves some of that as well in terms of the funding as we look at, the challenges that we're facing under these overpasses, just like Salinas is. And so as we look at solutions, making sure that we're looking at the county equitably throughout the entire region, as was called out earlier, is critically important. So thank you all for taking the time to spend this evening with us, looking at these issues that we have to consider as we make decisions. And just appreciate all the input and thoughts and innovative and creative solutions moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. And I'm just so touched particularly by Chris's remarks. And I echo a lot of them for our side of the county as well. I think that so many of the people over on this side of the county who are homeless and who suffer issues around homelessness are invisible. Many of them are women. And I look to the county for support when we look at some of the other issues that come up over on this side. But one of the things I'm very pleased with is an example is looking at the recent coming forward that Community Human Services Board just did to purchase the old dance studio in Monterey down on Franklin Street to have it become a shelter for women and children. And I'm really happy for that. And I think it's just great. And I hope at some point, if there comes a need or a possibility to partner with the county, I think the city of Monterey or a nonprofit organization like Community Human Services would really be in the right place at the right time. I don't think that we can look at homelessness as, oh, it's just in Salinas or it's just in Monterey, because it's really a regional issue, and it's an issue that spreads beyond our county into Santa Cruz and San Benito County as well. And I like it that we have taken a very big step with the city of Salinas to address it in a more regional sense. And I hope that as we continue to see success from this program, we're able to move forward into other parts of our region so that we can collaborate and make sure that we're providing services that are needed for all of the people who suffer in our area from a whole variety of problems. But I just, again, as I said earlier, I'm just so delighted to see Mayor Craig and Mayor Root Askew sitting together on the dais, just really working hand in hand to solve problems in our county. And I want to be a part of that. So thank you both very much. I think we really have come a long way, and we've got a long way to go, but I'm looking at two people who are going to be key in making that happen. So thank you again.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Supervisor Adams. I want to acknowledge what a long day it's been for my team. We started at 9 a.m. this morning, and we're still with some really heavy stuff, and we're still going. I would love to be able to respond. I've been taking very detailed notes and look forward to following up with people with more specifics. But my comments for tonight, so in regards to encampments, I did not hear my county board take a strong position saying we want staff to look into options. But I do think that what I heard clearly from the Salinas Council was that it would be appropriate to do some research and bring back and keep the county apprised of the options that are out there, the best practices that are out there. I understand it's a big, complicated concept, But for any encampment program to be successful, it would require coordinated planning with the many different county programs and services that are needed. In order for an encampment to be successful, we need county social services present doing eligibility work. We need county behavioral health involved providing behavioral health services. We need our clinic services ensuring that people are accessing basic healthcare needs met. We need the public health department engaged and involved. So any decisions that the city were to make moving forward would include and require the support and assistance and overlaying services of many, many county departments. So I think that it's very clearly a decision that we would need to, look to continue moving in joint step on to be successful. I also want to recognize that District 4, my cities of Salinas, Marina, and Seaside primarily, have more shelter beds currently than the rest of the county combined, with the majority of those beds, those shelter beds, being within the city boundaries of Marina. That includes the safe parking program that the County of Monterey has been funding for multiple years. It includes a number of supportive, permanent supportive housing. It includes all of the work that's happening for our homeless veterans. There's a lot of services being provided in District 4 currently. Seaside recently welcomed the new Casa de Noche Buena shelter, and I will say that the political will that's required to build the political will to allow things like that to move forward and happen is significant, but the community has embraced their role. They have they've even identified they actually have a local vehicle encampment that's on in Seaside currently, where the city is providing services and bringing food and folks to services to those individuals. I think that it's absolutely critical that we expand this conversation and that we look to continue inviting champions in every single one of our 12 cities. This is not an issue that District 4 can solve. It's not an issue that the county can solve. It's not an issue that we can dump on the city of Salinas and say, because you have the most unsheltered individuals, good luck with that. We need partners in every single city. We need champions on every single city council and on every single school board. So I'm really pleased that the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers is willing to propose this hosting of a convening later this summer to talk about the 10-year plan. It's not articulated exactly in the recommendation, but I would hope that that's something that we can include every single one of our local elected officials to participate in, so that we can help identify and build stronger relationships among those partners. I think that the need for state and federal funding is significant. The only reason we've been able to do what we've been able to do in recent years is thanks to the HEAP money. It's thanks to one-time state and federal grants. So we need to get really clear about what our request for state and federal support is. We need to get really clear about how those dollars are necessary for us to meet the needs of our community members. So with that, I think I could go on and on, but those were my high-level comments. I'm thrilled that we're moving forward, this conversation forward. I know that there are others who want to participate in it, but being that Salinas is one of our largest cities and the home to the county seat, I think that having this joint meeting with the city and the county is one sort of step that we can say as a county, we're having the meeting with Salinas, but our commitment is to work with all of our cities in this same way and to find ways to make sure that we're making county services available to the community and to our city partners when they're needed. So we are looking for a motion. I'll pass it back to Mayor Craig, and we'll let the city of Salinas go first, and then we'll come back to the county.
Thank you. And if I could please seek a motion from council member for city council.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion for items 1, 2, and 3.
Second.
Okay. I'll need a second.
Second.
All right. City clerk. We don't need to go out to public comment, I would assume. Yes, we've done public comment. Okay, sorry about that. City clerk, go ahead and do roll call on the vote.
Thank you, Mayor Craig. We'll go ahead and call for the vote on this item. Motion made by Councilmember Croming, second by Councilmember Rocha to approve the 3 resolutions as recommended by staff. Councilmember Barrera,
Yes.
Councilmember Cromings,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember McShane, Councilmember Osornio,
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha,
Yes.
Mayor Craig.
Yes,
Motion passes. Thank you.
thank you.
Fabulous. All right. We will entertain the same. I will look to entertain the same motion from county staff, our county board. Supervisor Alejo, you've got your hand raised.
Yes, I would make that motion, but with 2 caveats, Madam Chair. One that we just kind of direct staff to make sure it doesn't conflict with on East 845 East Laurel, where there's an existing referral that we have yet to act on. So I just want to make sure that there's no conflict there, to make that clear to staff. As ultimately that's a county property that we gotta make a decision on, and I know it will come back to us. Whatever proposal comes, we'll do that. The second thing that we didn't address was for future meetings, bringing back or providing direction in bringing back looking at other sites where we could partner with the city of Salinas to build permanent supportive housing. The 11 big city mayors made a $16 billion budget request that to the governor recently, $4 billion each year over the next 40 years to make significant inroads on homelessness. So we hope that when the May revise comes out in the second week of May, that the governor will put some additional funding, significant funding to continue to address homelessness. So that might provide some more funding mechanisms for us to be able to actually site and construct additional units of permanent housing. So I would just add that as direction to our staff as they continue conversations with the city of Salinas staff to let's pinpoint and look at actual properties so that we're not just talking about concepts, but we're actually looking at possible locations where we could build the housing that we know we need to do to get our residents out of streets and into that rapid rehousing that we're talking about.
This is Lopez. I'd second the motion, Madam Chair.
Okay, got it. Fabulous. So we have a motion and a second for the staff recommendations. There's a caveat on the city-county MOU. Supervisor Alejo, as I understood it, the BMX, for me, housing is our top priority, and I would love to also support a BMX park, but not at the cost of a housing opportunity. So my understanding was that the BMX portion of land was on a sloped area that wasn't suitable for housing development.
Yeah, and I went over that with Mayor Craig yesterday. It's on the lower, it's on a thin sliver of the overall property, but I took photos and of the other 4 or 5 acres that are there to use the permanent supportive housing. So I think we could accomplish both. But I did show those photos to staff. And when you guys go visit the Share Center, council members and supervisors, you will see that there's plenty of property to, I think, accomplish both goals. I'm just talking about the sliver on the lower level of that property that is adjacent to East Laurel Street, in between Car Lake and All Veterans Park.
Yeah,
if I may,
just
for reassurance to Supervisor Alejo, I certainly understand the property that you're referencing, understand the multiple years of efforts that you've made on it, and I think our city staff is willing to work around that in terms of having that be a potential project for us later on down the line, but certainly prioritizing the housing that's going up top where the Share Center is.
Yeah,
But
so I think I would need to make sure that we're prioritizing housing at this point. So I wouldn't want there to be any questions about that.
And I must say that referrals never come back to us. That's one of the things we talked about today. The referrals never come back to us for our board to vote on that.
Yeah, it's coming. Ashley Walker, our recent our grant writer, says that there's under the state parks bond, there's a regional parks bond funding application that's going to become available in November. So we are continuing to work on it, and there is 2 other parcels on the other side of this in this vicinity that are also available for additional housing. So it should not conflict with that with this proposal, and there's additional properties that that we could also utilize for housing in the vicinity.
Call for the vote.
Okay, very good. So we have a motion, a second, and a call for the vote. Could we get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Alejo,
Yes.
Supervisor Phillips,
Aye.
Supervisor Lopez,
Aye.
Supervisor Adams,
Aye.
and Chair Supervisor Root Askew.
Aye. Thank you. There's always more to do. There's always more to discuss. However, we don't have unlimited time. So we will put our staff back to work and continue the conversation. I'll stay in touch with the mayor and look forward to following up with each one of you to continue to find the things that we can work on together. And we do have a couple follow-up items, including some research on encampments, a potential housing bond, as well as some other things. Do you have other notes as well you wanted to?
Nope, I've made my comments and final. Thank you
Okay,
very much
very good.
for the collaboration and really appreciate us working together. Thank you.
And with that, we will adjourn our long day. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.